Welcome to the RotoWire 2025 NFL Draft Preview. We will be on for 4 hours today. We'll have 25 football analysts. They'll be giving you player analysis, prop bet advice, bold predictions, and more. You won't want to miss this show. It's going to be a great day of programming. If you see a little bit of it now and you don't come back to it later in the week. You got a few more days till the draft. Alan Seslowsky is going to kick me off before we're starting. Then we got a few minutes here. Alan Seslowsky, we're coming into this draft, and this is odd. We're 3 days out, and every team has their own first-round pick. Nobody's traded in or out. What do you think about that? Why would this be a year so far that everybody's got their first-round pick and doesn't really care to deal?
Because nobody agrees on the value of the picks, right? We don't know if there's been deals being tried to be like, who knows if someone's trying to trade up and get Tennessee's pick. They're like, hey, look, if we're going to trade up and go get that pick, we want 3 first rounders. And Tennessee's like, so I think that's what it is, that on the day up, just like in our like dynasty drafts or in our, we don't, and when you're on the clock is when the deals can happen. And it seems like that there's only about 3 or 4 blue chip players, according to some of the DraftNik guys. So, that's simply what it is. No one agrees on the value.
And when you're saying this is the perception, there's only a few blue chip players. When people are doing their mock drafts and their draft boards, it's very thin. At wide receiver, some people see 1 elite receiver, running back 1 or 2, quarterback 0 to 1, depending how you look at it. Cam Ward's going to go first, but a lot of people don't think he's going to be a massive deal. And tight end, again, it's definitely not Brock Bowers this year. So with the skill positions, what's your level of excitement?
Well, I think that some of these guys are going to definitely be better than we think, and a lot of them are going to be worse than we think, right? Like, the year Justin Jefferson came out, Jim, right? Like, he was what pick number did he go? 20th in the real NFL draft?
That's about right. I'm not sure, but that's about right.
Right. Like, no, if we redid that draft right now, he would go before the first pick. Like, that's how desirable he would be, right? Like, people would be trading their firstborn for him. So there's going to be players that are just better NFL players. This, you see it every year. Of all of the guys that that are in that flat tier of wide receivers, are there any that you think have a chance to jump into like a top 10 fantasy receiver, top 10 real NFL receiver?
It's interesting because when we look at this, I see the one player, Ted McMillan, being the one, we call him that X receiver, lines up on the line, takes on the press. He's the guy that you could go to on 3rd and 7 as a ball winner. I see a lot of role players. But for fantasy, it's interesting because we see a player like Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's a great slot player, become a wide receiver 1 year after year. So I do think there are a number of players that fit the slot role, the other side of the field, the zero, where they get that free release from the outside. There are a number of players, but as I think you're intimating as to which one it is, good luck knowing, because that's where the whole fun comes in. I love Jalen Royals. I think that he's going to go well beyond what his draft stock is, but at the end of the day, you could play him on the outside. You could play him in the slot. He has a nice speed element to his game, and he can be productive, but I don't know if he's an 80-catch guy. So That's where it gets interesting, right?
Well, that answers your question. That's why nobody's trading right now, because I think that the smart thing in Dynasty, I think the smart thing in the real NFL draft is just let the receivers fall to you. Don't trade up for Chris Olave, right? Like, just get Olave now, his value is completely depressed. The Saints would never make that same deal again. We still like him, but he just falls into that, vast middle where Zay Flowers is, right? Where, just Jalen Waddle. These are all, you just take the guy who falls to you. For all we know, you said Royals. It could be Trey Harris. It could be, Luther Burden. It could be Abuka that ends up being. And I also like the fact that you said that these guys are like a double, right? None of them seem like a home run hit.
Yes.
And there's nothing wrong with a double, right?
Nope.
If you can get an every week starter, a Jacoby Myers plus on your real NFL team, that's a win. If you draft a guy in the first round and he's a starter throughout his rookie contract, I think that's a win.
Ellen, before we get into the players that you like here, a lot of people, I was in the RotoWire office last week. We were talking about this running back class, and you have Ashton Genty at the top. A lot of people have Omari and Hampton as their clear number 2, and then a number of other very good backs throughout the draft. That's where this draft looks good. And people are saying this could be the best draft class we've seen. And I'm like, not so fast. I look back to 2017, McCaffrey, Aaron Jones, Dalvin Cook, Alvin Kamara, Joe Mixon. I'm going to keep going here. Leonard Fournette, okay, whatever. James Conner, Samaje Perine, Kareem Hunt. That was a heck of a running back class.
Right.
Can any chance this running back class can touch that?
I'll say no, right? Like,
right.
Right. And again, even if I didn't study deep on the tapes or look at the numbers, just like it's always bet against greatness, right? Like greatness is an outlier. Now, that said, there'll be some guys here who are great, right? Like, I mean, Ashton Genty is probably at the highest floor. Like if he hits his median outcome, he's probably like Jonathan Taylor. And if he hits his high end, it's sky's the limit for him, right? I mean, there's going to be he's Bijan Robinson plus. So yeah, most of these guys will fail. That's the thing, and most of them won't even get the opportunity to fail. If they take Caleb Johnson in the 3rd round and he goes to San Francisco, I mean, how long are we going to have to wait for him to have a primary role? Christian McCaffrey's not dead yet. He may be compromised, but he's not dead, Jim.
As you mentioned, landing spot means so much on draft. And we could talk right now. But, man, the chips are going to fall in many places come Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Everybody, welcome to the RotoWire NFL Draft Preview. Alan Seslowsky, I kicked it off a little bit early, but Alan's in for his spot to open. So if you find Alan on the X at Alan Seslowsky. Now, Alan, when we're talking about this draft, Shedeur Sanders is a player that really intrigues me. I think his arm strength is a bit of an issue, but he's a very accurate passer. What do you think about Sanders, and where do you think he ends up going in this draft?
I still think the Saints have to take him, right? Like, I mean, I know it's Shedeur Sanders. It seems like they're treating him how they treated CJ Stroud. I mean, I know Stroud ended up going number 2 overall a couple of years ago, but there was like split on him. There was people that didn't like him, and then he comes into the NFL and impresses. I don't know. There's this thing like you could look through Sanders and you could find all the weak spots. You could say it's a weak class, but he's probably the second best quarterback in the class. The Saints need a quarterback. Pick 9. You don't have to trade up to get him at this point, right? So I think that's where he ends up. It seems like a good environment for him. It's indoors, that division. And they do have some playmakers. So I would bet that if he's there at 9, he doesn't make it out of the top 10.
And Alan, when I was doing my my RotoWire Fantasy Football podcast that dropped Monday morning today, April 21st, Anthony Cervino and I were talking, and I like Shedeur Sanders to go over pick 8.5, and that would be the 9 pick to the Saints. I don't think, in my mind, he's not going earlier. Of course, it's a quarterback, so he could go second for all we know.
Yeah, the only spot where he can get traded up for, and I think that's why the book smartly put it at 8.5 is because the Jets could trade back a few spots with the Saints, and then he goes at pick 7, right? Because if the Jets see like, hey, there's both linemen that they like there, so that's the one spot where you could lose that bet.
Right, and that's where it gets tricky, the draft day trades.
Trading.
So Sanders in New Orleans at pick 9, I definitely like that. And like you said, there could be some variables involved, but it's a very good landing spot for him. Derek Carr, it seems like there's some stuff behind the scenes, the shoulder, but then there was talk about him complaining about his contract. So it seemed like he was really making some kind of a statement. We don't know. We're not
the fake shoulder injury, right? The fake shoulder.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Rodney Dangerfield in the movie Caddyshack. It's broke.
Right.
My arm.
That's a good reference right there. But the thing is that I think Derek Carr, no one ever thought of him as like a guy that's going to bring you to the promised land. I mean, he did have that little MVP run a couple of years ago, right? Where everyone's like, oh, he's an MVP candidate. But I think that, the book is written there. You're not going to win with Derek Carr, or, at this point, you may not even make the playoffs with him. They're certainly not even close to the best team in that division. So I think you get a chance to take a quarterback. Usually QB2 goes pick 2, 3, 4, except if you're Kenny Pickett, right? Then it's
right.
Yeah. So I think they have to take him there, man. I mean, so it sounds like that you were ahead of market as far as your perception on Shedeur Sanders as being a viable NFL quarterback.
Look, I think that he is going to have a big struggle in the NFL. We're talking about him getting drafted. I'm just trying to talk about the draft here.
Yeah.
My personal take is this. Shedeur Sanders cannot drive the ball to the perimeter, and when there's tight coverage, I don't think he could drill it in tight spaces. I think it's going to be a real problem. He's very good in the middle of the field. I think he's even reluctant on deep shots. He can get the ball downfield, but it's more of a looping pass, and you can get away with those in college. But in the NFL, that's got to be like a laser deep, and sometimes you got to put that drop in the bucket on it. But I don't think he has that. And I think it's like Tua Tagovailoa. We've seen defenses adjust to Tua. We've seen them put more people in the middle of the field. make him uncomfortable and force him to win outside. And I think that's something that Shedeur Sanders is going to deal with as well. So I am not very bullish on him. But I want to talk about another play.
Just real quick, if things work out for Shedeur Sanders, what NFL player's career that's in the NFL right now do you think is an middle upside case for him? If things work out,
Kirk Cousins,
that's good.
Kirk Cousins.
If he hits his median thing where you're just like, okay, par, then what is he?
Derek Carr.
Okay, that's fine. You're happy if you took Derek Carr in round 2. You're not happy if you take him at pick 9. And if things don't work out, who is he?
Oh, anybody that's sitting on the bench holding a clipboard.
Okay. Someone said, what was the guy? EJ Emanuel.
EJ Manuel. Yeah. EJ Manuel. I totally guess. Yeah. So there's a range of outcomes here, but I don't know if there's this one where he's a star quarterback. Yeah. I don't think that necessarily, in my opinion, that's not on the table. I want to talk about another player with you, Alan. So at the combine, Matthew Golden runs a 4.29. When I watched his games, he didn't look like a 4.29 guy. Matter of fact, when I did my scouting report before the combine, I'm like, he's more of a short and intermediate player. He's not a downfield threat. He could get downfield, but he certainly wasn't one that was going to consistently blow teams away. What are your thoughts on Matthew Golden, and where does he go in this draft?
Yeah, I agree with you that there's some controversy behind the 4.29, but we've seen speed guys rise up the draft board. Henry Ruggs, John Ross, you can just go down the list here. So I put a 1-unit bet on Matthew Golden to be the first wide receiver off the board at plus 150. It's down to 120. Cowboys have said they want to play from the outside in. So at pick 12 right there, I like the plus money bet, Jim.
Yeah, I love that as well. I think that's a great one. Now, you have another prop I know you like. What are your thoughts on Ashton Jeanty? I know we've talked at length on our own about this. Talk about Ashton Jeanty and his prop.
Yeah, to go 5th to the Jaguars, a good friend of mine, Eric Vanek over at South Harmon, put me onto this concept that Matthew Berry came back from the combine, saying that the Jaguars have Jeanty as their 3rd best player on the board. So if he's there at pick 5, Travis Etienne last year, his 5th-year option that was picked up for $6 million. So I was at 30-1, then 13-1. I got it at 7-1. It's down to 2.5-1 now. So
wow,
yeah, it's plus 250 on DraftKings. So is it worth betting still? Sure, half a unit. I got it at 7-1. I put a full unit. Travis Etienne to go to the Jaguars.
And Ashton Jeanty to go to the Jaguars. You accidentally said Travis Etienne.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah,
that's all right.
Thank you.
It's just a little misspeak. We all do that every time. Yep. Alan, why don't you tell everybody what you've got cooking and what RotoWire's got cooking on these days?
Yeah, RotoWire, as you know, Jim Coventry, you're on the RotoWire YouTube page, and you can also get 15% off any RotoWire product, our prop picker, our dynasty rankings, our baseball rankings, right here on the bottom of the screen. Use code ROTO15. Any product, go take a look around. We'll give you 15% off. Use code ROTO15 at checkout, Jim.
Remember, you follow him at Alan Seslowsky, and Alan and I certainly will be doing some work on Sirius XM coming this summer. Always excited about that. Alan Seslowsky, before we get out, do you have any bold prediction on the draft?
One running back will get drafted in the first round of the NFL draft. Amari and Hampton is a favorite to go in the first round, but I'm telling you, we've seen this kind of stuff happen before where you can get him in the second round. I just don't believe that it's going to happen. It's plus money. So bold prediction, only Jeanty goes in the first round.
Alan Seslowsky, thank you for hanging with me. We're going to move on, and you enjoy the draft, and we'll talk soon.
Bye-bye.
Now we bring in the Podfather, Matt Kelley. Always excited to have you around. You find him, of course, you know where he's at, but you find him on the X at fantasy_mansion. You know Matt from Roto Underworld. Fast draft app. I love playing that game. I know at the end, Matt will tell you about that. We want to make sure he pitches that a little bit. Matt, excited about the draft. I'd like to know as we go into this, there is a running back out there that I'm really intrigued in. It's RJ Harvey. Can you tell me what you know about RJ Harvey, what your thoughts on where he might get drafted?
I think RJ Harvey is like a classic slasher, right? You look at his profile on playerprofiler.com, all-purpose skill set, guy runs a 4.4, super explosive. And you're like, well, why doesn't the NFL seem to like this guy? Why isn't he higher up in the mock drafts and whatnot? And I think it's because of his pass protection. I think he's going to be one of those guys where you look at his best comparable, it's, Chase Brown, that type of player. I think that if you're looking for the next Chase Brown, this is your guy. There may be a delayed breakout. I'm not saying he's going to break out year one, but I mean, he's good, not great at catching passes, which is also what Chase Brown was. good, not great in pass pro. And Chase Brown got better and better, really showed that you can evolve and develop as a running back, where he came into the league, was just out of his depth in a lot of these key areas that coaches care about, and then made himself into something that could be an every down player. RJ Harvey, very similar profile. I mean, he's a little more productive in the touchdown department, 25 touchdowns last year. So I think that he's going to be, third, fourth round pick. I almost want him to fall to the fourth round because I know he's going to be delayed anyway in terms of getting touches in the NFL, probably be, second half of the 2025 season. Just as soon him go day 3, and then I get a discount on him in rookie drafts. You can absolutely get him in the third round of dynasty rookie drafts, and we'll see how it all shakes out. But it could be late third round even. So he's a guy that I'm circling as a value, but just with the understanding that there are some things the NFL doesn't love about him in terms that he has to clean up in pass pro and just in the passing game in general. So we'll see what happens.
Now, Matt, a lot of followers of this show are going to be from all different walks of fantasy football and regular football. Can you talk about the importance of draft capital for skill position players and how it might relate to their opportunity potential going forward?
Well, draft capital matters in a couple different ways. So great stats and great workouts, like with Matthew Golden, it's going to mean that you get drafted higher. So you want to be careful about double counting. Because really the 40 time is correlated with the draft slot. So, but if you just separate all of them and discount all of them for where the correlation is, it really is draft capital is the driver. It is the number one data point that we have on these players. Nothing else even really comes close. It matters more for running backs than it does for wide receivers. So if you look at a running back that's drafted in the first round, even Trent Richardson is guaranteed to have a breakout season. Trent Richardson went way over 1,000 yards, over 200 fantasy points in his rookie year with the Browns, or was it the Colts? No, was it
the Colts? Was it the Browns? And he got traded.
I think he his year one was with the Browns.
Yes,
breakout.
That's right.
He got traded to the Colts. So that
it's been so long.
The Colts front office, that was one of many real blunders by the Colts front office at that time. Ryan Grigson was the GM at the time. Really bad. Really one of the historically bad GMs in NFL history. So, yeah, draft capital matters because not only does it mean that the NFL likes you and that NFL scouts have seen things about you that don't necessarily show up in the stats. Like, for example, with Shedeur Sanders, that evaluators of quarterbacks looking at, can you throw to the boundary? Can you get the ball all the way to the outside? Can you make some of these NFL throws in quotes? If NFL evaluators have said, we like him, but he can't do these things, he's necessarily going to be like a mid first round pick at best. You have to make all the throws in order to be like a top 10 pick. So I think that there's a real possibility Shedeur Sanders falls out of the top 10 at the very least. Just because, again, the stats and the workouts will only get you so far. And so the draft capital helps you measure that additional element of the immeasurable, the less measurable components of a player's profile. And then on top of that, there's the opportunity. So if you go 5th, 6th, 7th round, you're not guaranteed an opportunity. Certainly there are some guys that even go undrafted, Jalen Coker, that scrap and claw and outperform in training camp, and they climb up depth charts. But that's not always available to a lot of players. You really have to have players like Jonathan Mingo face planning in front of you in order for those opportunities to present themselves. So you could find yourself on a depth chart where you just don't get opportunity in year one. You get on the taxi squad. It takes time. It reminds me of like a recent wide receiver, Bo Melton, had a nice profile, productive at Rutgers, really athletic. Every time he steps on a field, he's efficient. And yet wherever he is, he's the fourth receiver for whatever reason, just not getting the reps. So the draft capital gets you the reps, gets you the looks early to help you get, because I fundamentally believe that there have been late round picks and undrafted players that had they gone to a different team in a sliding doors scenario, they would have broke out. Like we would know who they are. We would definitely respect them a lot
Yes.
more than we do now. But just the way their careers shook out, had they been drafted in the first or second round, they would have been guaranteed looks and opportunities. So those are those are the drivers behind why draft capital matters so much.
Yeah, thank you for explaining that, because a lot of people are going to be like, not entirely sure. I think you really summarized that very well, so anybody could understand how important this is. And Matt, I still want you talking about one more player. Jalen Noel has moved up my draft boards recently. The more I've studied his film and looked at, what are your thoughts on Jalen Noel going into this draft? Maybe where he gets drafted, if you have a team he goes to, anything along that lines.
Well, first and foremost, I like both of these Iowa State receivers because they inhibited the other's production. So if you're producing in the face of another receiver, that's even more impressive, right? That's the, Brian Thomas, Malik Neighbors corollary. Right? You get a great value on Brian Thomas in the NFL draft. Why? Because Malik Neighbors was there soaking up these targets. And Jalen Noel was sort of the Malik Neighbors. He played that Malik Neighbors role in the Iowa State offense. This wasn't some kind of prolific offense, but Higgins and Noel dominated the targets, the production at the wide receiver position. He goes and runs a sub 4.4, super explosive, 99th percentile burst score on Player Profiler. So this is the type of guy where even though he didn't show the greatest yak at the college level, he has the agility, the burst, that there could have been, I think, some bad luck with some of his lack of yak in college based on his workouts. And the fact that he was so productive on special teams. The guy put up over 700 special teams yards as a freshman. That is also a data point that we really like. If you are, that's sort of the Cooper Kupp corollary, where he was the most productive special teamer ever from Eastern Washington. And then as it turns out, that guy just understands angles on the football field, understands the nuances, understands how to move out of the way to the side. When athletes that are just good at their sport, when they're out there, they see the field a little bit differently. They're able to get those extra yards that others don't see, don't realize. So that's what you like about Jalen Noel, in that, coaches are going to like him, and he has the production in the face of another quality player. So in that way, like athleticism check, production check. He also just looks the part of today's NFL. 10 years ago, people are looking more at like, hey, does this guy 215,
Right.
Standing 6'2"? Now you got a guy like Jalen Noel. He's 5'10", 195, running a sub 4.40. These are the guys I know, like Jalen Waddle. Right? Jalen Waddle's kind of an upside case for a guy like Jalen Noel. And like, oh, Jalen Waddle, now he's sort of a bust. He had a couple really nice seasons in Miami, and won in different ways. He won down the field with air yards one year, one with yak another year. So this is what I can see from Jalen Noel. But I want both of these guys because the zeal for running back is just so crazy right now that rookie drafts in particular, dynasty leaguers have been trained to just plow into those running backs and not take the risk in the later rounds on these wide receivers that are fringe and they almost never break out. Chasing the Malik Washingtons of the world, it's just a losing game.
Right.
So fantasy gamers have been trained to do that. They've been trained to look for the next Aaron Jones for the last 10 years. Because of that, you might actually get a value in Superflex on a guy like Noel or Higgins falling to the third round, particularly Noel. If Noel goes third round in the NFL draft, late third round even, goes in that Michael Wilson zone, then we're talking about a guy that is going to be available in Superflex third round, Superflex rookie drafts. And at that point, we might have to zig when the other dynasty leaguers are zagging and actually go wide receiver in the third round.
Matt, will you tell everybody what you've got going on at Player Profiler and Fast Draft before I get you out of here?
Yeah, sure. Player Profiler, all basically what I just cited was all right there on Player Profiler, all the advanced stats and metrics on players. It's built for podcasters, really. You want to look up a player on the fly while you're doing a podcast. That's how Player Profiler came to be. And then we rolled out Fast Draft, which is a brand new fantasy platform, which is basically a reinvention, a reimagination of best ball. Where it's like, oh, imagine best ball, but you only draft 6 guys. And the top 4 enter your lineup every week. So we have an all defense game. We have an all rookie game called Origins, and it's going to be going on during the NFL draft. We also have an all flex game, Flex 4. That's going to be going on during the NFL draft. And so we're really leaning into it. The Origins game, the version for this draft sees this draft week is called chaos, because we know it's going to be interesting. Like there's going to be guys in draft rooms as players are being drafted, selecting them for fantasy football as the NFL is selecting them. It's kind of a fun concept. So just type in Fast Draft Fantasy in the App Store on Google Play. Use code PODFATHER. You get a $50 deposit match when you play there, and you'll have a lot of fun. It's like the next evolution of best ball.
Yeah, Matt, I really enjoy Fast Draft. I appreciate Player Profile, all the great work you've done there for so long. Thank you for all you do for the community, and thanks for hanging out with me, and enjoy the draft.
See you, Jim.
Thanks. And with that, we bring in Darren Armani. You find Darren at Fantasy Mojo on the X. Darren's been my go-to with ADP data for so long. He uses FFPC data over at fantasymojo.com. That is the best it gets. When you get closer to draft season, that micro data, last 3 days, last day, so forth, it's outstanding. Darren also is the creator of the Pros versus Joe's draft, which I've been blessed to have been in the last few years. Darren does a wonderful job with that. Darren's won that league multiple times as well. Darren, draft season's almost here. What's your level of excitement?
Oh, it's been a lot of anticipation, right? And now it's almost it's game time with the draft, and we'll see what happens. Big draft for running backs. So that's my favorite. I'm all about the RB. So if it's an RB heavy draft class, then that's right up my alley.
100%. And I know with all the tracking of the ADPs you do, I can't wait to see where those ADPs go in about 1 week after the draft when landing spots are finally determined, because as we know, that is just so critical. And as Matt Kelley talked about in our last segment, talked about where you go in the draft opportunity. So that could all be, so it's gonna be a real exciting time. And Darren will tell you at the end, but you definitely, if you are in a high stakes fantasy and you are in just being the best you can, you definitely want to go to fantasymojo.com and check out the ADP that Darren provides. Darren, Caleb Johnson is a very interesting player, super high on some people's draft boards. Other people are wondering if he's really going to be a full-time back or more of a change of pace back. I'm not quite sure where I'm falling on him. What are your thoughts on Caleb Johnson going into the draft, and where is a good landing spot for him?
I mean, you don't see bell cow backs in the NFL much anymore, but he's got the kind of profile where he could pull that off. I mean, at Iowa, not the most exciting offense, but for them, he was nearly their entire offense. He had a 48.9% dominator rating, which is 99th percentile.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy. 1,500 yards, 21 rushing touchdowns, Big Ten rushing leader. 6'1", 224.
Man. He
kind of he's got like that DeMarco Murray sort of profile.
Yes. I see that.
Yeah, it's kind of a good comp there. And right now in FFPC best ball drafts, he's the 5th rookie running back being taken off the board. He's just going at like 706, which is between Tyrone Tracy and Tony Pollard. So that tells you the community's sort of high on him. He's not he's not a dart throw by any means. This is a guy people are targeting and picking up. So, but from a 40 time, he's relatively slower if you're just going by the stopwatch, but he's been clocked with an in-game speed of 22 miles per hour.
Wow.
And in terms of longer runs, he was 2nd in 20-yard runs, 3rd in 40-yard runs, and 3rd in 50-yard runs. So he plays faster than he clocks. Good pass protector, which is important for a rookie to stay in there, right, on passing downs. 0 fumbles.
Huge.
Last year. So reliable. And Iowa's not much of a passing offense, but, he had 22 receptions. So he's shown he can catch the ball too if he needs to. As far as landing spots, he feels like late 2nd round. I think he could go.
Yeah.
Like I said, DeMarco Murray, I think Dallas could maybe take him at 44.
Would be a sweet spot. Love that.
Yeah, because Jerry Jones, he loves to have his bell cow running back like Zeke and DeMarco. Like I said, it hasn't been faring too well recently, trying to go with the committee situation. So I could see him falling back to something more traditional.
Love that landing spot.
Yeah, Dallas or Washington maybe. They need running back. Raiders, if they don't go Gente, then maybe he's somebody that they go after. So there's a lot of spots where he could fit. But definitely a high profile guy that I think people are gonna. It's going to be interesting with all these running backs. It's going to be interesting to see where they actually land because there's so many RB needed teams, and it's such a RB heavy draft that, like you said, after the draft, that when people are drafting in the draft rooms, the entire board is gonna like flip on its head. You know, guys that may have been going 7th, 8th round we saw who was it, Kareem Hunt years ago for the Chiefs. He instantly became an early 1st round pick after the Chiefs selected him. So it'll be really interesting to see. But yeah, so Caleb Johnson, he's definitely one of the guys that I've got my eye on.
Oh my gosh, when you said the Chiefs and Kareem Hunt and an early pick, remember Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Remember he shot up everybody's draft board. They took him in the 1st round. The next Brian Westbrook didn't exactly pan out, but I love the Kareem Hunt comparison with that idea. And Caleb Johnson, you know what? When you talk about him, he faced so many stacked boxes in college and he took care of business.
Right.
And you mentioned the 40 time. Well, he's 224 pounds. He's not going to run the fastest 40 anyway, right? Those are for the 205 guys, the 190 guys. So there's a big difference sometimes with the weight. There's another player I want to talk about with you. And then this player I love talking about, Cam Scadaboo. Very fun to watch. What are your thoughts on Scadaboo, where he might end up? And even if you have a prop bet on him.
Yeah, Scadaboo, he's a fun guy. He's a fun guy to get in your draft because super athletic, super talented for Arizona State. I mean, if you saw the playoff game against Texas, he went bananas there with 30 carries for 140 yards, 2 touchdowns. The guy catches the ball. He had 8 catches for 99 there. But a great pass catcher. He's an angry runner who invites contact, which that might not speak well to his longevity in the league if he keeps that up, but that's, going to be attractive to teams. Good in short yardage. And in best FFPC best ball drafts for Scadaboo, he's going as the 5th rookie off the board, right behind Caleb Johnson. A little bit later, though, he goes in the 10th round.
Okay.
Between Zach Charbonnet and Brian Robinson's kind of where he's slotted in. But he's one of those guys that could jump easily up the draft board if he gets a really attractive team, a good situation. So as far as potential landing spots, to me, this guy reminds me of Peyton Hillis.
Oh my God, that's my comp. But 30 pounds lighter, yes. Oh my God, keep going. I
mean, doesn't he feel like an AFC North type of guy?
Yes.
So I could see him going to the Browns. They got picks at 94 and 104. Steelers would be another candidate, like an AFC North team. Like I could see him fitting in that. Pittsburgh would love this guy. A guy who invites contact like that and can catch the ball. They'd be excited with him. I think the Bears are maybe a sleeper at 72. I mean, but there's so many RB needy teams. This is the guy I really want to see what team he lands with because he's just so fun to watch. Like you said, he's awesome.
I just find it hilarious that we had the same comp because I don't think a lot of people are going to say Peyton Hillis.
Nah.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I was waiting to say that. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I think that's great. So on the Circa, the prop is pick 138.5. What are your thoughts on betting Scadaboo either over or under that?
I mean, that seems really late based upon where I think he's going to go. It almost seems like a slam dunk. 138's that's like the end of the 4th round. So, I mean, I'd be hitting unfortunately in Pennsylvania, we can't play NFL draft prop bets because it's not a sporting event. So they're sort of banned here. But I mean, if I could get on Circa, I mean, I would hit that one pretty good. Minus 130, pick 138. It's a minus 20 bet, 120. That seems very attractive. But this guy's awesome. So I can't wait to see where he lands, So
same here.
Good time. But yeah, Peyton Hill, you got to be old school to remember Peyton Hillis. Remember, I think the downfall of him was he had the Madden curse. Like they put him on the cover the 1 year, and then that was pretty much the end of his run.
That was too bad. But it was fun to watch. He started out as a receiving back with Denver. And that's when I kind of got on him a little bit. And then he had that chance in Cleveland to run as well. And yeah, he was a brick wall. It's beautiful to watch. Darren, remind everybody where they can find you and what you've got cooking.
Yeah, fantasymojo.com. If you play any FFPC league, any format, we got it all covered. ADP, draft boards, waiver wire data. But if you play in FFPC dynasty leagues, this is our Super Bowl coming up this weekend when the following weekend when the rookie drafts start. We post every rookie. There's about 1,800 dynasty leagues FFPC. We've got, as they start kicking off, we've got every draft board posted for people to review, see where players are going. We've got the ADP, and there's 6 varieties of dynasty league that they offer: standard, superflex, rotoviz, superflex, and then best ball variations of each of those. And we slice it and dice it, and it's one of the more popular times of year for people to jump in. A lot of people subscribe specifically just for the dynasty data that we provide. So, but we've got it all covered 12 months a year. Anything they offer, we cover it. So.
Yeah, and as you know, Darren, I can't say enough for the work you do and the work you do over at Fantasy Mojo, and I just can't pitch that enough to people. So just keep doing what you're doing. Thanks for hanging out with me, and have a great time enjoying the draft.
All right, thanks, Jim.
Thanks. And with that, we bring in John McKechnie, my RotoWire teammate. You find him on the X at Johns_tailgate. John, NFL draft season, you're great all times of year, but I really love your work draft season. And I know, tell everybody what you're doing during the draft in terms of work for RotoWire so people kind of know what to expect.
So this is obviously a crazy week for us covering the draft. We'll be getting a couple mocks out this week, as more of the intel kind of solidifies out there. It feels like the top 5 is close to kind of being settled, or at least that's what we think. You never really know. But then Mario Puig and I kind of co-captain our draft coverage. So from pick 1 to pick, I think, like 262,
yes.
We have picks and all the analysis for every single player that comes off the board. We also do fantasy-focused recap articles for each day of the draft. So I'll be handling day 1's recap. So, last year talked a lot about Brian Thomas, Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison Jr., and obviously the great quarterbacks that we were privy to last year. And this year will be more of the same. So really looking forward to writing that article, just kind of getting the primer of what to expect with these guys now that we know their landing spots, and that continues on day 2 and day 3. So, whether it's the 1-1 or the guy that gets drafted in the 7th round that you need to keep an eye on, we have some intel.
Man, I will put John and Mario Puig, my RotoWire teammates, up against anybody with draft coverage. And if you want to get a look at that, what you're going to do is you go to RotoWire, you want to subscribe, you get 15% off. You use the code ROTO15 and get that before draft day, because John is right there. Yep, John right there on the bottom. So check that out, and definitely you'll want to get all of the draft coverage by our great experts, which John McKechnie and Mario Puig. Those are the guys. So talking about players, John, and we had somebody earlier talk about him, but I like to hear different takes on players. I'm very excited about Jalen Noel. He's been rocketing up my personal rookie draft board over the course of this pre-draft season. What are your thoughts on Noel, and where do you think would be a good landing spot for him?
Yeah, Noel's an interesting player, and really he kind of caught my eye during this past college football season, because I write a lot of the DraftKings main slate breakdowns for college, and Iowa State was often on the slate, and you could always kind of like pick your poison between Noel and Jaden Higgins and know that you were going to get some solid returns on investment. And in Noel's case, you knew that he was going to get peppered with targets, and you knew he was going to catch a lot of them. Higgins more the touchdown, vertical type of guy, but Noel was just so reliable. And I think what really kind of put him from fringe guy that I like to, legitimate day 2 candidate was what he was able to do at the NFL Combine. Really stamped the athletic variable of his prospect profile in a way where it's like, okay, this guy is going to go, sometime on Friday at the very latest. So we think, and I feel like Washington is kind of a sweet spot. I think that they remind me a little bit right now of what kind of we thought of Houston this time a year ago, where it's like, man, they really nailed the pick at quarterback, and they need a little bit more help to kind of get them over the top. Obviously, Houston kind of used free agency to bring in Stephon Diggs and Joe Mixon last year, whereas Washington, I think that they're in a position, obviously they bring in Deebo Samuel, but how long-term is that Deebo Samuel thing going to work out? And it's a role that's very specific. And I think that you look at the rest of that depth chart, you look at what they lost from that receiver room, De'Ami Brown breaking out a little bit in the playoffs and then leaving. You got Noah Brown there. I mean, is he going to be this big hurdle for the Washington to, alter their draft strategy around? I don't think so. So I think Noel, if he's available late second, he's kind of a really nice fit for that offense. Now, of course, I think Washington people could point out that they did draft Luke McCaffrey. That fruit has yet to ripen, but and there's still a chance that it could, of course. But I think that if they don't necessarily feel like he has the upside that maybe they did a year ago, I think Noel fits really well in that offense. Gives them a nice short and intermediate target that's super reliable.
John, when you talk about Luke McCaffrey, look, there were plenty of opportunities down the stretch where they needed someone to step up. They had injuries. They had to just put as many different people in, and he wasn't really part of that equation. And sometimes an NFL team realized, look, we went into the draft season, we made what we thought was a good pick, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. And maybe you don't close the book on a player, but they probably have a pretty good idea that Luke McCaffrey probably wasn't what they wanted him to be. So I think you're on it. I mean, the team that has Super Bowl aspirations, they have a rookie quarterback on a rookie contract. Even though there's a draft pick and it's still cheap, it's another good piece to add that could be there for a few years. I think it's a wonderful call. So what would you quickly say? Take your time with this. We can go a little over if you're okay with that. So sure. You have Terry McLaurin, you got Deebo Samuel, and Jalen Noel. What do you think that trio could do for Jayden Daniels?
I mean, you have a guy with the talent that Jayden Daniels possesses, a guy with just like a kind of a mastery already of like that feel and comfort level at the NFL level where, I think you kind of noticed the light come on for him when he hit that big throw against the Bengals on Monday Night Football last year, kind of at the time, like what we thought one of the biggest upsets that we were going to see the entire season. But it proved to be Washington kind of making a statement that they had arrived early. So for Daniels to do what he did last year with what I think on paper we can all agree was kind of a ragtag bunch outside of McLaurin. You've got what's left of Zach Ertz. You've got this backfield of Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler. And then, like I said, like Olamide Zaccheaus was having to step in and make big plays for them, like on that Sunday night game against the Falcons. Like we all remember that. Like it's just, how are they doing this? How are they going into Detroit and just blowing the doors off of them with a bunch of has-beens or never-weres? It's crazy. So you go ahead and you stockpile around Jayden Daniels, and I think that that things can only kind of go up from there. Now again, to draw back to the Houston comparison, we thought that progress is linear. Like that, obviously, year one for Stroud and Houston, amazing. It must just keep getting better this coming year. It obviously flattened out a little bit, and there will be a bit of adjustments that defenses make to slowing down this Washington offense. There's a bit of defenses, I think, probably getting caught off guard that won't happen the same way this year. But the way you can counteract that is by adding more talent around Jayden Daniels.
Exactly. And that's the hope. So I'd love to see that one happen. Let's also talk, and I know our last guest talked about, but I want to hear your take on Cam Skattebo, because I can't hear enough about this player. Talk about Skattebo and where he could possibly end up in your ideal world.
So I'm a big Skattebo guy. I mean, he was so impressive, not just last year, but in 2023 with an Arizona State team that was, kind of entering what college football fans call year zero, where a new coach comes in, things are really tricky. And Skattebo was tasked with basically carrying that offense, and he was able to do so really extremely well. And then this year takes another step forward. They end up winning the Big 12. They end up going to the college football playoff. They end up pushing Texas. And why exactly did that happen? It was mostly just Skattebo. They had this guy, Jordan Tyson, that we'll be talking about next year, I think, at receiver, but he was hurt against Texas. It was all Skattebo. Texas had a great defense. They knew where the ball was going, and they couldn't really slow down Skattebo. So that to me was sort of like the icing on the cake. It's like, what else do we really need to talk about with this guy? I mean, he does it all. He's a good pass catcher. He's a very physical runner. I think he runs stronger than I think his metrics might lead you to believe. Got that good forward lean to his game. So I think that he is a cut below, say, like those top four running backs where you've got Ashton Genty, Omarion Hampton, Trevion Henderson, and Quinshon Judkins, but I think he's right there as kind of the running back 5 in this class. So what does that mean exactly for his draft stock? I think we're looking at day 2, probably sometime in the 3rd round. I think round 2 would be a little bit rich, but we'll see how this market shapes up. But I think early 3rd to the Raiders would be a really nice spot for Scadaboo, because I mean, we looked at this Raiders team last year. The run game just didn't exist, right? I mean, it was a big nothing burger for the entirety of the season. They bring in Raheem Mostert, and I love Raheem Mostert, but I think we can probably say at this stage he's not someone that you're hanging your hat on. So I think the Raiders are absolutely in the market for a running back now. Obviously, this all kind of gets shifted around with what are the Raiders going to do at 6? If Ashton Genty is available, do they go ahead and take the plunge with him? I think that would be reasonable in the sense that he is going to be the best player available at 6. So we think. But at the same time, I can't get over the fact that I just feel like the Raiders have bigger fish to fry. I think that running back got kind of devalued in the overall football discourse in recent years and all that. But I still feel like you need other factors to be settled before the running back can truly shine. And I think in the Raiders case, I think you need to get that offensive line a little bit more beefed up. Otherwise, you're running into a situation where you have Ashton Genty just kind of getting stopped behind the line a little bit too often. So I think the 6th pick could be spent a little bit better or a little bit more wisely, even though bringing in a talent like Genty, I certainly couldn't blame them. But I think playing the running back market on day 2 is the best way for the Raiders to kind of smash this first draft under their new GM.
Of course, knowing the Raiders, they'll do something like take a safety at the 106 or something like that. That was projected in the 4th round or something like that. Yeah, the Raiders over the years have made some pretty disastrous picks. I'm old enough to remember Darius Hayward-Bay going at the 7th pick of the draft. Yeah, but that is just one of many. Cleveland Farrell. I'll stop while I'm going here. So John McKechnie, if Cam Scadaboo does go to the Raiders, like you said, Raheem Mostert's 33. I think last year he hit his wall. I think we kind of saw he's finished. Great run for what he did, but Scadaboo would probably be the 3 down back. I don't think Mostert would be able to give him much traction in terms of fighting him for work. So Scadaboo for fantasy, if he ends up with the Raiders and their backfield's in the current situation it is, how would you value him in fantasy? Top 24 running back, top 18.
So given that team context where the role would look a lot better than if he were to land somewhere else. Like basically, I'm just trying to say that whoever the Raiders draft at running back is going to be someone that I'm going to be targeting pretty aggressively. And I think if I remember correctly on like Underdog right now, like Scadaboo's like a 9th, 10th round pick. If he goes to the Raiders, I think that we see a little bit of helium, nothing crazy, but I think like maybe up into the 7th round. Yes. And I will continue to draft him at the new cost. Like that's one where, it's an interesting dynamic if you're drafting before the NFL draft. And then after, there are the guys that you have to be on watch for helium. Do I like him at his new ADP? And I think in Scadaboo's case, I'm going to be, totally fine with the new market rate.
This is absolutely exciting stuff. And I know earlier you already told everybody kind of what you're doing for draft day through the RotoWire site. And so remember, if you want to get John's work and Mario Puig's work throughout the draft weekend at RotoWire, and you're not a subscriber, go over to the site and when you go to subscribe, just use the code ROTO15 for 15% off, like John showed us earlier right there on the bottom. John, any bold predictions or final words before you're out of here?
I think Ashton Genty ends up as a Bear, and you can bet that at almost 3-1. And I think that there's a little bit of buzz about the Bears potentially moving up to 5 to get in front of the Raiders to make that selection. But if the Raiders don't take Genty at 6, and the Bears still keep that pick at 10, I think that's a situation where the Bears are running, not walking to the podium. So you can still get that at 3-1. And I like how there's a little bit of multiple angles that we can get this. Either the Raiders don't take Genty and the Bears get him at 10, or the Bears make that move because the Bears did so much this offseason to bolster that offensive line to where it's sort of like, get up and go. Like what I was saying about Jane Daniels, get up and go, get a guy that can be a difference maker to help Caleb Williams.
realistically, John, they bring in Ben Johnson to coach the offense. And if they want to recreate Detroit, they've addressed the line, like you said. They have the quarterback. And look, we may have had issues with Caleb Williams. He didn't have a chance last year. Coaching was horrible. They couldn't pick up a simulated pressure their line to save their lives. The defensive players were in the backfield as much as the running back. So that said, I believe Caleb Williams is probably better than Jared Goff. And I believe the Bears have DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, and I would take them over the receivers in Detroit. And if you put Genty in that mix and you give him that running back, Ben Johnson could have a really, really good run. Anything else on that?
No, I'm a big believer in the Bears, and like you said, you almost give Williams an incomplete grade because of how just atrocious that offensive line was. Now, did some of the stuff that we were worried about Williams coming out of college show up on Sundays? Absolutely. Like there are times where he does or tries to do a little bit too much, and that is going to need to be coached out of him, or at least corralled a little bit without taking it completely away from what he does, because that is part of what makes him special. But if you get a reliable offensive line and a reliable run game, which I think is very much in the cards here, then that makes Williams' life a lot easier. He's under duress a lot less. And I think just a year of seasoning, kind of where he's got his butt kicked a little bit, humbles him a little bit. I think that year two is going to be, on the upswing for Williams and this offense, especially if they bring in Genty.
Exciting to hear that. John McKechnie, thanks for going overtime with me, but the stuff was really good. Your information is fantastic, and I know you're one of my favorites, so keep up the great work. Enjoy the draft, and I'll say don't work too hard, but you will. Thanks for hanging with me, John.
Likewise, Jim. Thank you so much.
All right. And with that, we bring Iggy Gilbert in. Iggy, so we are getting into draft season. We are a few short days away. How exciting things are. If you want to know about Iggy, you're going to follow him on the X at IDP_Iggy. Iggy knows all things fantasy football, but he's an outstanding IDP mind. So this is somebody that's a little different than the field in a great way. And Iggy's the founder of FF7s, co-founder of the Sports Affiliate, and I know I've been on shows on that channel, and I'm always appreciative to be there. Iggy, how excited are you about draft season?
Oh, man, it's always great. I wish I could make it up to Green Bay. I'm a huge Packers fan, and I would love to have been up there for that experience. I'll make it up there one day, but I just think it's pretty cool what, the commissioner and the NFL has done by rotating these cities. It's like, oh, Tennessee was great. And then Detroit, set records everywhere. I don't know if Green Bay can hold that many people. Hopefully they can. But what a unique opportunity to have a draft at such a historic city.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a beautiful thing. I can't wait to see it. And I'm not one of the RotoWires guys going. I usually do live draft coverage from home, which we'll be doing and for everybody out there, if you're looking for a fantasy football focused live breakdown of the first round, you'll join us where you're watching right now. Myself and Anthony Cervino will be on. Actually, we'll be on RotoWire Twitter, I should say. So if you're watching on YouTube, we won't be there. We'll be there on Thursday night of the draft. But Iggy, back to you now. So I want to talk about Shedeur Sanders. He's an interesting prospect, polarizing to many. I'd like you to talk about Shedeur Sanders, and I'd like to talk about where you think he could end up on draft day.
Yeah, there was a lot of buzz when I made my first prediction here. I think somebody will make a move to get him just because of the trend over the past, this decade, let's say, of moving up to draft these quarterbacks, whether they're worth it or not. I mean, you got Daniel Jones, you got a lot of quarterbacks that necessarily haven't panned out. Anthony Richardson, still time out on these guys. I like to give everybody their rookie contract. But as somebody that was in Colorado, he was really talked about well. He pretty much saved a historic program. Colorado has won a national championship for us that can remember way back there in the 90s. So what they did, I don't think can be understated, and just kind of like the notoriety of who he is. So I actually have a trade going on now. Cleveland, they have the number 2 spot. They could really go get Abdul Carter and just wreak havoc if they keep Myles Garrett and Abdul Carter. But let's just say, for simplicity's sake, somebody makes that splash. And who better to make that splash than Jerry Jones? I still have the paycheck copy of Deion Sanders' paycheck, $1 million signing bonus, multiple million, in my old deck of cards put away in the tote over here. So Jerry Jones, has shown that he will make moves to go get players, families, and take care of his players. And it was at plus 3,000 the last time I checked. But what if Cleveland does pull off a trade, whether it's for Dak Prescott, whether it's just for future draft round picks, and Dallas goes up, gets the quarterback they have of their future. Jerry Jones, more of a highlight guy. He wants people to talk about Dallas just as much as he wants Dallas to win the Super Bowl sometimes, Jim. So I have that move going there. I have them making a big splash. I know his stock has dropped a little bit lately, but Jerry Jones is unpredictable, and I'm not sure that they're sold that Dak Prescott can get back to where Jerry Jones wants to be. So that's my big splash move right there, Jim.
And that's probably your bold prediction as well. I counts as bold. And I think it's fantastic. And I love the way you frame that out, because if that trade happens, Cleveland gets their quarterback in Dak Prescott, which he's a known commodity. I know he's injured every other year, and I get that. It's a weird thing. If you're like a voodoo person, if you bet on Prescott in the odd numbered years, he's been gold. Even number of years, he gets hurt or doesn't do much or throws 15 picks. But that said, they would have the kind of an established quarterback who, look, quarterbacks play till their upper 30s. So Dak would have a lot of time left. And like you said, Dallas would have the bright, shiny move that would be great for I think that's a phenomenal call. I would love if that happened. That said, how well do you see Sanders playing in terms of a full career? Do you think he's going to be a top 10 starter, a top 20 starter? Where do you see him kind of falling?
For fantasy purposes, Jim, which is what we focus on, I think there's a lot of potential there, either via garbage time or, his rushing attempts. But let's just say Deshaun Watson gets moved because he restructured his contract. They do move Dak Prescott. I don't know if Deshaun's going to be ready by the beginning of the season, highly unlikely. But, Sanders could be thrust in immediately. And I think top 20, that might be hard. He would have all the playmakers around him. Not much of an offensive game. Javonte Williams, going over to Dallas. But Dallas is kind of in a weird restructure, and if they can kind of get rid of Dak's contract, they could bolster up their team, bolster up their defense, take care of their top priorities that they have coming into this match. So I think Sanders will eventually, once he develops, I think he will be a QB 16 to QB 10 kind of range looking for us in fantasy purposes with consistency. So, a super flex league, maybe more value there. But I think he has potential to win playoff games in reality. I think he has potential with a great defense. And once he matures, kind of refines some of his game, I think he could be a championship winning quarterback. That's just my call on it.
I love it. And this is what it's about. Make the calls, right? If you feel it, say, and you know what you're talking about. So I think that's a phenomenal call. Since we're talking about Sanders, why don't we talk about his college teammate? How about a little Travis Hunter? Look, is he going to be a receiver? Is he going to be a corner? Is there a world where an NFL player could really play 100 snaps or more a game? What are your thoughts on Hunter? Where does he end up? There's probably a prop bet you like in there too as well.
Yeah, Hunter, man, what a curious character. In my top 10 IDP rookies over at Fantasy Alarm, I had to include him in my top 10 just for the simple fact if a team says no, he's going to be our starting cornerback. We're going to use him sparingly at wide receiver. Man, will you have the biggest cheat code in IDP history if you have Hunter on your team? Yes. So I'm sure he'll be designated a wide receiver, but you go back and look at some of those numbers that he put up. Let me just try to rattle some off for you real quick. His defensive numbers: 85 tackles, 24 passes defended, 9 interceptions, 1 forced fumble, and 1 touchdown, man. And he did that predominantly in his last year at Colorado, although he did play at Jackson State. He really beefed up his defensive play under the tutelage of Sanders, who kind of developed him from a super raw secondary talent to, I won't say elite, but not bad in the college realm. And depending on where he goes, he could get developed for that. I think the Giants make a perfect fit. They have Carter really high right now going to the Giants, but I think it would make sense to help out. They brought in 2 quarterbacks that are veterans, unless a general manager is just like totally willing to punt on this year and he has the security of another year of being there. I think you go get one of the best players in the draft to pair with these veteran quarterbacks to help you compete in the NFC East. Because let's be honest, the Eagles are going to be good. Washington's going to be good. Dallas, you never know. But they have got to win those games in the NFC East to have some relevance, to get their fan base back. And who better to do that at Hunter? And that's at plus 500 the last time I checked. So I think, New York grabbing the best Heisman Trophy winner, it's not too far-fetched to me.
And I like how you tied these two together, because most people will have Hunter going as a second pick in the draft, but you're calling the trade that Dallas would go up and get Sanders. So therefore, if that trade happens, then the next domino to fall is Hunter is no longer the second pick in the draft. He's now available at 3, which changes the equation on Abdul Carter. So pick your flavor there, but give me the corner receiver every time in that situation. That's it. So I think that's a fabulous. I love the way you did that. Fabulous call. So let's talk about Green Bay Packers. Talk about a prop for the Packers that you might see in the 2025 NFL draft.
Yeah, it's not a big secret that they, Jair Alexander, he's one of the best when he's healthy, but can he stay healthy? And then after that, it's nothing but a bunch of rookie contract guys. So if a cornerback falls there, it was at plus 175 the last time I took it. There's offensive line needs, of course. There's some linebackers in this draft if they fall that far, even though that's a good defense, that Boston College kind of old defense, they love their linebackers right there. So I think that could go. But Green Bay to draft a cornerback is at plus 175. It is a need. I mean, they've drafted Jair Alexander from Louisville around this spot in the draft, before. So there's good cornerbacks available. And I think if there's one there, Green Bay's not going to hesitate to try to lock down and help out their secondary.
I think that's a great prop bet. You're getting positive odds on it. And really, there's a chance Jair Alexander gets traded, right? So there, even if that happens, even if it doesn't, I think that's a great call. And that could be a good money-making prop bet. So get on your app right now, make that bet, and cash in because Iggy Gilbert has you set up. Iggy, remind everybody where they can find you and what you got cooking these days.
Yeah, man. You can find me at IDP_Iggy on the X or Twitter, and then also at Blue Sky. And then you find my work over at Fantasy Alarm covering the NBA playoffs, but also getting out IDP articles. And then as the year gets closer, of course, I'll be doing more videos with the sports affiliation. We'll be talking about all kinds of drafts, mocks, preparing our teams for these upcoming drafts. And Jim, hope you make it out to the expo. I can't wait to see you again, my friend.
100%. We'll see you there. And remember, you follow him at IDP_Iggy. Iggy, appreciate you. Appreciate your time. Enjoy the NFL draft.
All right. Thank you, Jim. Take care.
Thanks. Hey, before we bring in our next set of guests, we want to let you know that you can join us at the Fantasy Football Expo in Canton, Ohio this summer. The new Ultimate Fan Experience Package includes your VIP Weekend Expo Pass, a guided tour of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, a Fan Classic Qualifier entry, and more. Plus, you can get an exclusive meet and greet with our next guest, Howard Bender, myself, Marcas Grant, Bob Harris, few of your other favorite analysts in the industry. Only 100 tickets to meet these analysts will be sold. So you can sign up for that at thefantasyfootballexpo.com. Now, when you're checking out, use the code ROTOWIRE25 at checkout to get $25 off the Ultimate Fan Experience. And yes, it's a little early, but I got to bring in my friend Howard Bender, who I always, love talking football with. You find Howard, as you know, at Roto Buzz Guy. He's the head of content at Fantasy Alarm. You know him from his work on Sirius XM Fantasy. Howard, one of my favorite people in the industry. What's your level of excitement for the NFL draft?
Well, Jim, first off, thanks for having me. My level of excitement is exactly where it is every single year. I mean, people know me, right? At this point, I don't get hype for the draft. I just don't. I mean, it's great. To me, it puts an end to the nonsense, to the speculation. It puts an end to the useless fantasy football content that we see on Twitter where everybody's talking about somebody's, 40 time at the combine still. Like that, the draft puts everybody in a spot. And that's when the true analysis begins.
Yes. And we'll be drafting Sunday as soon as the draft is over with some Sirius XM hosts. And that's the whole point Howard makes. Once Saturday gets done, we're refining those draft boards because the reality that's set on the weekend is the only reality that matters. So I love the way you frame that, Howard Bender. Howard, in this draft, Jackson Dart is an interesting quarterback. What do you think of Jackson Dart, and where would be a good landing spot for him?
Well, it's funny that you should say that, Jim, because, listen, one of the things that we've been talking about, me, Andrew Cooper at Fantasy Alarm, who's going to be joining this show here at 1 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern, is Jackson Dart is a great fit for the Saints. He's a great fit for the Saints. And I think the Saints bypass, Shedeur Sanders at 9. I mean, listen, could somebody trade up and do something wacky and take Shedeur Sanders in the top 5? Yes,
Always.
100%. That's the beauty of the draft, is that we're all waiting for some sort of, silly nonsense to happen. But I think when it comes down to it, I actually like Jackson Dart. I think he's a little bit more of a polished product. I think that he can handle the Saints offense and Kellen Moore's system significantly better. And the Saints don't have to deal with the media circus that is Papa Deion. Listen, I love and respect Deion Sanders for everything that he's done on the field. Coaching at Colorado, that's been great. But, there definitely has to be some concern about Shedeur Sanders and his development once daddy's not around. Right? So give me Jackson Dart going to the Saints at 9. I think that he is a more polished product here in the sense that he can lead this NFL style offense because he's got the weaponry there. He's got Olave. He's got Juwan Johnson. They'll give him Rashid Shaheed if he's back with his knee issue. He's got a great pass catching running back in Alvin Kamara that they can work with. So Jackson Dart, to me, has the weaponry there, and you don't have the media circus of a Sanders. So give me Jackson Dart, the Saints, baby. Come on.
So as you're talking about Jackson Dart and the Saints, I had a guest on earlier, Alan Seslowsky, and I remember Derek Carr and him talking about the shoulder injury, but then also talking about some buzz about his contract. And then I thought of Caddyshack. And I remember when Rodney Dangerfield got hit in the arm with the golf ball.
My arm.
It's broke. I needed some. And so what's the deal with Derek Carr?
I'm not 100% sure. I mean, listen, he has, I don't know if there's a history of shoulder issues, but, when you're looking at somebody's shoulder and you're understanding the fact that, maybe there is like an out clause for an injury in his contract. I haven't jumped in and kind of pulled it apart and, looking for stuff like that. But again, don't the Saints just kind of need just a fresh start, just a big, and I'm not going to, hate on Derek Carr. I think he looks great with black eyeliner on all the time. He's fantastic. He's very intense looking, but again, I don't know necessarily if he is, he's a great backup. I think, I don't think he is somebody who should be starting in the NFL. I think that he's got some skills, but I think he's more of like an Andy Dalton type guy. And here in the later years, you want him at least mentoring a kid like Jackson Dart, right? Even if he doesn't play at all this year, then he sits on the sidelines and he coaches Jackson Dart. If he does play this year, he's probably good for 5 or 6 weeks. And then the team says, we got to make a move.
Right, exactly. And I remember Joey Bosa calling out Derek Carr. This is probably 8 years ago, but saying, man, when he's under pressure, he folds. And I remember it was after a Thursday night game, and it was true. But Derek Carr wasn't too happy about it, but Joey Bosa wasn't going to complain. Now, speaking of Jackson Dart, are there any prop bets out there, Howard, they think might work with Jackson Dart?
Yeah, man, he's plus 550 to go at pick 9. I like those odds. I'll take those odds. That's, fantastic for me. I think he's the second or third best odds to go at pick 9. So barring any kind of trades or anything like that, that's where I'm going to lock in.
And the Saints wouldn't have to make a trade in any case for Jackson Dart because obviously don't need to trade up for him. So if that's the call, and I love the call, that would be a very as logical as a plus 550 bet can go. It is a logical plus 550 bet, I think, to go with Jackson Dart at pick number 9. Howard, another player I'm interested in is Tyler Warren. Obviously, in today's NFL, we're seeing 73% zone defense over the last 2 years. We see that tight ends are being used and better used as weapons to find the creases in these defenses and the seams. And last year, we had the Brock Bowers experience where he just broke records. Tyler Warren, what are your thoughts on Tyler Warren this year? What are you expecting out of him and where could he land?
Well, if I'm going to be selfish here for a second, Jim, I'm going to be selfish.
Be selfish, please do.
Let's give him to my Jets, right? The Jets don't have a number 2 receiver. They don't have a decent slot guy. Tyler Warren's a player who can line up as a slot wide out. He can also line up as a tight end. He's a good pass catcher. He's a clean route runner. He's got good hands. I like the style of play here that we've seen from Tyler Warren. He just needs to go for any tight end to succeed. And that's Tyler Warren. It's Colston Loveland. For any tight end to succeed from a fantasy standpoint, he needs to land somewhere where he is the number 2, at worst 3 on the target pecking order for that team. So if you want somebody like Tyler Warren or Colston Loveland to be an impact tight end in their rookie campaign, it needs to go to the Jets or the Colts. Either one of those teams, I think, is in dire need of a big time tight end. And I'll selfishly say that the Jets get their guy at number 7, because I think Membu is a nice call.
Sure.
I see there's a lot of buzz right now that Membu to the Jets at 7. I definitely think that Membu could go at 4 to the Patriots. I think somebody else could take Membu, which would leave the Jets in need of another spot, and that would be tight end for me is a good spot to take. If Membu's there, then the Jets probably take Membu, because the second round offensive tackles, just the group isn't as strong. But I'm hoping for a little offensive boost for the Jets. They could really use it, I think.
100% they could. And I think that'd be a great fit for them. So hopefully that happens on draft night on Thursday. And now, Howard, let's go one more thing. I love your bold prediction, because it's not about a player. It's about a concept. What's your bold prediction?
My bold prediction is that everybody is wrong.
Yes.
100% wrong. Listen, how many times have we seen this, right? I mean, listen, we have on Fantasy Alarm this week on Thursday, Jason Boris is going to be joining us. He's writes for the Times News Online, and he is considered the ultimate mock drafter. This guy's mock drafts have been a thing of absolute beauty for, I don't know, last 5-7 years or something like that. I mean, it's crazy how accurate his has been, but he doesn't release it until Thursday morning. He blocks out all of the noise and all the crap, and then he puts it together there that morning. So we're going to have him on Thursday's pre-draft show. The Fantasy Alarm show is right before the NFL draft, and we'll get his take on it. But I mean, really, Mel Kiper, wrong. Me, wrong. You, wrong. Jeff Mans, wrong. Everybody in this industry is 100% wrong overall. I mean, sun shines on a dog's ass at least once. Jim, do we get something? Did I get Bijan Robinson to the Falcons right a couple of years ago? Yeah, of course I did. But overall, man, I mean, this is just, I want people. That's why I tell people in Dynasty League, stop trading. Stop trading picks. Stop moving around, because the last thing you want is for a great player to sit in a system that doesn't cater to his skill set. And then what happens? Then he's a bust. Then you've got Corey Davis all over again.
Oh,
right?
That was quite the bust.
I know.
Quite the bust. So look, Howard, the Grinch may have stolen Christmas, but Howard Bender stole the draft. I love it. Nobody's right. But you're right. How do I argue with that? Howard, and you find Howard, as I said, at Roto Buzz Guy. You catch him on Sirius XM Fantasy. Remind everybody what else you got going, and promote anything else you got rolling with Fantasy Alarm.
Everything over at fantasyalarm.com. We're going to have a live draft tracker. Like I said, Thursday night show, we're going to have Jason Boris unfolding his mock draft, which will publish on Thursday. Catch my articles, fantasy football, fantasy baseball, in the New York Post. Catch all my work over at fantasyalarm.com. And of course, you can find me all over Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday, Monday through Wednesday with Jim Bowden, Thursday, Friday with Andrew Cooper.
Yeah, Howard, always appreciate hanging with you. Thanks for coming on my show. We definitely will talk soon. Thanks for having me on Coop's show last week. Coop and I were talking about some tight ends in the draft. Imagine that, talking tight ends with Coop. Beautiful thing. But Howard, enjoy the draft. I hope your Jets get blessed with Tyler Warren. And other than that, have a great day.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate that very much.
Thanks.
And thanks for having me as always.
Thanks, Howard. All right, everybody. And as Howard just mentioned, his coverage on Sirius XM Fantasy. Also, RotoWire will be flipping the football this weekend during the draft. So I will be on Channel 87 Friday, or I should say Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 11 to 1 Eastern. Thursday, I'll be on with Jeff Erickson. Friday and Saturday with Mario Puig. So again, we'll have you covered for the fantasy football angle of the NFL draft on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio Channel 87. Also, be part of the RotoWire community on our new and improved Discord server. You can share fantasy advice. You can tail prop bets. You can interact with some of your favorite RotoWire experts. Join the conversation. Simple. You go to rotowire.com/chat. And with that, Bring in my good friend twice, in and out and in and out. Can't get my click button quite right. Going to bring in my friend Doug Orth here today. Doug Orth, draft is just a few days away. There has not been a single trade to talk about. What's going on here?
Yeah, and this is what happens when we have a good but not great quarterback kind of draft, right? And number one's not budging, and nobody else is wanting to give up the draft capital, right?
Exactly correct. Now, you can find Doug at Doug Orth on the X. Doug's a contributor at FF_today and at Fantasy Points, contributing there as well. Doug, as we get into this draft, we talk about quarterbacks. You mentioned him earlier. Not a great quarterback class, maybe not even a good quarterback class, but an exciting player, and maybe the most exciting of the group could be Jalen Milroe. Regardless of your thoughts, tell us what your thoughts on Milroe are, and maybe a place he could end up.
Yeah, so here's how I see things breaking, Jim. We talked Cam Ward going number one. And then even though I feel Jackson Dart and Shedeur Sanders are more good but not great prospects, I don't see either one of them getting past the Saints at 9. The Steelers are probably going to go with one at 21. Does the team jump in front of one of them at 20? I think it's very possible. Anyway, at that point, the Giants and the Browns, both of whom want and need a young quarterback to develop at the very least, will want to jump into the first round to get the quarterback they can control for 5 years. The pure upside play in my mind at that point is Jalen Milroe.
There's no doubt. And he has that electric ability to run. And he has a big arm, too. So using on play action, there's a lot of things you could work with him on. So it'd be very interesting to see that. Now, Doug, I'll ask you a lateral question here.
Sure.
And I get your idea about trading in the first round for the quarterback in the 5th year. But the funny thing is, and I don't think the NFL's caught up on this yet, is if your quarterback's any good, you got to pay him after 3. And that's the way it works for anyone, unless he's not going to be good. But then you wasted your draft pick by going in the first round. Can you talk about that?
Well, I don't know if I can talk about that. I mean, what I'm suggesting here hasn't happened in, I think, 6 or 7 years either. But to your point, yeah, the decision seems like the decisions are usually made on quarterbacks after 2 years,
Right? That's what I'm thinking.
But I think with this quarterback class being what it is, what are the chances that you're going to get an above or slightly above average player? And in that case, you want them for the 5th year to extend your decision out as far as possible.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's a good way to approach it. So what would be the best landing spot for Milroe? The best of the ones you mentioned would be the best.
Well, I honestly think let me pull it up because I do have that in my draft profiles here. I went Steelers, Giants, Browns, Saints, Seahawks in that order. So I Steelers being the top because you have the 2 vertical threats on the outside, George Pickens and DK Metcalf. You might as well take advantage of that arm, and it reduces the need for him to be accurate, at least in the early part of his career.
Now, Doug, the Steelers, in a year there wasn't a good quarterback class a while back. They took Kenny Pickett, and we know how that ended. Was with Philadelphia. Now, I don't even remember where he's at now. He's somewhere else battling for a job. Where he's
Browns.
Yeah, the Rams. So good luck with that.
Browns.
Oh, the Browns. So, yeah, good luck with that. Do you think there's any chance the Steelers in really a similar quarterback class where there's really not a standard? I get Cam Ward's going to go way ahead of the group. That's fine. But do you think the Steelers could have like shell shock from having just gone through that? Or do you think they're just see Milroe as somebody completely different?
They made one bad decision with the quarterback a few years ago. I mean, that's as a whole, they're a good drafting organization. I think they're fine there. I don't think shell shock is a concern.
Good. I like that. Ted McMillan. I often talk about I always classify the receivers. Are you an X, the one who can line up on the line of scrimmage, take on the tight man coverage? Could you be the ball winner on 3rd and 7 when the team has to get a win and move the chains or the sticks, if you will, whichever it is these days? I think they're going to be going more to visual or laser at some point. We'll see how that happens. Anyway, my point is this. With McMillan, I see him as one of the only X receivers that could be like the dominant. I see a lot of slots and a lot of Z's where on the other side off the line, a little bit of a free release. I see him as different. Yeah. What are your thoughts on McMillan heading into this draft and where might he go?
Yeah, most people are comparing him to a lesser Drake London. I understand why to a given to a point, given how each player is built. The comp in my mind is Larry Fitzgerald. At any rate, and I'm going to probably answer a question you're going to ask here, but at any rate, the Panthers are entering the draft with Xavier Legette, Jalen Coker, and Adam Thielen as the starting receivers. I realize how head coach Dave Canales has been hyping up Xavier Legette to be the guy this year, but I think I'd rather have a more sure thing at X than McMillan. And in my mind, I'm not sure if Legette's a Z, but I'd rather have him and Coker battling out for stretching the field than I would have Legette try to anchor that the passing game. So, and in worst case scenario, something happens, Adam Thielen finally falls off the table. Now we need to have somebody. Coker played a lot of slot this last year, but I think McMillan would be I don't know about a savvy choice, but it'd be an interesting choice to move him in the slot.
Yeah, I love that too. That would make great sense. Any props that you might want to recommend to our audience, Doug?
So yeah, I put 2 in the show sheet, and I'll make this quick. I had one safe one over 2.5 quarterbacks going in the first round. That was at minus 340 when I looked at it. I think it's certain threes going. So again, minus 340, you're not making much off of that one. Now, I think the riskier one is over 2.5 running backs in the first round. I think there's a reason the number is set where it is, right? I think we can assume
Yes.
two are probably going in the top 20, and Hampton probably stopping no later than Denver, Genty going somewhere before that. But as far as Travion Henderson is concerned, I think teams are going to value his pass catching skill set, including being a very good blocker, or probably one of the best blockers I've graded in the 4 years that I've been grading them from running back. So, but you're not drafting a pass blocker in the first round. You're drafting him for his receiving skill set. It's nice bonus to have. So, but I think the Commanders and the Chargers are two spots that he could end up.
Doug, give me a bold prediction for the draft.
Yeah, so I believe I said, and I kind of alluded to this in the beginning, about 4 quarterbacks going. I think 4 quarterbacks could go in the top 21, but I'm going to go at least 4 quarterbacks in the first round. And just the way I laid it out in the beginning, I think 3 will go in the top 21 in the top 21, and I think you're going to have a team that's probably going to move up from Milroe there at the back end.
Yeah, and that's the case. You said earlier you like Milroe and you like somebody trading up to get him, and that would be the perk. That'd get your number 4, and that would be a perfect call. Doug Orth, remind everybody where they could find you and what you have going on these days.
Yes, I have my ongoing draft profiles at FF Today. There's one hitting the site now every day, and sometimes 2. Should have about 18 by the time everything's said and done. And then I'm on, I won't say hiatus from Fantasy Points, but I'm not doing anything right now until probably the end of the summer. But what I am doing is I am hosting the rebranded Football Diehards show with JJ Winter, and so we're doing that every Wednesday night. We'll be on at 7 this week, and then presumably 7 for most of the summer coming up. So good times.
Make sure you're following Doug at Doug Orth. Doug, I always appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out with me, and enjoy the draft.
You too. Thank you for the invite.
Thank you. All right. If you're looking for a fantasy football focused live breakdown of the first round of the NFL draft, catch me and Anthony Cervino on RotoWire Twitter at 8 Eastern on Thursday. We'll cover the entire round. Again, we'll be very fantasy football focused, and I think it'll be a great time for all. If you're watching on YouTube, we will not be on the YouTube channel. They just be, again, RotoWire Twitter. And again, if you want an edge in your fantasy leagues, you can get 15% off any RotoWire product or subscription. Just head over to rotowire.com and be sure to use the code ROTO15 at checkout. And with that, we bring in my good friend, Marcas Grant. Marcus, you find him at Marcas, GMARCASG. You know him from NFL Media, from MB Fantasy Life, ESPN Los Angeles. Marcas Grant, what's draft week like for you?
You know what? I would say it's more mellow than I think you would anticipate, mostly because it's like the run-up, right? You're doing all the prep. You're doing all the study. At some point, you've studied all you can. It's sort of like, you make your picks, you feel like you have an idea of how things are going to go. I say it's like going to the Cheesecake Factory, right? Like you have this big, huge menu. When you figure out what you want, just close the menu and put it down, because the longer you look at it, the more you're going to, maybe psych yourself out and that sort of thing. So, we'll still be doing a couple of podcasts. We'll have a couple of few fun guests on. We'll do a live stream on Thursday night after round one. Other than that, though, I'm just waiting for it to get here.
Exactly. Your Cheesecake Factory menu analogy was great. And I'm that guy. I struggle in restaurants like that, Marcus, because I can't fixate my eyes on any one thing because there's just so much going on. I'd prefer that place that had 6 items, like In-N-Out Burger, right? You go there, there's like 4 things on the menu. You know what? I'm pretty good in that scenario. That said, and draft day, Marcus, what are your thoughts on Tyler Warren, and where is a landing spot that would be really good for Warren?
I love Tyler Warren, and maybe this is a little bit of bias, watching USC football and seeing what he did against the Trojans this year, but just watching him overall in that Penn State offense and how much he really meant to that team. I think especially now that we are in a little bit of a run of first-year tight ends that are actually productive. Because, Jim, for years, that was the thing, right? That you can't count on rookie tight ends, especially in fantasy. Then, we go out, last year we had Brock Bowers. The year before that, we get Sam Laporta. So now we've entered a world where this is actually possible. I think Tyler Warren is the next guy in line for that. Now, it might be a little bit early for the Jaguars at 6, although I've seen him mocked there in a couple of places. But I do think he brings that element. We saw what Trevor Lawrence and that offense were able to do with Evan Ingram a few years ago, right? They're looking for a second threat in the passing game besides Brian Thomas Jr. I think Tyler Warren can sort of be that guy for you. I'm curious how much they would use him in the run game as a blocker, or if they just decide to say, hey, you know what? We love your skills as a pass catcher. We love your route running ability and your hands. Just focus on that side of the ball. We'll worry out that, we'll use a Brenton Strange or somebody like that as our blocking tight end. But I do think he could be a real impact player in Jacksonville.
What I loved from Liam Cohen last year with Tampa is that he wasn't just the Sean McVay disciple. He was able to use players whatever worked best for them. And McVay does that to a degree. I really thought Cohen didn't get pigeonholed in anything. Look, Mike Evans, you're probably not going to block a whole lot. Chris Godwin, you can block. We did use him to block for the half season he was healthy. And so I like how you point out, if Warren comes there, well, he may not force him to be on field block. Like you said, maybe use Brenton Strange, but Cohen has shown that flexibility. And I think that's a really important part of his coaching that gets me excited. I do want to ask you a different question about the tight end position. So I agree with all your thoughts on Warren. I think Jackson would be a great landing spot. Do you think any NFL general managers would put Colston Loveland ahead of Warren, or do you think Warren is just head and shoulders above him?
I think he's head and shoulders above. I think he is by far the best tight end. I think Loveland's a good player. I do think, though, the learning curve, I think the ramp up may be slightly longer. I think, look, it could be a year where it's year 2, right, for Colston Loveland to get going. Like, I don't think he's just gonna, languish on a roster somewhere, but I think hands down Tyler Warren is the guy at tight end in this class.
Yeah, I wanted to hear your take. Some fantasy people are going to want to know that, and some draft followers are going to want to know that, and a lot of people are just kind of jumping into it this week. So I'm glad you added that clarification, Marcus, at the Combine, Matthew Golden ran a 4.29 40-yard dash, which for those that don't know what the times are, it's insanely fast. It's not Bo Jackson fast back in the day, but it's super fast. And, of course, he didn't run it the second and third time because why would you after running a 4.29? When I watched him in college, he didn't look like a 4.29 guy, but whatever that's all worth. Talk about Matthew Golden as a player and where you think he could end up.
Yeah, I don't know that his combine speed matches his on-field football speed, which side note to this whole thing, the combine I think would be so much more useful to all of us if it was actual football that they were doing and not just a series of drills that guys take their time to get ready for, but that's neither here nor there. I think he's a guy who gives you good speed. He has the ability to get open. I think he's got good hands. I think a spot where you keep him in the state of Texas, send him to Dallas. They could use some help for CeeDee Lamb, for Dak Prescott. Lamb has been a monster working out of the slot, But man, it would be so much better for him if they had a true threat on the outside. It's something that they have been lacking for the last few years. Trying to piece it together with guys like Brandon Cooks and what have you. Get yourself a real true threat, somebody at the X position that defenders have to pay attention to. And I think Golden is that. Even if he's not a 4.29 in pads and a helmet, he has still shown an ability to get downfield, to get open, to be a playmaker. And you have that, with Dak Prescott throwing the ball, you have that over the top, then that just makes life easier for CeeDee Lamb. I think it's a situation where both those guys could be really productive in that Cowboys offense.
Absolutely. Yeah. And like you said, Michael Gallup got hurt. He had early on potential to be the guy, wasn't it? You mentioned Cooks, and unfortunately age kind of caught up with him. So you're right. They definitely got to get some help there. And so we'll see if Matthew Golden is the answer on the first night of the draft. While we're at it, Marcus, I'm excited about Tet McMillan. I see him as one of the only, I mentioned earlier, I explained what the X receiver was for the audience who didn't know what that meant, but I thought he was one of the true only X receivers in this draft. Where do you think, in terms of a prop, Tet McMillan could be a useful bet?
I saw under 17 and a half. And I think that feels like stealing almost in a lot of ways, just because I think there's going to be somebody that needs a receiver of McMillan's quality. I feel like the scouting report on him was that he's kind of a big body guy. He can go downfield. He can high point the ball. He can be that contested catch guy. And I do think there's a lot of that in his game. But talking to Matt Harmon, the wide receiver whisperer himself, he brought up the fact that McMillan also is sort of underrated in what he can do after the catch. And I think if he gets into a situation where you have a coach and an offensive coordinator that recognize that, I think you can do a whole lot more with him than just turn him into, say, like Mike Williams or something like that, right? So I do think you're going to have a lot of teams sort of keeping an eye out on him. I know, Jim, this is not the deepest wide receiver class we have seen over the last few years, but I think McMillan is one of those guys that would have ranked highly in pretty much any class. I think he's still a top 5, top 10 guy in pretty much any class regardless. So I think you're going to see him probably land, I would think, somewhere in the top 15 of this draft.
Yeah, I think that's a great bet. And the minus 130 is not prohibitive. I mean, look, you're going to lay some juice on these bets. That's the way it is. And if you get one that looks really good, and this is one of the better ones, and Marcus, is almost to me like, and we kind of talked this through, McMillan is different than the other receivers. There are other drafts where you may have one ranked at the other, but they're similar. They might both be, ball winners. They might both be deep threats. This is one where McMillan seems a little different than the class. Do you see it that way, or do you see it otherwise?
No, I think that's true. He is kind of more of a different sort of player here, right? I mean, you've got your speed guys. You talked about Matthew Golden and whatever you believe his actual 40 time to be, whatever that is. I mean, you've got those guys who are absolute burners, right? But I think McMillan, in the right situation with the right coaching, can sort of put it all together and be more of a complete receiver. It feels like this class is sort of lacking that, right? We don't have a Jamar Chase, a Malik Neighbors, anybody like that. But I think McMillan is one of those guys who probably trends a little bit closer to that group than probably say anybody else in this class.
Marcus, can you give me a bold prediction for the 2024 or 2025? I'm sorry, I'm a year old. I'm a year back. Oh my goodness, 2025 NFL draft, a bold prediction.
So I wasn't sure if this was going to be bold, and then I heard Doug Orth say something to the effect that so it made me feel better about it. Yeah, I think we get 4 quarterbacks on night one. I wasn't sure about that until recently. I think, obviously we know that Ward and Sanders are going to go fairly early within the top probably 6 or 7 picks, depending on how things shake out. So that's a done deal. I think with the Derek Carr situation, his shoulder situation there in New Orleans, I think that moves Jackson Dart up the board from where he probably would have been otherwise. Probably lands with the Saints at 9. And then I think it's a combination of things. I think Jalen Milroe ends up moving up and getting in that first round. One, because I think people are going to sort of get nervous, right? And there's always that quarterback tax where you feel like you've got to take one just in case. And the other part of it is the whole, NFL head coach, NFL general manager looking at a toolsy guy like Jalen Milroe and thinking like, I can fix him, right? Like Jalen Milroe has big Anthony Richardson vibes to me where he's just a raw talent, that still has some things he's got to work on, right? We got to work on his accuracy. We got to work on his ability as a thrower, but there's going to be some team out there that feels like they have the staff in place to make it work. I mean, whether that happens, that's why we play the games. That's why we watch this whole thing to see if it's going to happen. But I do think just sort of that belief and that confidence in your organization is going to lead somebody to reach and take Milroe in the first round.
Marcus, I always enjoy hanging out and talking football with you. It's a great honor and privilege, my friend. Thank you for coming on to remind people where they can find you and your great work.
Yeah, I'm at Marcus G, MarcasG on pretty much everything, at least everything that I post on consistently. Still doing the NFL Fantasy Football Show a couple times a week with Michael F. Florio and Laquan Jones. Also, still working at Fantasy Life. Off-season tends to be a little bit slower. And then, I'd say if you're in LA, but we have the internet, so you can also check me occasionally filling in, doing some stuff, some hosting on ESPN Los Angeles Radio, 710 out here in LA.
Marcus, enjoy the draft and look forward to talking to you soon.
Absolutely. Take care, Jim.
All right, thanks. And with that, we bring on Joe Bartel, my RotoWire teammate. You find Joe at JB Fantasy Sports. And Joe, before we get into any of this draft, you will be in Green Bay, Wisconsin for the draft. Talk a little bit about your anticipation of this great opportunity.
I'm ecstatic. I was telling one of our colleagues, DJ Trainer, a little bit earlier, this is nervous energy at this point. I feel like I've been as completely prepped as possible. We have plans to do the Tuesday prop bet article that I've done now for 5 years on RotoWire. That's going to be posted tomorrow. I'm going to have the mock draft 2.0 up on Wednesday. We're going to be going ahead and interviewing possibly prospects there on campus, on site in Green Bay Wednesday as well. What's the video content look like? Like I have literally rolled around in bed at night thinking about what kind of YouTube videos I'm doing a week in advance of the NFL draft. So I'm ready to go. This has been for a long time, really for as long as I've been following football, one of my favorite times of the year. I've been doing a lot of the player notes for us at RotoWire in my 10 years at RotoWire, working here and doing that stuff and doing a lot of the article content and getting to participate more and more with you in the video side of things over the past few years. This feels like a culmination career-wise to be able to be a part, to be in my home city, to be there for one of my favorite times of the year. So I'm ecstatic, if you can't already tell.
Yeah, it couldn't be better than that. And I wanted to give you the audience to talk about that a little bit. Now, remember, Joe writes that prop bet article, and he does very well at these. If you want to get a look at that and the other stuff at RotoWire, all you need to do is you will get you 15% off of anything at RotoWire. Just go to rotowire.com, find a product or subscription, and use ROTO, ROTO 15 at checkout, and we'll get you covered there. Now, Joe, you also will have, I don't know what your Thursday night will be like while the draft's going on, but you'll have an open invite to hop on the draft coverage we'll have on RotoWire Twitter Thursday. If you pop in at any time, you're welcome. So if you any draft updates or anything, pop on when you want. Hang back when you don't, but we hope we get to see you a little bit there. Now, Joe, before we get started, you've been doing a newer show on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, we've been doing Angel Fire Radio from 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern on Saturdays. We're going to be doing that at least throughout June, if not a little bit longer. It's a variety sports show in a lot of ways. We've talked NBA. We're going to do far more NBA playoffs at that point to come next week. MLB as well, of course. You know, everyone's got the fantasy baseball stuff, which I also love to do, and I'm diving more into that. We had some hockey talk as well, too. So one of the very few SiriusXM platforms on the Fantasy Channel where you're hearing hockey discussed from a 18-minute basis as well. That's what we try to cover on Angel Fire Radio every Saturday. Now, this Saturday, we will not be on air because I will be at the draft, but also we have a number of different draft content going on. And you, Jim, will be actually part of the SiriusXM network on our RotoWire side of things, doing stuff, Wednesday at this point? It feels like you're on the RotoWire side of things for
Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, 11 to 1 Eastern. So that'll be So as we're breaking down this draft, I know you have gone through these players up, down, left, and right. I want you to talk about a couple players that you've identified as players you're interested in. Talk about one at a time and then where those players could end up.
Well, it's interesting. I was going to hijack the conversation. I'm ever the host in this, Jim, and I'm kind of curious to have the Jim Coventry mind is. You've been doing this now, hour and a half, if not a little bit longer, and I've been watching for almost all of it. It actually feels like it's consensus on what a lot of people are talking about. We have multiple guests mentioned for quarterbacks in the first round. That's what I had in my mock draft as well. There's going to be somewhere in the range of 2 to 3 in receivers. Well, that's the over-under mark set. We've only heard heard about Ted McMillan and Matthew Golden. Who's the third receiver if there's going to be in there? I have made the case in my mock draft, and I've heard others as well too. The over on running backs at 2.5 at the moment, whether it be Amari Hampton, Ashton Genty, and then the other one, in my mind, it's going to be Travion Henderson, who we could talk about in a second, or Quinshon Judkins. It's almost like all of us, and I know we're all really smart, and you've had a bunch of other smart guests on in particular. It's weird to me that we all, especially 3 or 4 days before the draft, just know what's going to happen or have this idea. And I can't quite tell if it's because Cam Ward is number 1 overall and you have number 2, Travis Hunter, and you go down the list. Well, then by default, Abdul Carr's number 3. Or if we're just wrong. And right, Howard Bender had said a couple segments ago,
Yes.
hot take is everyone's wrong. That might be true because we are all on consensus right now. Like, I also believe Jalen Miller is going to be first round pick. You've heard about the green room invitation. I've talked about on Angel Fly Radio. I've talked on the podcast as well too. NFL teams don't just invite bad prospects there to watch them squirm for 2.5 days. Like, if Jalen Miller is getting a green room invitation and that he chose to accept it, unlike Shedeur Sanders, unlike Jackson Dart, I don't know if it really matters in the case of Shedeur. His family does a lot of other stuff, but that Milroe accepts the green room invitation tells me he thinks he's going to be at least a top 60 pick. I don't think he's that level of quarterback. But when you do all this other steps and then the gambling odds reflecting the same thing we talked about in the office last week, 1 through 5 is prohibitive favorites, even up to Mason Graham to the Jaguars at 5. And that's the one that's maybe changing. It is eerie to me. It is really, really eerie that for a week and a half, everyone just seems to know what 1 through 20 is going to be. And historically, that's never, ever something that occurs.
Joe, I wonder, I believe the general thought is it is a very weak class, and the players that are the better players are standing out to the point where they, in our mind, have become cemented as those top picks, because it's almost like, who's competing with them? They're players with significant flaws. It seems like the players at the top have fewer flaws. What are your thoughts about that being part of why we think we're more confident about this draft?
That's a great answer, Jim. And I agree with you. I think there's going to be some philosophical dichotomies to this, that we're going to see teams be like, well, if 5 interior pass rushers are all the same, or 6 edge rushers are all like edge rusher 6 in other classes, but we all have them the same, why don't we go get the, and I'm going to say eccentric for lack of a better word, but the more defined talent, the one that, even though it bucks positional trends, whether it be tight end, running back, something of that nature, let's go ahead and get that guy. And then other teams will be like, well, no, I'm just going to go ahead and eat my vegetables first. We'll get dessert later on when the team is actually built. And I will be really, really curious, because the bad teams, and we can pretty much assume the teams drafted in the top 10 are typically the bad teams, will often do things that would buck conventional wisdom, or what you'd say that would be kind of obtuse choices. And yet it sounds like all the smart things are happening. Well, the Giants aren't going to take Shedeur Sanders, who isn't worth it. They're going to take Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter, whoever's there. The Patriots, despite there's not a lot of love for Will Campbell as a prospect, as a tackle, I like him a bit more than other folks, but Will Campbell would be tackle 4 or 5 from last year. Well, we'll certainly take him at 4 because we have obvious offensive needs. It's like the bad teams or the dumb teams are trying to be smart. They're trying to figure out, oh, well, why are all these other teams doing things correctly and being successful? Maybe we should copy that mold. And you've always said it. NFL is a copycat league. It's almost like we're having the philosophical copycats as well, too. The one team that I refuse to believe is going to be intelligent throughout this entire process is the Cleveland Browns, because for the better part of my 31 years on this NFL earth, but earth overall, the Browns have always done dumb things. So I absolutely, positively believe they will waste many, many picks to trade up for Shedeur Sanders, whether it be in the top 10, top 20, wherever he ends up going. That's the one team I feel confident will do something dumb, but it's really, really interesting. And it leads to my other point, because I know we don't have a lot of time, and I want to get to, God, a million other great guests you have. Right now, it's not available on FanDuel or DraftKings. I would assume in the next 2 or 3 days, there's going to be this prop out there. Let's just say right now, you and I are setting the book at how many first-round trades are we going to see in day one. I'm taking the over on 5.5. And you'd be like, well, wait, Joe, we just said that 1 through 20 is effectively booked. You and I can make a mock right now. It's going to be completely accurate. The first-round trades have happened 22 times over the past 3 years. Now, you can factor in maybe a couple days before the start of the draft, but 22 first-round pick trades have occurred over the past 3 drafts. There has yet to be one thus far. Even though it's a light quarterback class, I will contend, and I will pound the table. I don't want to actually do it because we could break something, but I will pound the table that whether it be a third receiver, Emeka Egbuka, for example, maybe even a Jaden Higgins, so I think the Packers will take at some point either at 23 or an early second-round pick, There will be a receiver that gets traded up for it because teams want the fifth-year option. I truly believe, whether it be Travion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, Keldon, or KJ Johnson as well too, there will be a running back that also gets traded up to get that fifth year as well. I'm taking the over on whatever mark of first-round trades we're going to see Thursday night, and I feel very, very confident based on historical history, past 3 years, that we're going to see that occur.
So I like what you were talking about, the trade ups, because right now, pre-draft, we're not getting them. And I think the reasons we talked about are legitimate. On draft day, it's different. On draft day, if a team has a player they specifically want and they think the team a spot or two ahead of them may be targeting the same position, that's where those micro trades happen. You go up a spot or two. So you're right. Those drafts are a little different urgency. A certain player falls to a certain spot. That team's like, okay, let's make a move up to get him. So I think that really gives a lot of legs. And at some point in the top 10, there's going to be one, maybe two deals there for a team looking to get a blue chip player at that point where maybe they were trying to make the trade and the trade didn't go. So there's a lot going on. Did you have any other props to give us?
No, I think Jaden Higgins will be a Green Bay Packer again, whether it be 23, which would be an incredible overreach, but that's what the Packers tend to do. I do think the Packers will take a receiver, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's in the first round. I understand that all the language has been, well, no, we're not going to change anything differently with the drafting in Green Bay. I looked at the weather today, Jim. On Friday, it could be 45 and raining at midday, much less whatever's going to happen late at night. You better believe that the Packers will want to do something to change this narrative to make sure that there's something memorable occurs either for the NFL itself or the fans. So I do think a first-round receiver is on the table. First time since 2002, Javon Walker, the Packers will draft a receiver in the first round. I think the varying odds are going to be kind of up for debate yet still too, but that's one of those that I feel very confident the Packers will do something unorthodox, and in this case, I think take a first-round receiver.
Remember, you follow him at JB Fantasy Sports. Joe will be at the draft. We're hoping in the end to jump on the live coverage Thursday night. We'll see if Joe's available on our Twitter show live. Joe, have a great time at the draft. Thanks for hanging out with me.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Jim.
All right, thank you. With that, we bring in Mario Puig, another RotoWire teammates. Good run here. Mario, I love the work that you do with NFL draft prospects. I love all your fantasy work, but that specifically. And I know what earlier in the show I had John McKechnie on, but tell everybody what you do during the draft for RotoWire.
Well, during the actual draft, initially me and John, and then later on day 3, we get some enlistments like Joe Bartel, who you were just talking to, Chris Benzine, I believe this year. But yeah. For a while, me and John have been spearheading like the note writing during the draft. And so nowadays we do every single draft pick, we get a note on it. And that's what we'll be doing Joe's not helping this year because he has to go to the draft. That's right. Sorry.
Right.
Normally Joe, though, would be with us also doing that.
Yeah. So again, if you want to see Mario and John's detailed, outstanding notes as the draft goes on, you'll need to subscribe to RotoWire, but we can get you 15% off. So if you go to rotowire.com and you're looking to subscribe, just use the code ROTO, ROTO 15 to checkout, and we'll get you set there. Mario, there are some interesting players in this draft. And so, yeah, you're going to talk about two that most people haven't talked about, and I'm very happy about this. I want to hear your thoughts on Colston Loveland and maybe a place would be a good landing spot for him.
Right. So there's the favored landing spot for Loveland, which I guess you'd probably say is the Colts at 14. And then there's what I would call a far more preferable landing spot, like maybe the Chargers, who I'm sure are plenty linked to Loveland, if only because of the Jim Harbaugh Michigan connection there. Jim Harbaugh does love his Michigan guys, and Loveland is looks like he'll be one of the best ones of the group that Harbaugh coached at Michigan. And the basic appeal of Loveland is that he drew targets at a blistering per snap pace, per route pace at Michigan. And I know this last year, his numbers don't look that clean, and the injury interrupted the season, but he has the kind of per snap numbers that when you project over, let's say 850 snaps at the NFL level, I think he could be a 100 catch tight end. I don't think it can be with the Colts though. So I really hope he doesn't land with the Colts. I don't think anybody's really doing a whole lot. It's an overcrowded, an overqualified group of pass catchers already, and then they don't have the quarterbacks to get them the ball as it is. So he could go there, but I hope Loveland goes to something more like the Chargers with Justin Herbert.
I love that you say that, Mario, because I've come to the same conclusion. It's like, please don't go to the Colts.
That would be so saddening to me.
Right. Oh, yeah, it would be terrible. Who's getting you the ball? It's just, a very bad situation. But like you said, Loveland to the Chargers would be great. Now, I want to ask you a different question about Loveland. In terms of fantasy football production, would you, and again, we don't know the landing spots, but just Colson Loveland or Tyler Warren, who would be likely to put up more fantasy production? Because I heard you throw out 100 catch potential with Loveland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Loveland is the one who's going to draw more targets, get more catches. The way Warren could catch up and still be better is that Warren might get a lot of those, like the Ravens were using Mark Andrews late last year on quarterback sneaks. I'm not so convinced that Warren will get the Wildcat carries that he did at Penn State, and I don't think he's going to get quite as many targets. Like the Penn State offense was entirely built around Warren this last year, and he did exceptionally well, which is why he's probably going to be a top 15 pick too. But the per snap route rate, I definitely expect to be more in Loveland's favor at the NFL level because he's just a more classic route runner, whereas Warren, he's like this brute who is skilled with the football in his hands, but he's not quite as like finesse capable as Loveland is as a route runner, I don't think.
Mario, another player I'd like to talk about is RJ Harvey. Where would you see Harvey going in the draft in terms of round, and what would be a good landing spot?
Yeah, this is a tough one for me to call because I'm irrationally high on RJ Harvey. I think he's going to be just a total nightmare for defenses in the NFL. And it wouldn't shock me if the NFL also agreed. Plenty of people who watch Harvey come away extremely high on him. So it's one of those things, like everybody who watches him loves him. You can't really find a reason why we shouldn't be so high on him as to project him in the second round. Generally, I think Harvey's projected as a mid-rounder, but if he goes in the second, I think it's a pick that'll age really well. I listed the Texans because I can't remember where I read it, but apparently they might be looking for sort of like a speed back complement to Joe Mixon as the power sort of workhorse runner. And in that sense, the Texans could make a lot of sense because, you know, RJ Harvey lightning off the bench for sure. But I actually think Harvey can be a starter in the NFL. So if a team like the Chiefs in the second round took Harvey, and I think he could become the starter over a player like Pacheco, who I think is decent. But to me, Harvey's just the kind of player who, wherever he goes, the offense is going to start more and more going around him because he's just so explosive.
And realistically, Mario, even if the Texans took him, Mixon would be close to 30 this year. So even if they did it, it may not be long before Harvey was the lead back there anyway. This could potentially be Mixon's last year there. So in either way, that'd be a win-win for him if he ended up there. So I do,
long term, I think Harvey's going to get on the field no matter where it is.
Yeah, so I think that's a phenomenal call there. Now, in terms of props, Shedeur Sanders, what pick might he go to? What team might he go to?
So I saw this on FanDuel if I was reading it, if I was reading the terms of the bet correctly, and it was something like plus 400 for Shedeur Sanders to specifically get drafted by the Giants. And the current intel, the insider reporting around the NFL draft right now does not say that this is likely. The consensus is that Abdul Carter is going to be the third pick for the Giants. It very well could be, but I thought that with Joe Shane, the general manager of the Giants, kind of painted himself into a corner by talking earlier this offseason about how you got to take swings at quarterback. It's like if they don't take a swing with Shedeur Sanders in the first, they're not taking a swing at any point. And I think it would make sense if they tried to trade back a little bit before taking Sanders, maybe with the Panthers, maybe with somebody else.
That's really smart because that would be if they trade back, right? Because he probably is going to fall. They could get other value. That's a fantastic call. So going to the Giants, I love that call. Now, in terms of the bold prediction, I want to hear a bold prediction about defensive end Shamar Stewart, excuse me.
Yeah, so this is a defensive player. Sorry to go kind of away from the fantasy, but this guy's basically projected to be a first-round pick. He was incredibly unproductive in college. I know there might be some defensive scheme excuses for it, but for as much as Stewart's an incredible athlete, and he definitely is, it's not that rare for the NFL to have super athletic guys who don't produce and then sort of slip a little bit in the draft. I don't know, there's like Georgia Tech, Michael Johnson. Yes. There's plenty. I don't have them all on the top of my head right now, but the point is it's a forgettable list because there's been so many guys like that, and I think Stewart falls more toward the late second.
Now, everybody, Mario like I said, the great work at RotoWire, you know that. And again, I told you earlier about going to Roto 15 and you want to read his notes. But if you want to get real coverage on Sirius XM Fantasy, Mario and myself will be on both Friday and Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. So we'll be going over their draft talk then. So you'll want to catch us there. Mario, always appreciate hanging out with you. I'm excited to work
Great
on
to see you,
X.
Jim.
Yeah, work on XM with you. I will talk to you soon, Mario, and enjoy the draft.
Later, man.
All right. All right. And with that, we have our friend Adam Thompson, my teammate through bookies.com. We're both with gambling.com. Adam Thompson, if you were following him on the X, he had a change of accounts. So make sure you're following Adam. If you thought you were, you may not be. Is at the ATM Bets. Again, at the ATM Bets. He's, I guess I said, a Bookies Plus. You get Adam's picks there for free. I know last season, Adam, we did a great show during the NFL season every week where four of us gave picks. Adam's always 60% on his picks. Adam's one of the best in the industry. Adam, we're talking NFL draft here. You're a Green Bay guy. Will you be at the draft?
I will be. I will be boots on the ground. I'm very excited. I've never gone to an NFL draft. I probably never will again. So I'm going to soak this one in. I'm going to go down Wednesday, get the lay of the land. I'll be there Thursday. I'll probably be there Friday and Saturday too. So if you see me there, if anybody's there and you want to buy me a drink, hit me up on the X and we'll find each other.
See, I like that. That's a great way to operate. Adam, when we're going into this draft, Ashton Genty is a really fun player, and everybody's really excited to see where he ends up landing. What are your thoughts on Genty, and where might be a good landing spot for him?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's talking kind of the Raiders. You know, that's very early to take a running back in today's NFL. But I think Saquon Barkley's kind of flipped the script for a lot of teams because he was the earliest running back taken. You know, since 2018, there's only been 3 running backs taken inside the top, I think, 25. Or so, not very many. And, you know, Bijan Robinson's one of them. He had 1,900 total yards and 15 touchdowns last year. Jahmyr Gibbs was one of them. He had 1,900 yards and 20 touchdowns last year in his second year. The other one was Josh Jacobs by the Raiders. He led the NFL in rushing 2 years ago before their offensive line completely collapsed. They had no quarterback to worry about. But I think Vegas, it makes a lot of sense. Minus 125, they are a betting favorite to get him. But it makes a lot of sense. I mean, he's a guy who had 2,800 yards of total offense last year. He had 30 touchdowns, and the Raiders ranked dead last in rushing. Not only dead last in rushing per yards by a wide margin. Dead last in rush yards per attempt. So they had absolutely nothing going for them on the ground. That kills your quarterback. They have a quarterback in Geno Smith.
Yes.
They have decent targets, not spectacular targets, but okay. They have a defense that you can, is at least middle of the pack. The running game would help Geno Smith dramatically. So I think it still makes a lot of sense. Ashton Genty, it is early for a running back, like I said, but I think Saquon Barkley showed that if you draft the right guy early, you can do a lot with him. And really anybody who has drafted in the top 20 a running back has been happy that they did in the long run.
So I like the way you set the logic up. And actually, I kind of stumbled on that same logic myself. With Geno Smith, you have to have a running game for him. You can't expect him just to drop back and throw 40 times with no threat of a running game. And Tom Brady now has helped making decisions for that organization. And Brady realized how important Geno Smith is going to need help. He's not Tom Brady. So that's a big deal. Brady didn't need a lot of help. Geno Smith does. So I think that makes a lot of sense as to why they would go that high in the draft to take a running back, because it would really help everything out for that specific team. Shedeur Sanders. Go ahead. You're gonna add something?
I was going to say, we saw Geno Smith and how he played in Seattle. And, when he tried to take over games and single-handedly do it himself, it usually resulted in a pick 6 often, way too often for Seattle's help. So give him a running back, give defense, keep defenses honest, and that'll make Geno Smith much better.
Pick 6, good for the lottery, not good for football, unless you're on the other side of the ball. Adam, another player, and we've had a lot of talk about this player, but he's good because this player needs a lot of talk because it's polarizing. Shedeur Sanders. What are your thoughts on Sanders, and what are your thoughts about how he comes out of the NFL draft?
Yeah, it's interesting because he could go as high as number 2 to the Browns. I don't think that's going to happen anymore, but that was a talk. He could go as low as to the Rams at 26. and it wouldn't be that much of a shock. There's some scouts that don't even think he's a first rounder at all in terms of talent. It's just not a very deep quarterback class. So if you need one, he's still the number 2 on the board, I think, on just about everybody's, on everybody's list right now. But, I don't think it helped himself when he declared himself the best quarterback in the draft. That probably didn't help a lot, but, he could go, he's the X factor, and he's also the headline maker of this draft. So it's interesting.
It's like,
I think,
gee, thanks, Dad.
yeah,
Dion, right?
Maybe a big part of it. Yes. And the Saints are sitting there at number 9, and a lot of people think they're going to take a quarterback, and they probably should. If Derek Carr is, questionable at best on what his availability is, and we saw what Spencer Rattler could do with an offense, which is almost nothing. So they have to do something at quarterback before week 1. Shedeur Sanders is probably the guy. It's going to invigorate that franchise that needs an invigoration. Unless they decide Aaron Rodgers is the guy, I don't know, because they don't really seem like, they got a lot of talent there, but I think Steelers, Aaron Rodgers makes more sense, because that's a team that really needs, you want a veteran presence out there. That team is built to win right now, and to go to Super Bowls and a rookie quarterback, probably not the case there. The Saints have other issues, but I think he's going to go at number 9. If he doesn't go to number 9, he's going to drop, potentially to 21 to the Steelers, maybe even further. Maybe the Rams look at him as an heir apparent. But yeah, it's interesting. It's if he goes early, if a team trades up to get him, the dominoes are going to fall, and that's going to blow up everybody's draft board. So yeah, he's the guy to watch. I think he's probably going to go at number 9, but if he doesn't, we're going to be staring at him all night long on the TVs.
Oh, you mentioned that. That is always the spectacle when that player falls. And like you said, they keep going back to him with the video. And I don't know why they do that. I guess it's for TV ratings, because obviously they know how to get people fired up. But man, to put the poor young man in that situation, well, I won't say poor, because none of those guys will be poor after this draft is over. But you get the point. They definitely milked that a little too much. Adam, I know you have another prop about how many quarterbacks will be drafted. You got one for us?
Yeah, speaking of Shedeur Sanders, I think he's probably going to go number 9. I think that makes sense. But if he doesn't go 9, he might go 21. Steelers taking Sanders is at plus 300. So that's a really nice number to go. But quarterbacks taken is 2.5. So we know, obviously, Cam Ward, he's going to go number 1. Sanders is probably going to go somewhere. If he goes 9, 21, 26, wherever he goes. After that, though, you have Jackson Dart, you have Jalen Milroe. Speaking of a guy who will be in the green room for way too long, I think Milroe is a guy super athletic, but it probably needs a couple years of fine tuning to be ready to start in the NFL. He's probably not a first round type of guy. He's a guy, second round, third round flyer. Jackson Dart is that X factor. I could see the Rams finding that heir apparent in Jackson Dart, but I hope not, because under 2.5 quarterbacks taken in the first round plus 310.
Right.
That's worth a flyer on, because I think there's a no-brainer that 2 are going to go, and you could stretch, for 3 at the most. But I think 2 is the number, and to get it at plus 310 leading up to the draft seems like quite a value. I could see 3 certainly with Jackson Dart or Milroe. Somebody might take a flyer on him, but the number's too good to pass up for under 2.5.
Yeah, plus 310 is amazing odds. Like that call, Adam Thompson. Adam, remind everybody where they can find you, where they can get your free picks, and anything else you want to let people know what you got going on.
I've already posted 3 picks on my X account for the NBA tonight, MLB coming, and I'll post my NFL draft picks at the ATM Bets, a new Twitter handle. Go check it out.
Yeah, for sure. Adam Thompson is somebody I enjoy working with. Very well respected. One of the people I got that nice, deep football conversation with. Adam Thompson, enjoy the draft in Green Bay. I hope you have a wonderful time at the draft, and look forward to talking to you soon.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
All right, everybody. And remember, if you want extra draft coverage, Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, you'll join us Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 11 a.m. Eastern. I'll be on with Jeff Erickson on Thursday. Friday and Saturday, be on with Mario Puig. We'll have great coverage there. Also, during the first night of the draft, Thursday, obviously, we will have a fantasy football-focused draft coverage on RotoWire Twitter. So some of you are watching on YouTube now. This will only be on RotoWire Twitter. I'll be on with Anthony Cervino. We'll give the fantasy football breakdown of the picks as they come through, and that'll obviously be at 8 p.m. Eastern on Thursday. And I don't care if it's a minute early. I see Andrew Cooper's in the house, and I can't really wait to bring him in. Andrew Cooper, we just did a show recently. We were going over some tight ends for the NFL draft. Excited. I know you did a whole series on those. I remember you're following him at Coop A Fiasco. Coop, before we get started, talk about the series you just did on for Fantasy Alarm.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, not only am I on a minute early, but I also plan to steal a minute from Bob Harris at the end. So we're racking it up. We need extra time, dude. We need extra time to talk ball, dude. So here's what we did over at Fantasy Alarm is I created one of those tier makers. I saw all the video game guys doing them, for different game stuff. So I was like, you know what, we're doing this for football. And I had a guest on for each position. There's not a ton of quarterbacks and tight ends. So Jim came on, did double duty, because he's a superstar. Dave Kluge came on, we did wide receivers. And then this Wednesday, we're going to wrap it up with Pat Fitzmaurice. That way we get a little RotoWire, a little football guys, a little fancy pros, and we're going to do the running back. So we're covering it all for you guys. But you know me, if I only get 7 minutes, 9 minutes technically with the early minute and the one I'm stealing from Bob, we got to talk tight ends, right?
100% we do. Now, remember, Coop, Andrew, and if I didn't say your name, Andrew Cooper, I don't know if I said at the beginning, but everybody knows Coop. He was the 2024 FSWA Football Writer of the Year. Well-deserved. Great congratulations to you. And Coop is the lead NFL analyst at Fantasy Alarm. So, yes, you are the tight end whisperer, and we all can learn from you. And let's just start at the top. I want you to talk about Tyler Warren. And I'm just going to let you go instead of me just wasting your time.
Yeah, you're not wasting them. Remember, we're stealing from Bob, so we got plenty. Yeah. I'll tell you, the thing with tight end, and I think this is actually relieving to a lot of people, is that when you're watching the film on these guys, don't treat yourself too harshly. Don't feel like you need to get so deep in the weeds with technique, especially with blocking and all these things. Like when you watch, you can see whether this guy is being used to block, in line, how he's being used. Focus on things like that. Same with wide receiver. Focus on how he's being used in those type things, because at the end of the day, we actually don't really know what these scouts are looking for internally or externally. And, a team like the Steelers, they might look at a guy's footwork, his hands, everything. And we might say, hey, I hate this guy's footwork. The Steelers might say, hey, I found another one, a guy whose footwork we can fix. He has everything we need. And we've fixed this problem before. And they love this guy. So like for me, the number one thing and the thing is, a lot of that stuff, the stuff is captured through the spreadsheets, right? In terms of like speed and all those things. When you're watching film, look for guys that are making differences, guys that are creating on their own, right, Jim?
Yes.
We're looking for broken tackles. We're looking for extra effort, guys diving, guys doing all this stuff. And the thing is, unfortunately, some of these guys aren't even put in that position because of the scheme they're in. Like Luke Schoonmaker and Colston Loveland at Michigan, they don't even ask him to do a lot of man-to-man plays. They don't. It's a lot of play action. It's a lot of slants. But sometimes when you're watching these guys, you can see who is the main character of a team, right? Who is exceptional, who is taking things to another level and just being dominant, especially when it's dominant against tough competition. And I love Colston Loveland, but anyone I like both these guys a lot. And if Colston Loveland goes before Warren, I have no problem ranking Loveland ahead. But when you watch Tyler Warren, there's no one out there that can just watch him play and say, this guy is not an absolute hog. Like, he's all over the field. He had 41 catches versus man-to-man, Jim, which is double anybody else. Wow. He's breaking tackles. He's lining up in the backfield and doing wildcat and throwing passes. And the thing is, he's a converted QB. So he still has things to learn. He still has room to grow. All these guys do, right? Again, it's like some of these guys, like Loveland, he's 21 years old. Like, he could put on 25 pounds of muscle over the next year or two, right? So it's like, you think about some of these guys, like you can't really rule them out yet. So what we're doing is we're looking for that. We're looking for guys that are just absolutely exceptional. And I'll give you an example. I mentioned Luke Schoonmaker, not to pick on him, but go watch all his receptions. Right, in college, it takes maybe 5 minutes because small sample size. A guy like Elijah Arroyo, he only had 11 catches coming into his senior year. You can watch all his catches in 5 minutes. Watch that, and then go back and watch George Kittle, and just watch the way George Kittle in college was diving from the 5-yard line like an absolute savage, was spinning, never going down, was all finding little the 5 guys ready to tackle him. He'll find a crease and get extra yards. look for guys that are doing that, because if they're putting in that kind of effort, that translates. And you watch guys like Tucker Kraft, and you watch guys like Sam Laporta. I think Sam Laporta had a play in a bowl game in college where he broke 6 tackles on one play.
Ooh.
Right? You watch for that. And to me, like that, you can be, whether you consider yourself to be a super highly advanced scout or somebody that's just getting into it now, that's something that not only you can do, but you can enjoy. And I'll tell you right now, if you watch Tyler Warren's highlights, you're going to enjoy it.
You know, you mentioned George Kittle, Coop, and Kittle's over 30 now. And I know tight ends have often played well into their 30s. Kittle is a very dynamic player who can win big downfield. How long can Kittle keep up the type of football he plays? Because it's not like a Travis Kelce. They're very, very different players. How is Kittle going to age in your mind?
Well, the difference is with Kittle versus some of like the smaller guys that lose their speed and they're not that good, is that Kittle he ran a 4.52, which is absurd for tight end, 98th percentile, right? He could slow down to a 4.64. He could lose an entire, 4.65. I mean, he could slow all the way down to where like guys like Kelce or even like Zach Ertz live, because he still has the size too. Like There's two guys that can create big types of guys that can create big plays. There's the fast guys, Kittle, Pitts, Ingram. And then there's the fist fighters. Rob Gronkowski was not particularly fast, but he was big enough to throw guys out of the club, right? Pants falling off, dude, stiff arming guys left and right. So like like Kittle, and plus the scheme there is so good for him. His game is going to continue to age well. People are trying to put different players on that team, tight ends, as like the next Kittle. And I see people saying Harold Fannin and these type guys. It's not going to work there. They have to be able to block if you're going to be with the 49ers. So. The only other tight end I wanted to mention before, because I know you want to do some props. Man, 7 minutes is not long enough, Jim. It's just
you know what? Because the player you're talking about, Ammirante gets, is a player that automatically I went right to him, and this is a player I'm very excited about. He's like 225 pounds. I want you to talk about Gadsden and how the weight may play in.
Right, and so the thing is with a guy like Gadsden is that he basically has to play big slot. He's not going to be an inline guy, and those guys have to be better. They have to be as good of pass catchers as the wide receivers on the team to get a full-time role. Like if you put a guy like that, like say you put Evan Engram and Tyler Boyd in the same room, at this stage, they're probably both kind of on the same level in terms of catching passes. But Engram, at his size, is just a better blocker. And that's where Gadsden has to be. If he can be as good of a slot wide receiver as the slot wide receiver on whatever team he lands on, whether it's Greg Dortch or, I mean, he probably won't go there because they have they have all sorts of tight ends, including Trey McBride and Tip Ryman and those guys. But I'm just saying, like, if he goes to like, a team that has like Rondale Moore, or like those type, actually they have T.J. Hawkins. Jeez, terrible examples. But if he goes somewhere to face like slot receivers that aren't that have the same pass catching ability, then he'll get more work because he's a bigger and better blocker. And that's what the Broncos are looking to do with Evan Engram. It's what the Mark Andrews, Travis Kelce, these guys that play with inline blocking tight ends on the team, that's the role. And the people that my thing with Oronde Gadsden is, if you like Harold Fannin Jr., you should like Oronde Gadsden.
Yes.
Because they're both guys that are undersized. They played really well at small schools, and they are basically have wide receiver blood. So if you like Fannin, not everyone does, but if you do, you should like Gadsden too. And I think Gadsden's fallen under the radar a little bit.
And coupon time, I can run you all the way to Bob's time at 12:10. So we got a couple minutes here. Talk about props.
Yes. Okay. So I got some props. I'm not going tight end props here because I think it's just, honestly, it's too dicey. It's up in the air. I think that, again, I love Tyler Warren. I love Colston Loveland. Wouldn't be shocked to see one go before the other either way. And I just don't like the market on that. There are some props I do like. I really like Travion Henderson. I think that there are going to be 3 running backs. So here's the thing. You start doing the math on like, okay, I could bet on over 2.5 running backs in the first round. And people like Genty, they like Hampton, they like Henderson. Could even be other guys that are up there.
Right.
But there's a possibility that Travion Henderson goes before Hampton, or that Hampton goes before him. But I really just think that Henderson's going to find a home. I hope it's going to be the Denver Broncos. Would be absolutely perfect for him with Joe Lombardi. But you go to a site like DraftKings, and you can get plus money on Henderson, plus 130 right now for Travion Henderson to go in the first round. And I think
love that.
Yeah, it's just a really good draft class, maybe the best one since 2017. There's a lot of Jahmyr Gibbs, Devon Achane to this guy. I think somebody's going to get froggy and take him. So I like that one a lot as a more like reasonable pick. You know what I mean? If you're looking for like to take a big swing, I have been hearing a lot of steam about Armin Membo, right? The offensive tackle. And the reason we talk so much about this arm length stuff is that you have a pretty well-documented history of guys with arm lengths under 33 inches not being able to play offensive tackle. Like there's so many like gray lines, Jim. This one is so like it's like it's in concrete. It's just so crazy that like if you're just barely under, then you can play offensive tackle. We've had Rashawn Slater is one, but we're talking it has to be 1/8 of an inch. Anything under that, it doesn't work. So if people truly believe in that, then you might draft Membo over Will Campbell. And it's there, right? So
100%.
So that's the thing. And if somebody truly believes in those metrics, if you're an analytical group, and again, Will Campbell, I think he's even whether he plays tackle or guard, I think he's going to be great. I think it's like when the Jets drafted Elijah Vera Tucker, you just take a guy because you know he's going to be one of your offensive linemen for 10 years. So if my Patriots, I don't know what you guys see behind me here, there's a lot of bosses. If they take Will Campbell, I'll be happy. But a team might go out and say, hey, you know what? We need a tackle. That's more important. We're going to take this guy at plus 550. You can pick him to be the first guy off the board. And I don't think he goes outside the top 7. I think that I have the Jets trading back and the 49ers taking him at 7. But I mean, like, taking a offensive lineman at 7. But I mean, like, I think both Campbell and Membo are going to be gone by that. But I think if you want to get froggy, plus 550, that's a 5-1. That's a 5x. You know,
that's huge. Coop, appreciate it. Good news. Howard Bender pitched all the fantasy alarm stuff. So all I'll end you with, follow Coop at Coop A Fiasco. Coop, I'm going to get Bob in. Thanks for joining me.
Get him in. Love
Bob Harris. Had to get you in here.
I was waiting for Coop's plugs, man. Get them all in. Fantasy alarm.
Right, no, Howard did that earlier, so
right,
you're good. But it was funny with Coop because Coop went in at the beginning saying, I'm stealing a minute from Bob. So he was like targeting you the whole time. I'm like, all right, fair enough. What am I going to do here? Bob Harris, always excited to hang out with you. Draft week, it's finally here. All this work we've done to put in, and then we'll find out we're all wrong, like Howard Bender says. But that's all fine. Right, Bob, what are your general thoughts as we do all this prep and then we get to draft day?
I think, you know, the thing that always gets me, and it's true, like I don't get too invested in any of it, Jim. You know, I don't consider myself a draft pick. I'm following along. I'm getting up to speed on players. I care way more after they get a helmet on than before they get a helmet on. Right. So like I only have so much bandwidth. Like there are 99% of everything we are hearing and discussing and banding about all this week can't come to pass because it's mathematically not possible. Only one player can go to one team. So I think some of the interesting things are every year, right? Like the one thing that really strikes me is every year there's the quarterbacks. Like this year I've convinced myself and that like Cam Ward is the only quarterback that should go in round 1. I don't know that he should go, right? He is going to go. And like, I guess, you know, if you're the Titans, I suppose you don't have a choice, but I do this every year. I say this is the only quarterbacks can go. So I'm not going to be shocked if Cam Ward to the Titans is the only name called a quarterback in round 1. Also, I realize that only 20 players are qualified for 32 jobs right now as starting quarterbacks. And I'm being generous in that assessment, right? And so there's going to be the angst, the FOMO, the fear of missing out. So just like I wouldn't be shocked if Cam Ward is the only name called, I won't be shocked if 5 names are called all the way down like Jalen Milroe all of a sudden gaining all kind of buzz, Tyler Shuck gaining all kinds of buzz. Like if teams start getting froggy and moving back up in, you know, and I think the cliche is it only takes one team to fall in love with a player, right? And for our purposes, if it's the right team, I'm looking at you, Bo Nix. If it's the right team falls in love with the right player, great things can happen. So I'm wide open for all of it. But I think there's some interesting things about this draft. Like the most interesting thing I saw today was Pro Football Talk came out. 100 7,000 people live in Green Bay. 250,000 more are showing up for this draft. Where are they all staying, and how are they going to have enough cheese curds to feed them all?
Oh my gosh, the cheese curds are going to be out. They're not going to make it to Thursday afternoon. They're going to have a national crisis in their individual state of Wisconsin. Bob, this is going to be fun. I can't wait. And you're right about the quarterbacks, and the FOMO is a very real thing, because if you don't have a quarterback in the NFL, you have nothing. And I love how you mentioned Bo Nix. And when you think about it, talk about Christmas Day for him. What was it, like the 12th pick or so he got picked? But then he goes to Sean Payton and a team with an offensive line and a team with at least one really good pass catcher. I mean, it could not have gone better for him. So we'll see how it shakes out. Now, remember, if you're not following Bob, if you're one of the few people on the planet at Football Diehard, Bob's with Football Guys now. You always catch him on Sirius XM Fantasy, so you know that. When we're talking a tight end here, Jason Taylor has a son. Jason Taylor, the longtime Miami Dolphin. Talk about Mason Taylor.
And his uncle is Zach Thomas, by the way.
That's right. That's
multiple bloodlines there flowing into this kid. Multiple Hall of Fame bloodlines.
Yes.
Look, in 2010, Rob Gronkowski had 42 catches as a rookie. Last year, Brock Bowers broke 100. The tight end position has not evolved. It's mutated, right? It's become a new thing. So, look, Tyler, like, if you've been out there in the best ball rooms, and you should be, building up your draft muscles, getting ready for the drafts that matter by exercising regularly, Tyler Warren's going about the 100th pick, going wide is tight end 8 in round 9. Colston Loveland, the Michigan tight end, is going next. He's like round 13. You're going to wait till the last round. You're looking at some of the veterans that are available, as free square plays. Tyler Higbee, who's probably should be going more than he is. Chig Okonkwo. We've all played the Chig game before. Tyler Conklin, now in the Chargers. Theo Johnson, who showed flashes last year. Noah Gray, the touchdown maker on occasion. But who else is going in that range? Harold Fannin, I know you and Coop just talked about him. Elijah Arroyo, a playmaker. Those guys are going as like tight end 20 or tight end 29 for Fannin. Arroyo's tight end 36. Taylor's tight end 34. He's going to be available in the last round of your best balls. We'll see where he goes. The landing spots are possibilities. The Indianapolis Colts have a great need. Carolina Panthers may be a sneaky team. They can maybe go wide receiver first and get the tight end later. The Los Angeles Chargers, I mentioned Tyler Conklin's there. Don't know that he's going to scare anyone off any more than my guy, Will Dissly. There you go. And like Taylor, so here's the thing about Taylor. I was reading the Dane Brugler in The Beast, a loose mover, shows his route running at the couch point. He has great hand-eye coordination to make natural adjustments and finish in traffic. And I'm thinking, well, I know this because I watched his gauntlet drill. So I'm not a huge scouting guy. I'm not a draft pick, but I can remember over the course of time, I can go back to Vincent Jackson running the gauntlet drill saying, that guy, man, he just looks like a football player. The way he moves, the smoothness. Felt the same way about Taylor. He's a 3-down player, can be on the field the whole time. So a lot to like about him in the right landing spot.
Yeah, I'm excited. The bloodline thing, I've always got enamored with that, Bob. I mean, sometimes it doesn't work, but man, it's so tempting to go down that road of 2 bloodlines, like you said, Zach Thomas in there as well as Jason Taylor. That means something, right?
Right. I think it could, but also, tight end, again, it's a position where we see guys rise up that are unexpected, and these guys are going very late, Fannin, Taylor, etc., Roya. But I think in Dynasty, they'll be going well earlier in the last round where they're going to best balls right now. And again, tight end can evolve quickly, as we've seen in recent years.
I'm glad you're talking about some players because we have a lot of repeats, and this is good because you're going to talk about a running back here, Taj Brooks. Talk about Taj Brooks a little bit.
5'9", 230 pounds until he showed up for the combine at 215, which seems like something he did for the combine. And his numbers were great, but he's just been super productive. Great player at Texas Tech, great elusiveness, great balance. He can catch the ball reasonably well. I listen to my friend Matt Waldman an awful lot, and Matt is all in on Taj Brooks. And the way he describes it is he's the guy who takes the lemons and makes the lemonade. He takes that 1-yard loss and turns it into a 3-yard gain. And those are the guys in the NFL that end up doing something. So you're looking at a guy with similar talent. Look, they're if 2 years from now, 20 of the guys that get drafted at running back this year have some kind of roles in the NFL, again, we wouldn't be shocked. And Brooks is as good as a lot of the guys going around or 2 ahead of him in the rookie drafts. I think in the football guys, the rookie draft guy right now, he's like running back 20. If he doubles that, if he's inside the top 10 by the time all is said and done in terms of where he ends up with the right landing spot, again, landing spots are going to matter for all these guys. But he seems like a player with proven upside and has demonstrated his ability to carry a workload and do the things that NFL coaches like the most, which is not take losses, turn those shorter runs into longer runs. That's the thing. And that's what you can go back over the course of time, guys that weren't like super talented backs, but were super solid. Travis Henry, that was the thing about him. And, never got tackled didn't get tackled for losses. He would turn those 2-yard gains into 4-yard gains. Those are the things you're looking for, that kind of player.
Bob, tell everybody what both you and the football guys have going on over draft weekend.
Oh, man, we have so much going on. I'll be doing live streams with Matt Waldman at Sigma Bloom on Thursday night on the Audible channel. I'll be on Friday night with Dave Kluge and Alfredo Brown on the Fantasy Football channel. I will also be doing on Sirius, doing solo shows, wrap-up shows Thursday night from midnight to 1, Friday night from 11 until 1 a.m. Saturday, Dempsey and I will be on from 4 until 7. And then Sunday, I think you'll be in it. We'll be hosting the post-draft draft on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio. And also, Dempsey and I will be doing a preview show on Wednesday night, so check that out.
Oh, that'll be amazing. Yeah, the draft on Sunday, excited about that. We get to set these early ADPs once players have their new jerseys, so that I'll be very excited to see where some of these players fall. Bob Harris, love all you do. Appreciate you as a person and a friend.
Likewise.
Thank you for coming on and hanging with me, and I look forward to talking to you soon, Bob.
Love you doing these, man. These are great shows. Love watching them, too. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Bob. We got Eric Balkman in the house. Balky, you find him at Eric Balkman. And Balky, I can't say how much I respect your work. You're at FFPC Media. You're at the High Stakes Fantasy Football Hour, Roto Vigs, High Stakes Lowdown. I know I've been on your shows before, and I've always heard your input. And I've been on shows, and you've just been amazing with your analysis of players. And now we get to talk some NFL draft. Before we get that, you follow him at Eric Balkman. And Balky, what are your initial thoughts about Jack Besh as we get into this draft?
Yeah, he was a player I did not know a whole lot about until the Senior Bowl, and he really showed out there. Then you dig a little bit deeper into this guy's game, and I think he really fits what my Green Bay Packers need, like a guy who already has a high floor, a guy who is a pretty good route runner, a guy with great hands, a guy who understands leverage and just knows how. He's not just some speedster playing the wide receiver. It's like he's one of those guys. You can be a thrower. In baseball, like you could be a thrower and maybe you'll strike a few guys out, but the guys who are really great are pitchers. You could be fast in the NFL and play wide receiver, but the guys who are really good wide receivers play the position like they're tacticians when it comes to it. And I think Besh is. I think he's improved to the second round. I think regardless of if it's the Packers, I kind of think it might be. We'll see. But regardless of who he steps in for, he's going to be able to contribute right away from week 1 on. And I think he's going to have like a good, solid, long career in the NFL. You're looking at, probably a guy with, at the peak of his powers, probably top 15, top 20 upside for his career. And I think he'd be a smart dynasty pick, regardless of who gets him. I really like this guy's game, and I think it's going to translate well to the pros.
And you talk about the Packers and Christian Watson, you would assume a minimum of half the season he's missing and the amount of time he's missing his career. As talented as he is, it's hard to extrapolate him doing a whole lot and investing in that position. I do want to ask you a lateral question with the Packers. Is the lack of usage of Jaden Reed, do you think, due to his weight, that the team doesn't want to overburden him? Because he seems to me like a star player who is not getting star treatment.
I mean, that certainly could be it. I don't know, Jim, because if you have a weapon like that, I mean, there were stretches where they just didn't use him at all, not even minimal. So I don't know if he was dealing something, and maybe that's what it was. It was some sort of injury or something that wasn't reported, and that's why they just wanted to keep him on the field healthy as a decoy at least. The other thing, the Packers really transferred to a power run game last year. So everybody, Reed, Watson, Dobbs, Wicks, all these guys really were not able to produce at the level that I think many of us thought that they would be able to when you consider how talented they are and how talented Jordan Love is and what he did at the end of the 2023 season. So there's a lot of weird stuff that went into it. And I don't know if we're ever going to get a really good answer on it, but I think your hypothesis makes sense. And obviously with Watson, I said, I'm backing off it a little bit, but I said initially I thought Watson was going to miss the entire 2025 season.
Right.
And that still wouldn't surprise me if it happens.
Yes.
Brian Gutekunst, the GM, I think said he is projecting like halfway through the season they think he'll come back. But the other thing, Jim, and you know this, like dude coming off an ACL, coming back in the middle of the season, I'm not really expecting any kind of production from Watson this year at all.
No, I mean, he's gone undrafted in a lot of the best ball leagues I've done. Maybe in some leagues he's getting taken late. I haven't seen much of that, and I think that's probably the wise way to go to fade him. I like how you pointed out Jordan Love and switching over to a power run game with Josh Jacobs, because Jordan Love only attempted, I believe, top of my head, 425 passes, which was extremely low, but it just kind of showed what you ascertained, that they're running the ball, and it was successful for them to a point, and that could be their identity this year. But I do like the Jack Besh to the Packers call. Next player you're going to talk about is Colston Loveland, and I love this guy. And as a receiver, for being a fantasy guy, personally, and I might be way off here, I like him better than Tyler Warren. Regardless of that, talk about Colston Loveland going into the draft.
Part of the reason I think we should be higher on him and we're not is because of the injury last year. And we're, listen, recency bias affects all of us. And I think that had he played out the season fully healthy, or maybe if he would have come out, after Michigan won the national championship, we'd be talking about him in much higher regard. The fact that he's dealing with Tyler Warren as his main adversary about who is going to be the first tight end taken. Warren does a myriad of things with and without the football. But I think we can't just compare him to Warren. Colston Loveland's going to be a really good tight end in the NFL. Loveland is a player that, I don't know if he steps in and is the guy right away, but yeah, definitely second half of the season and in 2026, he's going to be a great tight end for somebody. Now, I know there's been a lot of scuttlebutt about him going to the Broncos. That kind of cooled after they signed Evan Engram, potentially reuniting with Jim Harbaugh in Los Angeles. That's a possibility with the Chargers. What I'm hoping for, Jim, and maybe this is just a fool's errand, I'd love to see him slip in the draft, or maybe Kansas City goes up and gets him, and he becomes the heir apparent to Travis Kelce, catching passes from Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. That offense, Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy, and then Loveland, you add that. I mean, my God. It's sort of like when it looked like the Packers hit on Aaron Rodgers, and then when it looked like they hit on Jordan Love. People in the NFC North are like, really? We got to deal with this now for another 10 plus years? And you could be saying the same thing if you're an AFC West team. If the Chiefs trade up for Loveland, or if he somehow slips to where they're picking him at the end of the first round, then all of a sudden Loveland could be a guy that you're really excited about going forward here.
Yeah, I think I love that call on Loveland. Now, can you give us a prop?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one that's caught. I would say the longer you wait on this, probably the better the odds are going to be. But if you go to the DraftKings Sportsbook right now, if you look at total running backs selected in the first round and you take over 2.5, you're getting plus 195 on that. And I still like that bet. I still think that there's a really good chance that we see Genty, Hampton, and Henderson all taken in the first round. So I'd be taking over 2.5. I could easily see, and I know this is a deep running back draft, and sometimes that pushes these guys down that are talented enough for the first round, pushes them down to the second round. I don't think that happens. I really think that we're going to get 3 running backs picked in the first round this year, and to get plus 195 on that, that's really juicy. And I'm a big fan of that for sure.
And Balky, with really in my mind, the lack of blue chip talent at other positions in this draft, I think that's where you make this case for the running backs. You get the playmaker in there, and because the running back class, I think, rates higher than a lot of the other positions. There are other years where there's enough edge rushers where you really want to get them in that first round. I think I'm on this easily with you here, that somebody's going to need a running back more than they're going to take a shot on a project edge rusher or depth, like a corner that's not really near a first round grade. So I think that's an outstanding, as usual, assessment. Balky, remind everybody where they can find you and any work you have going on.
Yeah, at Eric Balkman on X. Do everything with the FFPC, the RotoViz High Stakes Lowdown, the High Stakes Fantasy Football Hour. Doing a special show on the Better Sports Network tonight, the High Stakes Fantasy Football Show. Derek Brown is going to be my guest for 2 hours of nothing but NFL draft talk. And if you're into sports talk, I'm doing my local terrestrial radio show from noon to 1 Eastern time all this week up in Green Bay at the NFL draft. So that's been a lot of where I'm coming from you today. So, but at Eric Balkman is where to go for that, and you'll find all my content there. Thank you so much, Jim.
Yeah, always love having you on. I look forward to working with you soon. Balky, enjoy the draft.
Thanks, man.
Everybody, remember, if you're looking for a fantasy football focused live breakdown of the first round of the NFL draft, you can catch myself and Anthony Cervino on RotoWire Twitter, 8 p.m. Eastern on Thursday. And if you're looking for an edge in your fantasy leagues, you can get a 15% discount on any RotoWire product or subscription. Just go to rotowire.com. And when you check out, use the code ROTO15, ROTO 15. And without further waste of time, we were bringing in a good friend, Mike Dempsey. Mike, you can find him at MD_1010XL. Mike hosts Jaguars Today on 1010XL, Game Day co-host on Jaguars Radio Network, and of course, you know, football diehards on Sirius XM Fantasy. Mike, what is draft week shaping up like for you?
Well, busy, which is great, so good to see you, Jim. Wednesday night, Sirius XM with Bob Harris doing a special edition of Football Diehards from 8 to 10. Thursday and Friday, I'm pairing up with Jeff Mans and Jeff Ratcliffe from the network, and we're doing live draft coverage. Bob and I will do live draft coverage on Saturday for the final 3 hours from 4 to 7, and then we're hosting a fantasy draft on Sunday now that we know all the players and where they're going to be. So
yeah, that'll be fun. I'm excited to do that draft with you as well. And again, whenever there's football coverage, there's Mike Dempsey. You always know where to find Mike. Mike, as we get into this draft, and I know I've had a few people talk about him, but I can't get enough talking about this player. And to me, Colson Loveland is a really interesting player. Can you talk about Loveland and what would be a good landing spot for the young tight end?
Yeah, I mean, I think Colson Loveland might be the most fantasy-friendly tight end that comes out of here, even if he's not the first one taken. It depends on the system that these guys land in and their opportunity early. But I think I'm not any different than anybody else, Jim, that I think Colson Loveland to the Colts makes a ton of sense, whether it's Daniel Jones under center or Anthony Richardson, to have somebody who's a little bit of that safety blanket. They have enough outside receivers there. They could use a guy that could stretch the seam. They spent a lot of picks in recent years on trying to figure out that position. So I think that is a good landing spot. I think there are a lot of that type tight end in the draft, though. Like I like Loveland. I love Elijah Arroyo if he lands in the right spot, right? There are particular landing spots that would be better than others. But I think Loveland to the Colts makes a lot of sense. And that seems to be about the range where he is mocked and considered among about a top 15 type prospect.
I like how you outlined the Colts shots they've taken at tight end, and it's been a large amount. And the funny thing is, who's the guy who stuck around? Mo Alley Cox. He's the one that outlasted them all. But Kylan Granson no longer with them now. He's with the Eagles. And then the name evades me. They had a tight end a few years ago. He had injuries, but anyway, and he's hasn't been playing. But it's just been a bunch of guys. And even Anthony Richardson's first year, Mike, when they went into that season, they had 4 wide receivers on their depth chart and 7 tight ends. And to me, I thought they were going to be like a heavy tight end offense. They're playing 3 receivers. Weird. But anyway, Loveland to the Colts, that's a great call because they have to get it right at some point. This is the time to do that. And I believe they're pick 14. So he would be on the board there, and it'd be a great opportunity for them to finally get this right. Another situation is Denver. And we know that Sean Payton, what does he really want to do? He wants to have a great running game. He's built a good offensive line there. He has a good young quarterback. He has some good receiving weapons, but we know he wants to run the football. Talk about Omarion Hampton and why you like him going to the Denver Broncos.
Well, I mean, I think the landing spot makes sense. Now, granted, I'm not in Sean Payton's head. He may prefer like a Travian Henderson type, who I think is a little bit more like Alvin Kamara in terms of play style, which is what he was used to, obviously, in New Orleans. So this is more of a, not necessarily Hampton at 20, but if this is such a rich running back class, and I get it, if it's rich, you can wait, right? But if it's rich, that also means there's probably better running backs available than there are in a lot of years. We've seen running backs come back into fashion a little bit. And this draft overall, Jim, we're being told there aren't enough blue chip players. So if you're sitting there at 20 and you got your quarterback last year, you've got your wide receiver 1 in Cortland Sutton, you've got a couple of other interesting young options there, including Marvin Mims, who came out a little bit at the end of last season. It's not a great wide receiver class. I think if you want to give a guy 270 to 320 touches, you're going to have that opportunity. Yeah, Genty's going to be long gone, but Omarion Hampton would probably be the number 1 running back in a lot of recent classes that we've seen come out. So I just think that makes a lot more sense. I think Dallas has more needs. Now, if Genty were there at 12, or if they're there at 10 for the Bears, that's a different story because he is seen as a guy who's a cut above. And as we all know the number, he had more yards after contact than Hampton had yards. And by the way, if you want to criticize the level of talent that Genty played against, go look and see the schedule that O'Mara and Hampton played in the ACC. It was horrible. And Genty had more yards after contact than Hampton had yards. So I definitely see the gap between them. But I think 20 is a prime landing spot for the second running back in the draft.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Now, in terms of, all the teams extremely well, but I know you're really plugged into the Jaguars. Obviously, you work with the Jaguars frequently. So talk about Ashton Genty as in terms of a prop and maybe going to the Jaguars.
Well, it's not necessarily to the Jags, but I like the prop of him going 5th overall for a number of reasons. A, the Jags, we've been talking about this for weeks in Jacksonville, and the national media is starting to go, wait a minute. If he makes sense for the Raiders, why wouldn't he make sense for Jacksonville at the same point? You can say, well, they have Travis Etienne. Yeah, he's playing on the 5th-year option. They didn't draft this guy. And granted, they did a great job with Bucky Irving in the 4th round last year, so I'm not saying they couldn't go like Dylan Sampson in round 3
right,
and be fine. And that's a guy I like a lot. But at the same time, this is an organization that has come out, and James Gladstone last week admitted, he was asked, is this kind of a statement pick? Is this a tone setter for what you want to do going forward? He goes, you have to look at it that way. It's our first pick ever as a new regime. Genty is near as a can't-miss prospect as there is. It's just positional value that might push him down a few spots. So I think, look, first of all, I think the Giants you have to be aware of at 3. After letting Saquon go. I think certainly the Patriots, Vrabel wants his next guy that he can lean on as a workhorse. He had Derrick Henry. But Jacksonville makes sense by themselves, but it also makes sense as a landing spot because if you want to get ahead of the Raiders,
yes,
there you go. Come on up. Chicago has 2 second-round picks.
That's the one.
That is the one because they have Carolina's second, so they have 39 and 41. You give up 41, maybe you get a 6th-rounder back, something like that, and you still have your 2nd-round pick. You get the centerpiece of your Ben Johnson offense. The Jaguars, for their sake, go back. Maybe they get Jalen Walker. Maybe they get Ty Warren, and they get a little extra draft capital, and they need extra draft capital. So I like the 5th. It's plus 350. I'm not guaranteeing. I'm not predicting that Genty will go there, but I like the odds there if you're playing the prop.
Yeah, exactly. And I love how you mentioned the Bears angle. Like I said, the Jaguars could trade because if the Bears want that player. And talk about setting Ben Johnson up for potential success. Say what you will, Caleb Williams didn't really have a fair shot last year. You've got DJ Moore, you got Romo Dunze. You really upgraded the interior line. The tackles are not bad. They drafted Darnell Wright with the 10th pick last year. He's still developing. He was good. The left tackle, Braxton Jones, was a former 5th-round pick. He's not bad, but they really put together a line. So if you give Ben Johnson at running back, there'll be no excuse for Chicago. Any final words on if the Chicago offense had Ashton Genty?
Oh, I mean, look, obviously, wherever Genty goes, Genty's going to be a well-thought-of commodity. You can't get him past the 15th pick pretty much in any of the best balls I've been in this year, right around. That's about the latest he is going. So, look, if it's all up to Caleb Williams and what Ben Johnson can get out of him. But as you mentioned, DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, it's a pretty good starting spot. Who knows? Keenan Allen, maybe he goes back there. I've heard no interest in Keenan Allen this offseason, but you've got Komet. Maybe they add a pass-catching tight end a little bit later on as well. And somewhat of a two-headed monster between Genty and Swift in that scenario. But I think that's more like an 80-20 as opposed to kind of the 50-50 that he had in Detroit.
You have one more prop for me about Georgia's player, Jared Wilson. Give us that prop.
Well, I think he's the best center in the draft. And it's not a great draft for offensive linemen. I've seen a few of the top pundits start to say, don't be shocked at how high Jared Wilson goes. He's plus 2,500, Jim. I mean, they're giving it away here. I mean, do I think it's going to happen? No. But at 25-1 on the odds, I'm kind of interested there at a guy that I think Monheim's the other guy. Some people think maybe be the better center in the class, but I think it's Jared Wilson. He blew away the testing process this offseason. He played in the SEC at Georgia, got a pretty clean resume. I like him a bunch, and I wouldn't be shocked. I'd be surprised, but I wouldn't be shocked if he went in the first round, hence the payoff.
Oh, I love that. I mean, 2,500. Yeah, that's beautiful odds. Cannot argue with that. I know you told us a little bit in the beginning of the segment about what you had going on. Remember, you're following Mike at MD_1010XL. Just again, give a quick reminder of what you got going on this week, because you have a lot rolling this week.
Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday night on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio. This is in addition to my local show in Jacksonville from 10 to noon every day. Saturday, Bob Harris and I from 4 to 7. Covering the last few rounds of the draft, recapping everything that's gone down. And then it sounds like you are one of the participants in Sunday's draft, which Bob and I will be hosting and picking apart your selections, Jim. So you better make good ones, buddy.
Oh, I love getting ripped by you guys. There's no better experience in the world, Mike Dempsey. Mike, look forward to talking to you soon. Enjoy the draft, and we definitely will talk soon.
Thanks, brother. Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you. All right, now we're back to some football guys presents. We had Bob Harris on a little while ago. Now we get some Dave Kluge, and you follow him at Dave Kluge, Kluge. Dave, excited for draft season, and here we are. We finally made it. Football guys did a ton of work getting everybody ready. What has your lead up to the draft been like?
Oh my gosh, this has been a crazy offseason, Jim. We actually released version 1 of our rookie guide where we had over 140 prospects in there. And of course, this is a fantasy football draft guide, so it focuses on quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends. But we released that the morning after the Super Bowl. So while most people were grinding during the playoffs and trying to get their edges in DFS and whatnot, we had already turned a leaf over to rookie scouting. So version 2 is out now, where we have updated with combine information, relative athletic scores, and all that good stuff. It is free for 3 more days. After the draft, then we release version 3, where we're going to have a little bit more information in there. That's going to be for our Football Guys subscribers only, but you still have a chance right now to go to footballguys.com/rookie guide and download this for free.
Again, it's footballguys.com/rookie guide, correct?
Yes,
right,
sir.
Make sure you're checking that out. Dave, as we get into this draft, and it's funny, the Football Guys presence, one person talked about Mason Taylor as Bob Harris, and now we get a little more Football Guys here. So yeah, we were talking earlier, as you know, Jason Taylor's his dad, Zach Thomas, a pair of Hall of Famers in the blood. That was his uncle. Pretty crazy to think of the double bloodline working to your advantage. But all that said, talk about Mason Taylor and where would be a good landing spot for him.
So when I did my first mock draft, it was in early March, and I mocked him going to the Kansas City Chiefs. And at the time, a lot of people had a round 2, round 3 grade on Mason Taylor because the production wasn't really there. He stepped up in some big moments at LSU, but didn't really have any big breakout year. You know, we never saw an 800-yard, 1,000-yard season from Mason Taylor. But if you look, his production's been pretty consistent through every single year that he was at LSU. And this is a team that has been a wide receiver factory for the last few years. You know, Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas, Justin Jefferson, you can keep going back. They didn't really have that guy this year, and Mason Taylor stepped up to be one of the primary options. And when I look at him, you know, the athleticism is what really gets me excited. You talk about the NFL bloodlines, but you could see it at the combine. He didn't do all the athletic testing, but doing the gauntlet drill and doing the on-field drills, he was just moving differently than every other tight end out there, and still has that 6'5" frame that we want to see from a tight end. So I look at a guy that's still just 20 years old, still has room to develop, still has room to grow physically, emotionally, intelligent, all that sort of stuff. And I see the Kansas City Chiefs with Travis Kelce, who is getting up there in age, production starting to wane a little bit. He seems like the perfect heir apparent for Travis Kelce. They can draft him at pick 31. They don't need the immediate production from him, but he can kind of sit behind Kelce for a year or two and develop there. I think that is just a dream landing spot for the Chiefs and for Mason Taylor.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, Patrick Mahomes probably has a long time to go, but you've got to keep him loaded up with those weapons. Last year, Xavier Worthy. We're not sure if Rashee Rice is going to have that legal situation dealt with this year. We'll find out what the deal with that is. But like you said, you add another player to take over for Kelce. This is really something that's going to be a long-term move. So I love that call. We'll hopefully see that happen on Thursday evening. Let's talk about another player, the running backs. It's a great running back class, Dave. And actually, I know most people have Omari and Hampton as their second running back on the board, but I think a case can be made for Travion Henderson. I don't know if you're in that camp or not, but talk about Travion Henderson and where he could end up in the draft.
I am. I'm a big Travion Henderson fan. He is my RB2 in this class. I prefer him to Omari and Hampton. And Omari and Hampton does a lot of things well, you know, a tackle breaking machine, and he's obviously got the frame, you know, 225 pounds. We love to see that from an NFL running back, but Travion Henderson is what we see works better in today's NFL. You know, he has the pass catching upside. He can run a wheel route. He can run a post and get deep downfield as well. And then, of course, he's got the big play upside. You know, he is make a one tackle or miss and he's off to the races and nobody's catching him. So I see a lot of people mocking, you know, Ashton Jinty if he falls to the Bears at 10, or taking Omari and Hampton if he falls to 10 as well. I think it would be smart for the Bears to potentially trade back, still stay in the first round, land a pick somewhere in the 20s. Maybe Pittsburgh Steelers sitting at 21 want to move up and get Shedeur Sanders if he's sitting on the board. There's so many ways it could shake out, but I think it would make sense for the Bears to trade back and get Travion Henderson. One of my player comps for Travion Henderson was Jahmyr Gibbs. And now with Ben Johnson over here in Chicago, of course, they've got DeAndre Swift, but we know Ben Johnson, DeAndre Swift, they had a little marriage a couple of years ago and didn't last too long or work out too well. So I think we could see something similar where the Bears trade away DeAndre Swift and draft Travion Henderson the same way the Detroit Lions did a few years ago when they traded away DeAndre Swift and drafted Jahmyr Gibbs. It is just a perfect fit for that offense. And I think it makes a lot more sense than Hampton.
Yeah, we've talked a couple times earlier on the show today, Dave, saying that if Ben Johnson has any hopes of recreating something close to what he had in Detroit, a running game is going to be a big part of that. And I like how you tied in the fact that DeAndre Swift was an option to them, and then he wasn't an option to them because he doesn't really break many tackles or do much after it. He had a shot in Philadelphia and honestly had 4.5 yards per carry, and that was not impressive behind that line. So that said, smart move. And so we'll see if Travion Henderson is the next piece in this iteration of the Bears trying to recreate the Detroit Lions offense and become a big-time team in the NFC. Now, any prop bets you like for this draft, Dave?
I don't know what the line is. I'm sure this is moved, in favor of, quarterbacks getting drafted. But a couple of weeks ago, I locked in over 2.5 quarterbacks, 2.5 quarterbacks going in round one. That just seems so obvious to me. And last I checked, I think it was at minus 115. So I think that the books are starting to lean that they expect more than 2 quarterbacks to go. But so much ado has been made about how this is a terrible quarterback class. And, you got Cam Ward. A lot of people will say that he doesn't even justify the first overall pick. You're hearing some people say that Shedeur Sanders is more of a day 2 quarterback than a round 1 quarterback. But at the end of the day, desperation drives the NFL draft, and we see this every single year. Teams that we think are set with their quarterback will still go out and draft a quarterback. We just have to flash back to last year when the Atlanta Falcons gave Kirk Cousins $100 million and then spent a top 10 pick on Michael Penix. And I see a lot of people say, well, the Raiders, they're not going to draft a quarterback because they just gave Geno Smith money. I think that they're still very much so in play to draft a quarterback. The Seattle Seahawks need a quarterback. The Pittsburgh Steelers need a quarterback. There's a lot of teams out here. And if you ask me, are there 3 quarterbacks in this class that have round 1 draft grades? I'd say no. But if you ask me if there's 3 quarterbacks that are going to get drafted in round 1, that's a completely different question. And I think very much so that you're going to see a team want to take a chance on a Jalen Milroe or, pun intended, throw a dart on Jackson Dart. I think that
Nice.
We're going to see at least 3 quarterbacks go in round 1.
Yeah, I don't see how that doesn't happen. Like you're intimating, it's a quarterback-driven league. And if you don't have a quarterback, you really have nothing but problems. And to take a chance, the first-round pick is the time you probably got to go and reach up and get that quarterback that you want. So I think that makes a lot of sense. And as you mentioned, the odds are going to be going down, down, down on this. But regardless, as long as it's not too prohibitive of juice, it still should be a bet that cashes. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Is the bet going to cash? And it sounds like over 2.5 is very, very likely to cash. Dave, give us a bold prediction before we get you out of here.
I got Trey Harris as a round 1 pick, and it's weird. He's been a pretty polarizing player, Jim. I'm not sure how much Trey Harris has been brought up on this stream that you've been doing. I see some people say 0. All right, well, I'm glad I could be the first to bring him up. I see a lot of people say Trey Harris is kind of a day 3 pick. Some people say that he is this guy who still needs some refinement to his game and could be kind of a developmental day 2 guy. I see what he does well, what he did at Ole Miss last year, which was verts and in-breaking routes. There's a role for that in the NFL. I mean, we just saw this a few years ago with Rashee Rice. That was all he could do his rookie season, and they still fed him over 100 targets, and he was very productive with that. So I could see Trey Harris doing something similar. Averaged over 5 yards per route run last year at Ole Miss. That is just a ludicrous number. And over 1,000 yards receiving in 8 games before he got injured. And I think it's that injury that leaves a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth. Had he finished the year, he'd have broken the receiving record this year. I mean, he was on a ludicrous pace. You see a guy that, might still have to develop a little bit, but he's got the size, he's got the athleticism, he's got the explosiveness, he's got the nuance to his route running as well. He's got good hands. He can make plays after the catch. I think he's one of those guys that's going to sneak into the back half of round 1. And if he does, that's where you get some really nice landing spots where he can land with Buffalo or Washington and be a guy who can immediately contribute as a rookie.
Look, and it's very possible. All you need is one, like Bob Harris says, you need one scouting department or one general manager fall in love with you. And it's easy to see what you saw in a team making that shot. So that's a great, bold prediction. And again, these are bold predictions. We're not saying it's going to happen, but I like the logic behind it and why that would make sense. Dave, remind
and if you do like it enough, you can get it for plus 1,200 on DraftKings right now too. So
exactly.
Just throwing it out there.
No, 100% on that. And the fact that it's plus 1,200, that's not prohibitive odds. So it's not like so far out of the realm. It's not like plus 4,000 where it's like, yeah, well, good luck with that happening. 1,200 means that the book is saying there's a chance this happens. So it's not outlandish, because I think at some point when you get to the odds and they're so, cooked up, then the probability is near zero.
You're
but this is not
money.
a near zero. So, right. Dave, remind everybody what you got cooking and where they can find you.
Yeah, footballguys.com. I've got the fantasy football show that I'm doing with Alfredo Brown. We're releasing 2 episodes a week. I've got the dynasty football show that I'm doing with Jeff Bell. We got 2 episodes a week coming out of that as well. And then right after the draft, I haven't talked about this a ton publicly, but I will be coming back with my old show, The Launchpad with Jim. That's where you and I first connected years and years ago. I'll be having that come back. It's going to be audio only, but every single Friday, all you got to do is subscribe to the Football Guys Fantasy Football Show audio feed, and you'll get exclusive rights to listening to that episode every Friday morning.
That's where I sold your listener on James Conner that year. I remember
You
that
did,
one.
yes.
That was a fun show. People bought, they listened, maybe they made a little cash. All right, Dave, great to have you on. We'll have a great draft, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks, Jim.
All right. And next we have my RotoWire teammate, Brandon Kravitz. He's the props analyst for RotoWire. You also know him from Live in the Zone. Of course, if you're in the Orlando area, 3 to 6 Pacific Monday or Tuesday PM. Sorry, Monday to Friday, FM 96.9. You need the Orlando Magic pregame radio host. Brandon, you always have it going on. You had me on your shows. I appreciate that. Knowledge about many sports, but I appreciate the work you do at RotoWire. Brandon, as we get into this draft, what has been exciting about this whole process of leading up to it?
I love that we're talking about running backs like they matter again. And I think we can thank perhaps Christian McCaffrey from a couple of years ago, re-sparking our love and appreciation, not from the fantasy football angle of it, but from the real gridiron perspective that these guys matter and they make a very real impact. He helped the 49ers get to the Super Bowl 2 years ago. And then Saquon Barkley was arguably the most valuable player in the NFL, and certainly was as you got deep into the postseason. And now all of a sudden we're talking about Ashton Genty as a potential top 5 pick. Like it's not the craziest thing you've ever heard in your life. If this was a conversation a couple of years ago, it would be so dismissed and you would be treated like a lunatic who doesn't deserve to talk about football if you suggested such things. But here we are, not only with him, Jim, but with multiple players just discussed in the last 10 minutes while I was waiting in the queue of running backs that could go round 1.
I'll take a minute here because you bring up a really good point about how the framing of running backs has changed recently. And I will say this, Brandon, I've done research and say there'll be an article coming out in July, but the linebacker position has gotten lighter and lighter and lighter. Back in the 90s, it was like 230. It was like 270, 260 or 270. It's down to like 230. Linebackers are smaller. And what I noticed last year, Brandon, there were more plays than ever when only 2 linebackers were on the field. So now there are less big hitters on the field and they're smaller. And we wonder why running backs were durable last year. But the other thing, Brandon, is the league is so worried about stopping the pass. They're giving you the run. And that's
not just the pass, Jim. They're worried about the deep pass. So now they're taking guys further and further away from the line of scrimmage. This is a chess game, and eventually it was going to catch up. There's 11 guys on both sides, and if you take your pawn and put them far away from the line of scrimmage, then I'll take mine and put them in a position where they can get through a line with not as much resistance. So, it took a while for us to get here, but this is why we love the game of football, because every time there's a course correct that goes extreme in one way, Jim, it would be the opposite. If teams' defensive coordinators decided we're loading up, we're going to stop the run, you're not beating us with these 5-yard per carry guys like Jahmyr Gibbs and Saquon Barkley, what do you think would happen? These quarterbacks would kill these defenses over the top.
Right.
And they're not willing to go back to that right now, at least as it stands. But we'll see what kind of impact these running backs make in the new era.
This is an important discussion because as people who are watching the show come to understand, the running backs, as you mentioned, Brandon, they are back to being valuable. And so this is an important setup. Now, are there any players in this draft you specifically have an eye on and maybe where they could end up?
Yeah, two players with some landing spots that I really like. One on the offensive end, one on the defensive end. I like Colston Loveland to the Miami Dolphins at 13.
Ooh.
The Tyreek Hill era coming to an end. I would be surprised at this point if he plays a snap next year with the team, given all of the drama that he's caused on the field and now off the field. And I've thought for a while, in my personal opinion, that the Miami Dolphins should go to a format shift, go more heavy personnel, 2 tight ends, use Jalen Waddle's explosiveness. They add Nick Westbrook-Akine, so they still have another guy that can beat you over the top, but run the hell out of the football. What's the number one priority for Miami moving forward now that they paid Tua? Keep him healthy. How do you do that? It's not dropping him back in the pocket.
Nope.
Even if you have these quick passes, you're still putting him into trouble where he's going to take a lick. Really rely on that run game, and then I think the best friend of a run game is to have that receiving tight end that can help you out in play action, and Loveland gives you a chance to do that without taking away the versatility from your passing attack. Love what we saw from Jonnu Smith last year, Jim, but that was the best year of his career. How repeatable is that really? So that would be one. And then the other on the defensive end is Michael Williams out of Georgia. If he were to fall to 11 to where the San Francisco 49ers are, I think they could solve a lot of problems with that. Leonard Floyd, Drake Greenlaw, they've got to replace these guys. He's athletic. He's long. He would be a nightmare on the other end of Nick Bosa. So I really like that. I think they'd be salivating at that. I don't think he gets there. I think he gets taken a couple of spots earlier, but if he's there, they should strike.
And you're right. The 49ers absolutely have to address their defense. Their defense has taken hits over the last couple of years, and it has a number of holes now. Offensively, look, they're going to deal with left tackle Trent Williams aging, hoping he stays on the field. They did. Dominic Pooney was a good draft pick for them last year. He played well, but they can't add to their offense. Right now, they got to roll with that because they're still hoping they can compete for the NFC title. And you're right. The way to get there is defensively. So I think this call that you make is fantastic. Brandon, are there any props you identified when looking at the draft board?
Yeah, one that I've already taken a bite on personally is Shedeur Sanders under 8.5 as his draft selection, but I didn't want to tee that one up to you because I feel like by the time I get on here, somebody's already given some sort of Shedeur take. So let me localize this. I'm inside of the state of Florida. I'll take the Bucks to draft a linebacker at plus 175.
Ooh.
I have not seen a mock that doesn't have Jahad Campbell out of Alabama going to Tampa Bay. Not one. So, and the fact that those aren't the shortest odds as far as what position they may draft is sort of astonishing. There are only 2 players that'll get drafted in the first round that do carry that linebacker tag, so be careful with that before you place that bet. But this is all about essentially saying the Bucks are going to draft Jahad Campbell. If you can find those odds out there, maybe they're even a little bit juicier. Just take that. But he's the perfect chess piece for a Todd Bowles defense, and they've been looking for somebody to eventually replace Levante David as the heir apparent.
You're exactly right there. And this is another team. They don't need to address their offense right now. They have the good offensive line, skill position set. They're happy with Baker. But what do they need? Defensive help. And like you said, Todd Bowles is going to want that chess piece on defense. And that's a fantastic call that nobody else on this show, I guarantee you, will make. But that's a locked in call. So love that. Brandon, any bold calls for the draft?
Yeah, and I would suggest to anybody out there, if you can find a mock draft that doesn't have Jahad Campbell going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, please send it to me because I haven't seen it yet. A bold prediction for you. How about this? This is pretty bold, Jim. The LA Rams are going to be the team that selects Jalen Milroe. So not only, it would be bold enough if I just said, okay, he's going to go first round. I think he's going to be selected by the LA Rams. If he goes round 1, and he's been invited to Green Bay and accepted the invite. So there is that thought that he is going to be a first-round pick because Roger Goodell doesn't want to deal with that Will Levis situation again where he's sitting around for an extra day. This is a copycat league, and Sean McVay is probably looking at what the Philadelphia Eagles have done. He certainly has up-close experience with that, what they've done with Jalen Hurts, and is wondering to himself, could I pull that off? They have the luxury of also not forcing him into the line because they still have Matt Stafford. But at the same time, they need a succession plan. And even if it doesn't work as a succession plan, because that would be the overall upside is he actually takes over in the future like Hurts did, just to have a guy that you could draw up some plays for and keep that innovation moving forward. I think Sean McVay would get real use out of this guy. So I'll have Jalen Milroe going 26 to the LA Rams.
And it's a good bold call because Stafford is 37, right? At some point, you think Sean McVay is going to stick around if he doesn't have a quarterback? Probably he's going to leave. So set the stage now. I think that's a great bold call. Brandon, remind everybody where they can find you and your work.
At Brandon Kravitz, you can find me across all social platforms. Always have something pumping out, especially now during the NBA postseason. Plugged in with the NBA, daily props available on my Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, you name it. And we'll be popping on and chatting with guys like Jim here on RotoWire channels in the near future as well. Enjoy the draft, my friend.
Short answer. Who's winning the NBA title?
I don't think anybody can beat OKC. They're too loaded and good at just about everything.
You heard it here, and they're loaded. And again, the odds probably aren't very good, but that's what you want to bet. Brandon Kravitz, enjoy the draft, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you.
All right. We have Nate Polvogt in the house. Nate.
Jim, how are you, man?
Doing well. We finally got to the week. We've been waiting for this for months. We had free agency, of course, that came and went pretty quickly, actually. Normally it drags on a little bit more. It really didn't drag on a whole lot this year. Still got some players out there and probably going to wait quite a while on those. Leading up to draft season, what type of expectations have you had about this draft class?
Not much. We have no idea what's going to happen. We don't know where a lot of these guys are going to land, whereas other years we've kind of had a little bit clearer picture where some of these players are going to end up. So it's hard to say because we know landing spot, especially from a fantasy football perspective, is so incredibly important. Talent will only get you so far, and we're talking about putting together a good fantasy football season. So I'm just here to see what happens for the most part.
Now, you can find Nate at Nate Polvogt, Polvogt, the co-founder of Optimus Fantasy, which has been around just about a year right now, if I'm correct. Yes or no?
Yeah, we are just getting into about 1 year. So we officially started it first week of May last year.
That's what I thought. So very excited for the work that you guys are doing over there. So keep that rolling. Nate, as we start out here, are there any particular players as you're looking at this draft or players that you found particularly interesting and maybe a landing spot as well?
I've got two guys that I really, really like in this class. Jackson Dart's the first one. I'm not saying that he's being underrated because I don't think he's being completely underrated. We're seeing him go as high as 9 to the Saints in some mocks now with the Derek Carr situation, of course. But I really like him, and I think he's going to succeed in the NFL. And it's not just his play, right? It's the kid's character, the way he carries himself, getting to see that firsthand in Mobile for the Senior Bowl, watching him on the field, getting to talk to him and really get a feel for he's a good kid and he takes direction well. He took coaching well, and I don't think New Orleans would necessarily be the worst place for him. He could end up with Kellen Moore. You get that throw first mentality out of a head coach. You've got Chris Olave and Alvin Kamara, but I'd also like to see him maybe in Pittsburgh. I think that Tomlin offense, that Tomlin tutelage, you've got DK Metcalf and Jalen Warren there already. They've got a pretty established offensive line. I think that could be good for Dart.
It's very interesting. You mentioned the Steelers, and I haven't heard people make that definite connection. And I think what I like about it is we know Arthur Smith. Think back to the Ryan Tannehill days in Tennessee when Arthur Smith coached there. What did he like to do? They like to run the ball, use play action, and then take shots with it. Downfield, down the middle, stretch the field. And you thought Tannehill had a lot of success with A.J. Brown. And it's not coincidental that they brought in DK Metcalf. And I don't know how George Pickens is going to shake out there. But when you think about it, personnel-wise, Dart can make those play action throws. And that would be a very interesting landing spot because those would be two really good targets to have. So I think, as you set this one up, I think that's a great landing spot because it would give him a chance to compete from day one. A player who might be a project, but maybe not in this specific offense. So I think that's a phenomenal call on that, Nate. Nate, who's another player you're looking at?
I really like Elijah Arroyo, the tight end out of Miami. Big dude, big frame, but he's kind of being slept on, right? He missed most of 22 and 23. He played a total, I think, of 11 games in those 2 seasons. Doesn't have a huge body of work, right? We've got 46 catches. He's got 753 total receiving yards over his college career with 8 touchdowns. but this is a guy who is athletic. He's that Evan Ingram type of tight end, which is why I like where I'm seeing him mocked, because we're seeing him mocked a lot to Jacksonville. We're also seeing him possibly going to the Jets. I think that could be fun with Justin Fields. We're seeing him possibly mocked to Tennessee, which I don't love as much, with Cam Ward, likely their starting quarterback. We know how these offenses go with rookie quarterbacks, right? It's generally not good for fantasy production. But if he does end up in Jacksonville, you get him in that Evan Ingram role. It's going to be high volume. He's probably going to have to share some of it with Brenton Strange, but I think that would be a really good fit for him. And I think he's a guy who could be fantasy relevant year one, which is very unusual, let's say, for a tight end, rookie tight end.
You know, you earlier had mentioned, just in passing of the discussion, Justin Fields. Lateral question. What are your expectations as of they stand right now with the Jets with Justin Fields? The defense probably snaps back a little bit. They have talent there. But what do you think about a Fields-led offense at this point?
I think it's going to be interesting to see how they pair him up with Garrett Wilson, how he's able to work with Breece Hall in this offense. I don't think it's good for Breece Hall from a fan perspective. I think we're going to lose some volume to Fields' athleticism and his willingness to run in just about every situation. But I also hope that maybe this can be a growing experience for Justin Fields, right? Maybe this is where we finally see Justin Fields be the guy that we thought he was going to be coming out of college. It's a bummer that it's in New York, the Woody Johnson. Go from Chicago to Pittsburgh, which is a good situation, and now you're back in New York. But I'm hoping he's the best of this. I think he could be. I mean, in redraft, I think there's a chance he's a top 5 fantasy quarterback this year.
Absolutely. He ran for 1,100 yards with Chicago. Last year when he played those few games, Pittsburgh used him very safely. They didn't put him on these design runs. They knew he had some fumbling issues. I think they really made it a priority. Everything's safe. New York, what do they got to lose? Pull out the stops and let this guy roll. And like you said, if you're running for that kind of yardage, it doesn't really matter what you're passing for. You are a top 5 fantasy quarterback, and you're drafting him as of now, just outside the top 12. So it's a good lottery ticket to have. So I like that. Nate, when you were looking through the draft picks and the board, did you see any props that looked enticing?
So there's actually one that kind of came up for me this weekend that I really like. Ashton Jaunty to Jacksonville at plus 200 right now on DraftKings. A $5 bet wins you $15, but we're starting to see some traction behind this. Sports Illustrated and Yahoo have both referenced it. He's born and raised in Jacksonville. It would be a cool story for him to be able to go home, but it sounds like it's a need that Jacksonville might want to address, which then leads to the question, what are they going to do with Bigsby and Etienne? But that's neither here nor there with this. But I like this bet at plus 200.
I like that very much. Any other props, or is that the only one you want to sit on?
That's the only one I'm sitting on this year. It's everything's all over the place, Jim. It's nuts.
No, I love it. Any bold calls for the draft?
So I have one that wasn't that, well, it felt bold like a week ago. It doesn't feel as bold now, but there's a caveat to it. Shedeur Sanders falls out of the first round. I think that's happening now, but not by far. I think he goes 33 to Cleveland, and they pair him back up with Travis Hunter. It's just the kind of thing I think the Haslam family would do. It's probably nonsensical, but I could see it.
You know, although there's not a big deal if it's spending a second round pick, even though if it's like the 33rd pick, it's not like it's going to be another first round failure. I think there's something to that. They got to figure out something at quarterback. I mean, my goodness, this team has been in a quarterback situation for a long, long time, and throwing a second round dart, that's a big difference. So I think that's a good bold call. I like your thought on Sanders falling. It's always the question, right, of how desperate teams are to jump up. But you're on it because talent-wise, in my mind, and I think it sounds like yours as well, this isn't a first-round talent. Any thoughts there?
No, he's good. He's not great. As someone who I live 10 minutes from the CU stadium. So I know a lot about the CU football, and he's good, right? He's good. Average in the pocket. He doesn't really like to run. He can do it if he has to, but he's more of a pocket guy. And I don't think that teams are looking for that in the first round. They want a guy who's dynamic. They want the Jaden Daniels guy. They want, in this case, Cam Ward, who's got really good legs. That's what they're looking for. He's a good second or third round prospect, much like how I feel about Jalen Milroe. And I heard the guest prior there saying he thinks Milroe goes to Los Angeles, which I don't hate. I think that's a
Right.
good situation if they're not going to make him play year one.
Exactly. I mean, McVay is going to have a quarterback in the future. Because like I said of that, I guess before, it's like if Stafford's done at some point and McVay doesn't have a quarterback, he almost walked after the Super Bowl. So they've got to figure out something. There's got to be a succession plan because he can't walk into a situation, McVay, where there's no quarterback. Because I think he has no motivation to stay. So that would be interesting. Nate, remind everybody where they can find you and what you got going on at Optimus Fantasy.
Well, guys, you can find us optimusfantasy.com. Check us out on YouTube at Optimus Fantasy Football. We are doing a live stream for the entirety of the first round of the draft. We're going to have a lot of guests, some new faces to the team. Then we've got content coming out all week, both on YouTube, TikTok, and then on the site as well. We've got some awesome written content from Casey Kasem, Lou Brunson, Kevin Tompkins, and myself. So go check that out, optimusfantasy.com.
Yeah, Nate, thank you for joining me. Appreciate all the good work you're doing. Look forward to talking to you soon.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, thank you. All right, everybody. Hey, if you're looking for a podcast, the RotoWire Fantasy Football Podcast, it's episodes almost every day. I'm on the Monday show with Anthony Cervino. We have other great hosts on throughout the week. Be sure to subscribe to the RotoWire Fantasy Football Podcast on your podcast platform of choice. And as I mentioned earlier, remember that we will be covering the draft weekend on Sirius XM Fantasy Channel 89, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 11 a.m. Eastern. I'll be on Thursday with Jeff Erickson, Friday and Saturday with Mario Puig. So we'll have you covered there. And if on draft night, Thursday night, if you're looking for fantasy football coverage of the draft, you'll join the RotoWire Twitter page. Some of you are watching on YouTube now, but that coverage will be fantasy football coverage on the RotoWire X. So make sure you catch that for the Thursday night drop. Again, myself and Anthony Cervino will break everything down. We got Joe Bartel in Green Bay. He might stop by to chat in as well. Well, we're looking forward momentarily. We're expecting Joe Dolan to come on in. In the meantime, while we're waiting for him, we're going to talk through a few other things. There's a few questions that I'm looking at with this NFL draft. And I noticed as we're 3 days away from the draft that every team has their current first round pick. There's like all 30. Usually you get to this point, a team had already traded out last year. None of that. So every team right now has a first round pick. We'll see if any of that changes. But the interesting thought is that maybe because of the uncertainty of the draft class, man, the first few picks, maybe that's why teams haven't traded up. But I think the night of the draft, then you'll have teams jockeying to try to get that specific player. We will definitely see how that works out. With that, we bring in my friend Joe Dolan. You find him at FG_Dolan, owner and editor-in-chief of Fantasy Points, Sirius XM host, Football Game Day, of course. Joe Dolan, you have been working your tail off during draft season. What is your level of work during draft season? What do you have cooking throughout it?
So that being the me being the editor-in-chief at Fantasy Points, I pride myself on reading every word that comes across my desk. So really what that's been is editing Brett Whitefield's prospect guide up at Fantasy Points, his mock drafts, Theo Greminger's dynasty work, and also Scott Barrett's absolutely freaking massive rookie breakdowns with he does running backs, tight ends, and wide receivers, and they're full of footnotes. And just like, so I got to make sure the footnotes are so, like, even though I'm not actually producing a lot of this content myself, I'm ingesting a lot of it. Like, and really that's the way it goes for me at draft season. So I know what people's opinions are, and I'm able to form my own opinions as well, based on some of that. And, I'll never consider myself a draft Nick. I'm not somebody who puts in the time that is needed to be at least good at your job. But I'm draft Nick adjacent. I would say that, Jim, that's for sure. And so I'm pretty well versed on this class for sure.
Well, and you guys have always had a great team at Fantasy Points, and then when you had a different name in the past, you guys have always had a great team. So that's the beauty of you guys over there, that there's always a lot to learn from every one of you, and collectively, you guys have a great base of now. So again, always appreciate the knowledge that you share. Joe, when we're looking at the quarterback class, and we know if you don't have a quarterback in the NFL, unless you have a Ray Lewis defense back in 2000, you're in trouble. Yeah. So Jackson Dart's a player that has come up recently by a lot of people talking about the draft. What do you think of Jackson Dart, and where may he end up on draft night?
So I think that's particularly interesting that this is I think it's a a choose your flavor kind of quarterback class, and not in terms of like super high end guys, but there's guys who, I think teams can talk themselves into. And maybe that's a problem in and of itself, that you have to talk yourself into a quarterback. But, he is Brett Whitefield's quarterback one in this class, but he said you're splitting hairs between Dart, Shadur Sanders, and Cam Ward. It's just like, what kind of preference do you have? And Jackson Dart, to me, I got to see him in person, talk to him a little bit at the Senior Bowl. And when he was down at the Senior Bowl and he was holding court at a podium on Media Availability Day, he said he models his game after Jalen Hurts. And I thought that was really interesting, because what did we find out just last week or the week before? Derek Carr is injured. Now, how injured is he? I'm not sure. Might miss the whole season. It just seems like he and the Saints are at a point of no return here. He'll never play for the Saints again. I think we're well aware of that. And unfortunately for Kellen Moore, that means he doesn't have a quarterback. Now, maybe Kellen Moore views this as a blessing in disguise, because would you rather have no quarterback or Derek Carr as your quarterback? Somebody who's going to put you in purgatory. And you really feel like the New Orleans Saints have a chance to hit the reset button here. Oh, and did Jackson Dart compare himself to Jalen Hurts? He did. Does that comparison fit on film? I think it does. Oh, by the way, who just won a Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts? Kellen Moore just won a Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts winning the MVP of the game. So I think Jackson Dart to New Orleans is a very natural fit. Now, does that mean the Saints are going to take him at 9? Could they trade back, accrue a little bit more draft capital? I think Adam Schefter came out and said today, or put it in one of his articles up at ESPN.com, that the Bears basically are praying that Ashton Jeanty falls to 10. Could a team, if let's just say the Raiders pass on Jeanty, could a team that heard that comment say, hey, New Orleans, I'm calling you up for Ashton Jeanty? Could New Orleans draft Ashton Jeanty? I feel like New Orleans has bigger needs than that, but you never know. Teams could view him as a game-changing player, but New Orleans trade back a little bit maybe, or just take Jackson Dart at 9 if they're hearing that there's some hype around him. I just think he's a fit there. I feel like he's got fantasy upside that I don't think. See, Shadur Sanders for fantasy, I think needs a perfect scenario to be good for fantasy because of the kind of quarterback he is. Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, they might be able to be good for fantasy independent of their scenario. So New Orleans could be an interesting spot for Dart. I feel like I'm not breaking any ground here by saying that, but I feel like that's a landing spot that it would make a lot of sense if New Orleans went out of their way to get Jackson Dart in there.
You mentioned Derek Carr earlier, and if the person will be happiest if he's not their quarterback is Chris Olave, because like the Jimmy Garoppolo days when he'd run like George Kittle into danger, talk about a guy that throws you into danger. That's Derek Carr. And I think he's really been a nightmare and Chris, and you would see like Derek Carr with that body language, like, giving Olave shade on the sidelines. So I think if Olave's going to be healthy, he'll certainly be happy with Jackson Dart. I hope that happens for not everybody involved, including Chris Olave. Let's talk about Tyler Warren a bit. What are your thoughts on Warren coming into this draft, Joe?
Well, I'm a Penn State alum, so my thoughts on Tyler Warren are I love the freaking guy. And I think he's a culture changer, culture setter on offense. He and Loveland are very different players. I think, what was the word is like, I guess Warren's a little more Gronkian, not to say he's Gronk, who might be the greatest tight end of all time, while Loveland is more of a Kelsey, who also has an argument to be the greatest tight end of all time. So obviously you don't want to compare them directly, but I think you get the idea of Warren, a little more inline physical kind of player. He was a high school quarterback, the Penn State, he threw passes, he ran the Wildcat at Penn State. Who knows, maybe the tush push goes away, but a team who drafts Tyler Warren might be able to use him as that quarterback sneak kind of artist there. I think he's going to be a red zone threat, and I just think he's a culture player. And I think there are going to be coaches who in the top 10 probably are absolutely in love with the guy. Some others might say, I don't see the athleticism that I'd like, but others are just going to look at the football player and say, this is the best football player, maybe sans Travis Hunter in the entire draft. And Tyler Warren is a football player. I think he's going to go in the top half of the first round, and I actually have a pretty hefty, well, not a hefty bet, but I have hefty odds that I thought were way too long on a potential landing spot for Tyler Warren.
Go right ahead with that. Let's roll right into it.
So I was going through just like I do a best bet show with Tom Brawley and Trey Camberling, good friend Trey over at Fantasy Points, our podcast. And what we've been doing, we've been hitting draft props for a little bit. I had one that I put fake. We do a little game as well with fake money. Unfortunately, that was the one I made a few weeks ago was the Saints 20-1 to take a quarterback with their first pick. That was before the Derek Carr news. That is now minus odds. So I wish I put real money on that. But I did get a similar one that I think has super long odds. I got this offshore. I live in South Carolina. We're a Philistine state, so you can't do anything fun here. But I got the Panthers at 25-1 to draft a tight end with their first pick. Not Tyler Warren, a tight end.
Yes.
So like maybe like the guy that I think everybody expects them to take defensive line, and that's the favorite. And I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But like maybe Mason Graham is off the board. And they're like, that's the guy we really wanted. Now we're just in BPA mode. And Tyler, look, Bryce Young, great second half of the season, something there. Well, let's help him hit his stride, okay? Let's help him. And everybody thinks they're going to draft a wide receiver. Well, on DraftKings, they are 5-1 to draft a wide receiver, 14-1 to draft a tight end with their first pick. I think that's incompatible because look at the talent at tight end vis-a-vis the talent at wide receiver. There's really one consensus first-round wide. I guess people have Matthew Golden, but really it's McMillan who's the consensus first-round receiver, and then there's guys who are all over the board. Tyler Warren and Colston Loveland are basically first-round picks, and in some regards, top half of the first-round picks by consensus. So my question is, why are the Panthers so much more likely to draft a receiver than a tight end if you can make the argument that the tight ends are the better prospects? What if they just decide, you know what, we need to help Bryce Young in the best way possible. We're just going to take the best player on offense, and that's Tyler Warren. And they're 25-1. That's where I got the number, but you can still get like a 14-1 at DraftKings to take a tight end with their first pick. They could even trade back a little bit, and Colston Loveland could be part of that. Like, just say, oh, somebody wants to jump the Bears for Ashton Jeanty. Well, Carolina, you wanted Mason Graham. Are you open for business? Somebody wants to jump the Saints for Jackson Dart. There's a couple of ways that can go. So do I expect this to hit? No, I don't expect it. But it was a 25-1 bet. And I think the odds should be way shorter than that for them to just take what could be the best offensive weapon in the class.
Oh, that's fabulous. Love the call on that. Joe, remind everybody where they can find you and what's going on at Fantasy Points.
Yeah, fantasypoints.com. Go to our YouTube, Fantasy Points. We're going to have live shows all 3 days of the NFL draft with Brett Whitefield, Scott Barrett, Theo Greminger. I'm going to be popping on. Tom Brawley will be popping on. All our staff's going to be popping on. I'll also be on Sirius XM Fantasy from noon to 4 on Saturday for day 3 of the NFL draft. And as you know, Jim, that's where a lot of fantasy meat and potatoes comes in on day 3 of the NFL draft, especially this year at the running back position.
Yeah, it will be an exciting 3 days of the draft, and Joe Dolan, as always, has you covered. Joe, always appreciate hanging out with you. Thanks for coming on my show, and I look forward to talking to you soon.
Yeah, see you, Jim. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And let's keep the fantasy points going here. Another fantasy points back-to-back. This time, we got Ryan Heath. You find him at RyanJ_Heath. Am I correct in calling it that way?
Yeah, you got it right there.
Perfect. I had to make sure I got that right. Get that underscore in there. Anyway, Ryan is the lead data writer at Fantasy Points Data, and works with Joe Dolan, who you just had on the show. Great team. Ryan, what's your draft process been like?
Yeah, so I kind of, honestly, pretty similarly to Joe, I have kind of an interesting role in terms of draft season at Fantasy Points. So probably the biggest thing this year was I kind of took over the Spork athleticism model from Scott Barrett, kind of diving really deeply into like what combine measurables really matter the most, especially for fantasy at each position. So did a ton of work on that, have a very long article on Fantasy Points that you can check out about that for those that are curious. But yeah, I wanted to kind of bring some of that perspective to the show today.
Yeah, very excited to have you on. You subbed in for Theo Greminger at the last minute, so I certainly appreciate that as well, Ryan. Ryan, when you're talking about players, and you're bringing up a couple players that have been brought up on the show, but I think they should have been brought up earlier, but they weren't, which works out well for us. So first of all, Bashal Tutin had the phenomenal speed time and at the 40-yard dash at the combine. What are your thoughts on Tutin, and where could he end up in the draft?
Yeah, so Tutin ran a 4.32 second 40-yard dash in both the vertical and the broad jump. He ranked in the 96th percentile among all running backs since the year 2000. All of that rolls up in my model, in our Spork model, to be the fourth best Spork athleticism score since the year 2000 at the position. That's behind only Saquon Barkley, Jonathan Stewart, and A.J. Dillon. So you'll notice all of those guys got drafted by day two. I really think there's a good chance that Tutin goes on day two. My kind of ideal landing spot for him is it's very easy to say this about any kind of fast, like one-cut running back. But yeah, the San Francisco 49ers, I would be very excited. It's just the exact type of like late day two pick that Kyle Shanahan loves to make. This would be an amazing addition to their offense. Obviously, Christian McCaffrey's age and health are just going to be constant questions for the rest of his career. If they have Isaac Guerrero and Tutin behind McCaffrey, then they feel really good about their running back room, even after dealing Jordan Mason a few weeks ago. So yeah, I think that's the ideal spot for Tutin. And yeah, I just really love the player, and you can see the speed when you're watching his tape. You can see it in all of the stats and the metrics as well. This is from Scott Barrett's draft research. He has put out some amazing, just like analytically focused rookie rankings recently. But yeah, Tutin led all power conference running backs in career missed tackles forced per touch and yards after contact per attempt. He was over the 95th percentile in both those stats among all RBs over the past decade. The only other running backs in that category are Bijan Robinson, Travis Etienne, Kenneth Walker, and Javonte Williams. So insanely athletic, insanely productive. I really want him to go to the 49ers, but yeah, definitely a name to watch kind of on late day two, early day three.
Yeah, it was a great breakdown, Ryan, and the landing spot's good. But I tell you what, Tutin might be a little nervous if the 49ers take him because their track record of their early round draft picks at running back goes back to Joe Williams, Elijah Mitchell, who I love. He's a fifth round pick. But it's kind of funny that when they take a guy other than these late round guys that you didn't even think about. But I love the call, and I hope it works out. But I could totally see that happening. And if the 49ers do take him, let's hope the 49ers curse isn't alive and well. Let's talk about the tight end. Again, we have not talked about much on this show, but we should. Harold Fannin put up some really good collegiate numbers. What do you see in Harold Fannin, and where could he end up?
Yeah, so let's start with the numbers. And again, all of this is just directly from Scott Barrett's write-up on all of the rookie tight ends that you can find on fantasypoints.com. Over 1,500 receiving yards in 2024, the most by a tight end in FBS history. Nearly 50% of his team's passing yards, Harold Fannin was responsible for. Only two wide receivers have beaten that mark over the last decade and change. It was DJ Moore and Tyler Boyd at different points. And also 3.76 yards per out run for Harold Fannin last year. With all of that together, Scott Barrett called it the best analytical season by a tight end in college history. So that's just unbelievable. And it wasn't just him beating up on bad competition at Bowling Green, right? He had 137 receiving yards against Penn State, 145 against Texas A&M. So this was just an insanely productive player at the college level. But so, I mean, when we get into the landing spot, what's really important for a tight end like Harold Fannin is he is probably not big enough to play in line. He weighed in at 241 pounds at the combine. Honestly, that's probably a little heavier than he actually played. All these guys know that if you're under 240 at tight end, you better get up there for those NFL evaluators.
Right.
So with that in mind, he needs to go to a team where either the team is going to be willing to just live in 12 personnel, right? Or it needs to be a team where he's actually better than the slot wide receiver, where they're not just giving up all of this blocking by taking an inline, by either playing him in line or just giving up any explosiveness in the receiving game by taking a slot wide receiver off the field, right? This is kind of like the Dalton Kincaid dilemma we saw over this past season, right? Where, well, he's can't really block in line, so he's not really getting Dawson Knox off the field. He's not a better receiver than Khalil Shakir, so Kincaid ends up with a 60% route share and is totally worthless for fantasy, right? So to kind of avoid that for Harold Fannin, we need to see him go to a team like the New York Jets, who beyond not really having much target competition behind Garrett Wilson in general, their slot receiver right now is Alan Lazard. And honestly, like just looking up and down every NFL roster, there are not many slot receivers where I'm like super confident that Fannin would just be better on the field than. But yeah, Lazard is one of them. So if the Jets pass on a Tyler Warren on day one, yeah, I would really be looking for and rooting for them to take a shot on Fannin late day 2, early day 3. That would get me really excited.
Yeah, and fantasy managers be really excited as well about that opportunity. We got about 2 minutes left here. So Ryan, give me some props that you like.
Yeah, so my like favorite angle for props here is just looking at the top of the draft. I think, especially after the top 3 picks, I think we are way too overconfident. This is not a class where there's a lot of consensus kind of around the league. So I think the betting markets at the 4th pick and the 5th pick are pretty exploitable right now. I do not think that the Patriots are totally locked into Will Campbell, nor that the Jaguars are totally locked into Mason Graham, right? So I think either team could surprise us, could go off the board, or either team could easily trade out with a team that might be trying to leapfrog the Raiders at 6 to go after Ashton Genty, right? So this morning, as of this morning, you could get Ashton Genty to go 5th overall at plus 250. I really like that because there's also just a chance that the Jaguars take him outright and Liam Cohn falls in love with him, right? Or you could get them on FanDuel, Ashton Genty at 4th overall at plus 1,300. So I took that as well. So yeah, I just would not... all of the scuttlebutt here in New England is that the team loves Will Campbell, sees him as a left tackle, that he's likely the pick. But I would never count us out of trading down, right? They would love to take that opportunity if it presents itself. So yeah, just sprinkling Genty at all the spots above the 6th overall pick is kind of my favorite prop right now.
No, I think it's a fantastic one as well. Now, Ryan, Joe, Dolan, before you did a good job pitching what's going on at Fantasy Points. Pitch yourself, where people can find you, and then we'll get you rolling.
Yeah, you can find me and all my written work on Fantasy Points on Twitter at RyanJ_Heath. And then I just want to specifically call out on day 3 of the draft, I will be live along with my Dynasty Points co-host, Thomas Tipple, Jacob Sanderson, Lucas Gilbert on the Fantasy Points YouTube channel, breaking everything down from a Dynasty lens throughout day 3 of the draft all Saturday afternoon. So should be a lot of fun. Really looking forward to it. Come check it out.
Ryan, great to have you on. Look forward to talking to you soon. Enjoy the draft.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you. And with that, we bring in my RotoWire teammate, Anthony Cervino. Anthony and I do the RotoWire Fantasy Football Podcast together on Mondays. We'll be going on Twitter live pretty much most days beginning next week. Anthony Cervino, it's been a long grind to the draft. What's been your favorite part about the process of getting to this point?
No, my favorite part of the draft process usually comes after free agency because a lot of the initial offseason landing spots or team needs are filled, and now we can really eat into the NFL draft landing spots because it's usually what's left over that these teams are going to go into this draft process and say, hey, we need to fill X, Y, and Z positions that we did not sign, and we can really dig into that going into Thursday night.
Anthony, as we get into this Thursday night part of the draft, we're looking at players. Who's one player out of that Ohio State backfield who you like, and where might he end up?
Well, my favorite running back out of the Ohio State backfield is TreVeyon Henderson, and I see a realistic chance he ends up with my Dallas Cowboys. Now, Henderson doesn't come with the same buzz as a Gente or Marion Hampton, but I think he's the 3rd best running back in this class. Home run speed, quickness. He's a threat to score anytime he catches or runs with the football. dangerous receiver and runner, known to be a pretty good in pass protection, team first guy. And we know this running back room in Dallas. Yeah, they signed Javonte Williams. Yes, they signed Miles Sanders, who has not been relevant since Philadelphia. But Trevion Henderson would instantly upgrade this running back room that has not had the same spark since Tony Pollard a year or so ago.
Yeah, that would be a great landing spot for Trevion Henderson. Man, he would be a bell cow from day one. Now, Anthony, surprisingly on this show, we've talked about all types of players. At this point, we've had about 22 different experts on. Hardly anybody's talked about Omari and Hampton. Do you think you could talk to us about him a little bit?
Yeah, I have Hampton slated to go to Denver in the first round. And that's a draft prop I like. How many running backs get taken? I think you can make the case for over 2.5. And Hampton would be second to Gente. We know Denver, that's a running back room that drastically needs an upgrade after losing Javonte. I believe all they have left is Audric Estime and Jaleel McLaughlin. And what separates Omarion Hampton from McLaughlin, who two different skill sets, he's one of the few true full-time bell cow running backs I see coming out of this class. We see a lot of this talented running back class coming out. They're committee backs. Hampton is a true bell cow. Now, I do think he can use some polish as a receiver, but I wouldn't call that a weakness. He's physical, aggressive. He's a downhill runner, excellent in between the tackles, and outstanding vision and patience. So I think Hampton to this backfield in the Sean Payton offense would be terrific.
And Sean Payton gets it. The league defensively, and it's going to be his way for a few years. The league is trying to stop the downfield pass, and they're giving you the run. And they already have a good offensive line. And if Payton is able to get that running back in there, those are a lot of free yards too, with the way defensive linebackers on the field, playing the safety back. So I think it would be a great pick. And this offense could be lethal. Let me ask you this question, Anthony. If they bring in Omari and Hampton, what happens to Bo Nix's fantasy stock? Because we know Payton's not averse to leaning heavily on the run.
I mean, I don't know if Bo Nix's fantasy stock takes a huge hit. We know he can run, but Bo Nix started putting up a lot of fantasy points when he was getting more acclimated as a thrower of the football. So I would maybe downgrade Nix a little bit, but I don't know if he falls out of my top 12.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Just want to hear what your thoughts are. Because if Hampton goes there, I was wondering what the fallout would be. So in terms of prop bets, talk about a wide receiver prop you like.
Well, a wide receiver prop that I actually love is Tet McMillan going in the top 10. And you can grab these odds right from RotoWire. If you go to the RotoWire /betting/NFL draft futures, they have all the most popular NFL draft props on the top sports books. So if you scroll down, you'll see odds to be a top 10 pick. You go through all the top players, and you see Tet McMillan. It looks like these odds move from earlier, a plus 450 odds. I think I had him at 550 as of this morning when I added that to the chart. So these odds have moved to 450 on BetMGM right now, 320 on FanDuel, 200 on ESPN Bet. And there are two teams that I love for Tet McMillan. And they're picking right behind each other. One is Jacksonville. The next one is the Raiders. We know the Raiders, they need wide receiver help. They have Bowers. They have Jacoby Myers. They don't have really anything else, right? Trey Turner's nice, but Tet McMillan would be an outstanding addition to that offense. The Raiders have a pretty good defense, but I think adding to this offense, they brought in Geno Smith. They want to throw the football. You have Tom Brady as ownership, and I think that matters. I think Tom Brady wants to put a winning product on the field, and you need explosiveness. You need to score points in the AFC. And also Jacksonville, Jim, I get that they have Brian Thomas Jr. I like their backfield. I get Jacksonville. There were those rumors they'd be in on Gente. They have a pretty good backfield. I'm not ready to give up on ETN yet, but that number 2 wide receiver position next to Brian Thomas. You remember, this team lost Evan Ingram. They moved on from Christian Kirk. There's a legitimate need for another wide receiver in this wide receiver room.
Yep.
I think they could surprise people and be the team that takes the first wide receiver off the board. And McMillan, and again, 450 odds. If you were lucky enough to get it a little bit earlier, you were getting 550. But these odds move for a reason. I think the books are onto something.
Yeah, no, you're right. And these lines will be volatile. Things will get figured out. Bets will be placed, and markets will move fairly quickly on this. And obviously, you were smart enough to identify it when it was plus 550, but other people are figuring out McMillan is different. I say he is the one ball winner. He's the one on, I call him the X receiver, can line up on the line, can take the press man. He's the player that can win on 3rd and 7 when you've got to get the big play. There aren't many of those in this draft. Most of the other ones are more of the offline receiver, the Z or the slot. We have a lot of those. We don't have a lot of Ted McMillans. And I think that's going to gas him up. And that plus 450 now, he said, that could be plus 220 come Thursday. So like Anthony said, hop on that. Now, Anthony, I know we're going to be doing some draft coverage on Thursday night. You want to talk about it on the Twitter channel of RotoWire?
Yeah, you can catch me and Jim on Thursday night breaking down the first round as it goes on. 8 o'clock we'll be on live, and I think we're going to stay for the duration of the draft. Also, Jim and I are going to be live all off season long on the RotoWire Twitter channel at RotoWire and at RotoWire NFL. So really looking forward to this off season together.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one. And you can find Anthony on the X at the Real NFL Guru. Other than that, Anthony pointed out earlier on the RotoWire page, you could go, he was mentioning earlier how you could find props. You want to talk another minute about that, Anthony, so people understand a little more what that is?
Yeah, so whether it's NFL draft, NFL, any sport, we have these odds comparison tables, and you just go to RotoWire, click on the sports betting tab, and go to your preferred sport and market. And again, it's going to give you on the left side the best odds. So whatever sports book has the best odds for that market, that's going to come up first. And next to it, it's also going to give you the next few books with the best odds. So let's say NFL 4th overall pick odds. You'll see that, Will Campbell minus 390 at FanDuel. But if you go next to Abdul Carter right below, plus 800 at BetMGM if you think he's going to be the 4th overall pick. It'll also give you, hey, what is a $20 bet payout? Well, a $20 bet on BetMGM for Abdul Carter at plus 800 odds pays out $160. So these are great tools. And again, not only for the NFL draft, any sport that we cover at RotoWire, there's a good chance we're going to have these odds tables. You just got to find the market you want to bet on and search it.
It's invaluable because it's for people like me, it's very hard to shop books. I don't have time to go through what's at this book. That's done for you. So it's a great opportunity. So take advantage of that. Anthony Cervino, always love talking football with you. Very excited to do the draft night with you. We'll have some great analysis, fantasy football. Anthony, thanks for joining me, and we'll definitely talk soon.
See you guys later.
All right. All right, everybody. Next, Frank Ammirante is on. You find Frank at F Ammirante, AMMIRANTETFJ. Now you'll find Frank at Rotoballer. You'll find him at Fantasy Pros. Frank, always love talking football with you. What's exciting you about this draft season?
Love being on. Thanks for having me again. What I'm excited this week, I want to see where Emeka Egbuka lands. I think he's plays a really fantasy-friendly type of game as a good slot receiver that could win underneath. And as sort of a somewhat bold prediction for a landing spot, I could see Emeka Egbuka landing with the Rams. He should be available at pick 26. Like I said, he could thrive in the slot, working well off Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams on the perimeter. He's been compared to Jackson Smith-Njigba. Egbuka has been. It could really stack the offense for Matthew Stafford, who, he's getting up there in age. He's still playing great, but it's nice to really keep him in a position to thrive, Stafford. And you can do that by really getting Egbuka to join your 2 stud receivers. And remember, Sean McVay earlier in his Rams tenure, playing 3 receiver sets so often when he had Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp, and Brandon Cooks, this would give him the best trio since then. I think it's a sneaky fit, and it wouldn't surprise me to see Egbuka land with the Rams.
And you're right, Frank. McVay's not running the 97%, 11 personnel, 3 receivers in the field he ran a few years ago, but he's still near the top of the league. He's still into this, I think, upper 70s, 80s. So you're right. Most plays, they have 3 receivers on the field. And I know they re-up Tutu Atwell, but obviously if they could do way better than Tutu Atwell, it would be something that would really give them the opportunity. So I love the potential landing spot because I think Sean McVay can't get enough weapons if he has the opportunity to do so. So we'll see how that one pans out. So of the Ohio State backfield, let's talk about one of those running backs for me.
Yeah, so Travion Henderson, I think, is a perfect fit with the Broncos. You know, Henderson should be available at pick 20. Sean Payton has publicly expressed how he wants to add a joker, that kind of chess piece, that running back who could make an impact in the passing game. And Henderson could do so. He's been compared to Aaron Jones. He's a good pass protector. He's explosive. You know, we look at the Broncos, they've shown they're willing to just take their guy, regardless if people look at it as a reach. Look when they took Bo Nix last year. Some of us thought they may get him like late first and trade back in, but they took him like in the top 15, Bo Nix. So I don't think they're worried about that. And I think Henderson being a perfect fit with the Broncos could make them even take Henderson over Omarion Hampton, who is even the consensus, like he's considered the consensus RB2, Hampton is, but Henderson feels like more of a fit with what Sean Payton wants, and I could absolutely see that happening, and it'd be exciting for both real life and fantasy to watch Henderson in a Payton offense.
Yeah, and I like both these players. Most of our analysts have not talked about earlier Emeka Egbuka, who you talked about earlier. I'm glad you brought him up because he hasn't gotten enough publicity in this one. I do think, in my mind, and again, maybe I'm higher than consensus, I have him as my third wide receiver in this class. And I really think he could be a good difference maker. Like you said, if he gets in the right offense, wheels up for fantasy. How about, let's go to some props. Shedeur Sanders has been a hot button topic. Talked about him quite a bit in the show. Anything in terms of props on Shedeur Sanders, Frank?
Yeah, one prop that I like, which unfortunately, of course, because as news has come out that Sanders is probably going to fall in the draft, the odds have obviously gotten shorter, so it's not as nice of a long shot, but it's at plus 250, Shedeur Sanders to the Browns. And I like it, not the Browns at pick 2, obviously, because they're locked into Travis Hunter. Wouldn't it make sense for the Browns to create a soft landing spot for Sanders by reuniting him with his college teammate who's going to primarily play wide receiver? That would be a perfect fit. Obviously, the Browns need a quarterback. Reports saying that Sanders will fall. Maybe he could fall as far as 33, the Browns pick at the top of the second round. Or, if Sanders is available past the 20s, the Browns could trade back in the first round. Shouldn't cost too much, and they obviously need a QB. And having Hunter, it just makes it the perfect fit for Sanders. What I've read, the Saints and Steelers seem to, prefer Jackson Dart. So Sanders could really have a free fall in this draft and land right in the laps of the Cleveland Browns, where it would be a perfect fit.
Yeah, I think that's a great call because, look, as these general managers have been watching the tape on Sanders, to my mind, it's clear. He can't drive the ball to the outside. He's not going to beat tight coverage on the outside. He's a guy that can win in the middle of the field. But then what happens is like with Tua Tagovailoa is teams realize that and they flood the middle of the field. So there's gaps in his game. So he's not the top pick that many thought he was. So I think you're onto it. I think you see the same thing. You see that this is a guy that could fall, and that would mean a great chance of going to the Cleveland Browns. I love how, again, reunited with Travis Hunter. That'd be a real good opportunity for him to start his career out. Love that call, Frank. Frank, any bold calls for me?
So I have a couple. One of them I was going to say was Travion Henderson over Omarion Hampton. Like I said, Hampton is widely considered as RB2, but since I touched on that, I can add another one. Instead, we could go with the Commanders, my Commanders. I'm a big Commanders fan, to take Omarion Hampton in the first round. This is an offense where a difference-making running back is pretty much the missing piece, that running back that could take it to the house. And imagine Hampton getting handoffs from Jaden Daniels, who could open up running lanes with his threat on the ground. Daniels, the Commanders added Deebo Samuel, a nice fit underneath. Really, what the next missing piece is the running back. Like they even added left tackle Laramie Tunsil. So getting a stud running back like Hampton would be great. Now I know fans will be like, "Oh, we need an edge rusher," but I feel like Commanders should just go best player available, and this could be a difference-making back who could potentially fall to them at their pick, which right at the end of the first round. So that could be a bold call that I'm hoping happens.
Even as a bold call, Frank, it's yes, you could use the edge rusher for sure, but could you move your offense to a different stratosphere? And would that be a greater gain than what you might have added with a marginal pass rusher?
Exactly.
Right? So
Exactly.
I think you're on the I think you're on the right path with that because it would make sense. It's almost like the Cincinnati Bengals. I'm chirping it up that, well, why don't they get a speedy slot receiver? Because their defense isn't getting any better. And it's like you got Chase and you got Higgins, and put Jalen Royals in the slot, or something like that. And just burn teams and make them say, well, what are we going to do? But that's what the Commanders could do with a running back. So yeah, I think we're on the same wavelength with the same different idea. Mine's a little crazier than yours, but I don't know that they'll be burning money on a wide receiver, but it is what it is.
I just wanted to add, you want to avoid a sophomore slump for Jaden Daniels. Like, he had a great season, but let's face it, like, the book gets out, teams adjust. Look at CJ Stroud last year. So really adding more playmakers to the offense could help you avoid that.
100% on that. Frank, remind everybody what you got going on and where they can find you.
So you can find me on X at Ammirante TFJ, like you mentioned. Thank you. My content at Rotoballer, at Fantasy Pros, a bunch of other sites. Excited for the draft. Always a fun time to see the landing spots, and it's been a pleasure talking to you as always. Thank you.
Always enjoy having you on, Frank. Enjoy the draft, and we'll talk soon.
All right. Take care.
Thanks. Cody Carpentier, since you're the last guest, we'll get you in early and we'll get rolling here. Cody, you can find him at Cody Carpentier, Carpentier. You know him from draft analyst at Roster Watch, or recruiting analyst, Orange Bloods. Cody, you do a ton of pre-draft work. Are you at the point now where you can breathe a little bit, or are you still chopping away?
I'll be honest, man. I'm starting to breathe a little bit. We got a draft house down here in Tampa Bay, so I came down a day early to see a friend. So I live in South Carolina, but I drove a few more hours south, and the air is a little more relaxed, a little less stressful, with just 3 days till the NFL draft. So, Jim, I appreciate you for having me on. I mean, what is it, 4 hours now of the RotoWire NFL draft preview? You're absolutely crushing it today. This is, it's not for the weary to do these 3, 4, 5, 6 hour streams. So you're killing it, man.
I appreciate you, Cody. Cody, can't wait to hear your draft announcement because you're going to talk about 2 players. Again, I don't know that anybody's talked about them on the show. One of them, the second player, yes. First player, no. Jalen Knoll. He is somebody that's been moving up my draft board, but I know you've got a really good case behind what you see in him and a landing spot. Talk about Jalen Knoll.
Jalen Knoll's fun, man. He was at Iowa State playing with Jaden Higgins, and I got to credit this stat to the great Theo Greminger. He told me this, and this is just you go through the pre-draft process and you hear a bunch of random stuff, and it's Jalen Knoll and Jaden Higgins were the first 2 teammates to have 1,000 yards receiving in the same offense the same year since CeeDee Lamb and Hollywood Brown. Man, Knoll is in a class, and this is kind of how I preview and how I look at this wide receiver class in 2025. It's a class full of 2s. It's all like I view Tedero McMillan as an ideal number 2. Like, think about T. Higgins like an ideal number 2, an elite 2. Golden, Knoll, Higgins, all these guys fit a mold of an ideal 2. Travis Hunter, we can have that conversation. I think he has, but that's an anomaly. Knoll is a guy, you talk to Alex Dunlap, my man from Roster Watch, and he's like, man, I see some Amon-Ra St. Brown in there. And I go, well, Amon-Ra was a 4th round pick. Remember, that was a very highly discussed prospect coming out of USC. Obviously, he had the family lineage. His dad was a Mr. World, Mr. America, whatever he was. Obviously, his brother, Equinemius St. Brown. And Knoll kind of has, I wouldn't say quite to the same level of dog mentality that Amon-Ra does, where Amon-Ra writes down all 17 wide receivers that were drafted in front of him and stuff. But Knoll's nasty. And over the last month, I think his expected draft capital has really went from like actually late 3rd to early 4th in the NFL to into the 2nd round. And a team I like to connect Knoll with is one that actually Alex hates, is the Carolina Panthers, because everything we've heard is Carolina's going to go defense, all defense. Every pick this year, Carolina's defense. I go, yeah, but what have we heard? I mean, they spent the 35th, 34th overall pick on Jonathan Mingo a couple of years ago. He's gone. They drafted Xavier Legette last year, and they talked about him this spring, and they're like, oh, yeah, we really believe in him. But it doesn't really sound like they really believe in him. David Moore's got 65 career targets the last 4 seasons. Right. Adam Thielen's 35 years old. They need another piece in that offense. And Jalen Noel, to me, is a guy that can come in if they take him with that 57th overall pick and talk about fantasy galore. I mean, if you can get this guy in the mid-second round, late second round right now in fantasy, Jalen Noel is a, not a diamond in the rough, but a diamond in the, the second round.
Cody, I like how you talked about this draft has a lot of number 2s. And I think that's a really good way to frame it. Because I think some people are, trying to pigeonhole players in certain ways, but you're right. There is no clear number 1. And I had McMillan maybe as a number 1 type, but when you comped him to T. Higgins, that's probably about where my comp is. And you're right. Ultimately, Higgins is a better number 2 than he is a number 1. So I really think even that, I think that he's the only, I talked about this earlier, he's the only class X receiver in the draft, but that doesn't mean he's a number 1. I love that. So when we're showcasing this draft, I think people need to think about it that way, because I think you pointed out very, very plain English that makes sense. So thank you for that. Now at running back, Caleb Johnson is a player that's come up a couple times on this show, but I think the draft community has kind of been, some are super high, others are a little tepid. Where do you land on Caleb Johnson, and where would be a good landing spot for him?
I love Caleb. Not as much as some other people. I know there's some other people in the space that have him. Even I've seen number 2, commonly 3, 4 amongst this whole group. For me, it's the top 4 are in a tier by themselves. Most people have Genty, yes, but Hampton, Henderson, Judkins, I'll have ahead of Caleb, who I have right there at 5, next to RJ Harvey. But Caleb is a guy that, I've been married to this landing spot in the second round for a long time, and that is the Chicago Bears in the second round, because the Bears pick at 39 and 41, and there's been connections to, of course, Ashton Genty if he's there at 10. There's been connections to maybe they get Amari and Hampton. I think our guy out in Denver, Ben Albright, brought up Travion Henderson as a guy that Chicago likes. And I just sit here and I go, I know DeAndre Swift doesn't have some big deal or anything, but he's in Chicago, and he was a guy that was in Detroit for a year with Ben Johnson a couple years ago, and he could catch the ball in the backfield, and he's fine. He's good. And the thing that is missing is the David Montgomery element. And the David Montgomery element to me is Caleb Johnson, who is a 220-pound back that can get downhill quick and excel at the second level. And he doesn't have the 4.4 speed, but he's got 4.5 speed. And he's good. And that's my, and I'm looking at it from a draft perspective, 10,000-foot view, what makes sense for the team, draft the left tackle, come back in the second round, get your edge and your running back. That's how I view it. So I'm completely out on the Genty, Hampton, Henderson thought in the first round. It's Caleb's a good back, man. There's no reason he's not going to be available right there at 39-41. So I love Caleb Johnson, but again, this is a loaded class at running back, and he's just not quite in that top tier for me.
Now, you mentioned other running backs, and a lot of people on their board, they're locked in on Amari and Hampton being the number 2. It's not the number 2 on my board.
Yeah.
Talk about a prop about which running back might be drafted after Ashton Genty.
The interesting one, I know it's been pretty consensus, and for me personally, I have Amari and Hampton as the second back, but if I'm looking for a little bit of value, if I can find some value out there, I think the Travion Henderson thing plus 230 for the first non-Ashton Genty running back to be drafted, I think it's got legs. I think it's got real legs because there have been, reporters, there's been sources that have come out and said, yeah, man, there's NFL teams that have Amari and Hampton right there neck and neck with Genty. I'm yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
And then today, we get the news dump, every Monday before draft, you get the news dump. It's just during the season, Saturday at midnight, right? You're going to get that Adam Schefter news dump, all the nuggets. Yeah. And so we get some dumps from Schefter and McShay and Albert Breer. And all of a sudden there's some teams that have Henderson right next to Hampton and maybe ahead of Hampton. And I go, that I can buy. I can buy that. You can tell me that story and I can buy that. Because there was a time, and you call it the flat circle of the draft, where you start one place, you come right back to it. Travion was once looked at as the top back. A year ago, if he would have came out, which he was expected to, he would have been drafted before Jonathan Brooks from Texas, right? He was taken 46th by the Panthers. Henderson's a stud. And people forget that because he played with Judkins this year, so the numbers don't pop off the screen. And you had the polar opposite with Genty. So plus 230 for Travion Henderson. I will take my odds there. I think that's a great sprinkle.
Oh, man. So, yeah, love that one. Close the show out with a bold take.
Man, I don't know. This one feels, when I wrote it, I go, man, I don't know if anybody's had, this is a bold one. I don't know if anybody's going to have this the whole show. Like, and I'm happy I get to end it here with this, Jim, because like I just said with the news dump that came today, and we've heard the trickles, I'll credit Lance Zierlein. Like he did it first, maybe a month ago, where he put Shedeur, I think at the bottom of the second, like in the last 5 picks, or maybe he kept him out of his mock draft. And everyone's like, whoa. And then the last week we've heard the Giants at 3 when the Giants are really doing their due diligence on Shook and Milroe and Shedeur. And I go, but what if New Orleans doesn't want him? He falls past Pittsburgh because they, offensive line, edge, these important positions, and people just straight up don't have first round grades on Shedeur, and they're willing to pass. And he sits there and he slips to 33. And instead at 33 of going with Shedeur Sanders, a team takes what has been consensusly said as the lottery ticket at the quarterback position, Jalen Milroe, ahead of Shedeur Sanders with the first pick in the second round on Friday night.
Oh, that is a lovely, bold take to end this one. Cody, remind people where they can find you and what you got cooking this week.
You can find all my stuff over at rosterwatch.com, all my mock drafts, my big board, all my write-ups. On Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we'll be doing a live stream show here in Tampa with the player profiler team. And then every single day, I got this new show I started doing after the Super Bowl. Every single morning, 7 a.m. Eastern time, 10-minute show, the draft ranking show. You can get it on podcast or on YouTube. And Jim, 4 hours, man. You absolutely crushed it. Thank you again for having me on.
Yeah, and thank you for coming in. Always appreciate your insight, and let's work together again soon.
Most definitely.
Enjoy the draft.
You too.
Yeah. All right, everybody. If you're looking to get an edge in your fantasy football league, you can score a 15% discount off any RotoWire product or subscription. Just go to rotowire.com, look around, see what you like, subscription, tools, and then you can go to checkout and you go Roto15, ROTO15 for the promo code. You get 15% off of anything there. Now, also remember, draft Thursday night. You'll want to join in on RotoWire Twitter. Some of you are watching this on YouTube. Our Thursday night show will be on Twitter. Myself and Anthony Cervino, we will definitely come in and we will go over the fantasy football impact of the draft. So you want fantasy football focus, catch us there. Also, throughout the weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, if you have Sirius XM Fantasy Channel 87, I'll be on Thursday with Jeff Erickson, Friday and Saturday at Mario Puig. Catch us there for the RotoWire show. Everybody, thank you for hanging with us. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. We'll be back during draft week. Everybody, good luck during the draft. Enjoy it.